Halo, kita langsung kompe pokoknya guys. Ini kan oh ya kita copy dulu. Ada share-nya mana ya? Bisa nggak sih? Mari kita share dulu sambil menunggu kuit. Ini kita share. Mana share sih? Udah. Ini kita bisa ya? Dari ini ya? Mana share sih? Udah. Kita bisa ya? Kita pilihan share. Kita pilihan share. Baik. Ya. Pilih. Udah. Oh. Pas nih baterai gue full, mantap. Kapan sambal gaya bang? Ayo ya abis inilah aku satu match dulu. Kalau nggak ada temen kita main sambal gaya bentar lah. Sempet nih. Ini udah terlanjur dapat matchnya. Pemanasan sebelum sambal gayanya kita di. Waduh, ini tim nge-troll nih guys. Astaga. Sambal gay bang, sambal gay. Oke. Kalau nggak ada teman party, ini aku solo. Halo, Bayu, Sigio, apa ini? kalau kalau nggak ada teman party kita sambal gay lah kita lah ya guys ya. Ini juga kayaknya ini tim nge-troll nih guys. Atau enggak? Mungkin mereka kita DB apa nih? Kita DBD lah. Dipenuhi dengan mod. Yoi, tak apa-apa. Yang penting kita have fun di channel ini ya guys ya. Kita DBD lah weekend. Online dulu nak ya, ajakin nggak online. Susah aku ngomong. Oke, kita killjoy lah. Kayaknya nggak jadi nge-troll. Baru mau 5 duelis. Ada yang online game lain, kita beralih ke game lainnya guys ya. Kalau enggak ya kita pale. Stumble guy, DBD, ayo polling, gimana cara buat polling nih? Mau main game apa guys? Aku udah di lobby majas nih. Oh astaga, aku satu match dulu dah kalau gitu. Ntar kita DBD lah. Jago nggak bang? Nggak jago nih cupoy. PP hitam main Palo nggak? Ya main Palo. Cukupi kronmu, mari DBD bersama aku, asik.
How many must I kill before I am restored? More, always more.
Terus Sentinel disuruh ngeplan spec pasti ini.
Hello guys.
Halo.
Hello
Let's
guys.
go.
Hello, bro.
You can carry me, bro.
Nah bro,
Yuru say yes.
Oh shit. You have carry?
Yamate kudasai.
Ya betul aku udah say.
Ya bang.
Cutting through.
Astaga. Kan nggak jago. panas duluan
Kayak
guys,
ngapain ah,
baru
bro?
nengok.
Wait. Molly.
Here.
They coming.
Here.
Oh fuck, one Frank.
One enemy remaining.
Last one.
What?
Hilang.
Elong last sens.
Cover going
Careful,
out.
A short.
Tuh, elong corner.
Here.
Nggak bang, lag. Nge-lag, masa nge-lag sih? Coba pakai 720 guys. Ini koneksinya lagi bagus ya. Coba. Woo!
Find them, Soba. I'll do the rest.
Kle, wakau. Mending ngajakin Valo, tapi sinta nonton maluan, harus timpal nonton maluan. Mari kita force panda ya, mumpung tim temennya jago. WG, well game. Thank you. PP hitam nama asli lu siapa? Nama PP hitam.
Placing sentry.
Takut ntar gue salah ngomong jadi PP hitam bro. Yalah, mainkan lah.
Recording backside.
Revealing area.
Dead.
Soa, heal me, Soa.
Shock dart.
Fake teleport. Time
Alright.
to jump.
Fuck, three kawan now.
My potter broke.
Correct. What the fuck are you doing?
One enemy remaining.
No more to oppose us.
You saving me. I love you.
Let's go. Bisa one tap gak bang? Lah itu tadi one tap kan asik.
Also delete my hard drive.
Info misi kelas karyawan merchant percaya. Astaga, nah mani keseng kejen judul live. Oke, tak kira berubah sensitivity-nya kita
Help
guys ya.
that old man find his grave.
Tadi dua hit ya, sorry. Oke, kita lakukan one tap dulu ya. Tunggu.
Spike dropped.
Cover going out. Decoy. Cover going out.
Our spike carrier is dead. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
One more back.
Sorry, belum dapat momennya dua hit. Dia nanya. Aja masalah PC nanti baru tuh jadi. Tunggu kas. Sabar ya, kas ya.
Where we go, man?
Terus default course.
I anticipated us winning. Turret out. Terminated.
Oh, sorry. Saya tak one tap tuh. Panik.
Check here.
One enemy remaining.
Ngamuk. Panik, sorry.
You must keep going, even if you're the only one. Thanks.
Kabarnya guys ya. Astaga. Sopanya dong, ke kiri guys.
Kawaka.
Kita default dulu guys ya. Kalau default tuh kita tekan, terus kita ke garas. Jangan maju, jangan maju.
One enemy remaining.
Ikti brim. Maaf bang kalau aneh one tap, gue nggak kayak orang yang ngedonat. Oh santuy aja, santi, santi PP hitam. Gue tadi ada komen nama nggak sih? Leg, oh namanya leg ya? Oke leg, oke siap leg. Santuy leg, kita have fun di sini leg. Iya. Terus ini kita mainkan beberapa stumble guy lah ya. Oh iya, sambil biar stumble pasku cepet penuh ya, abis ini dah. Ini udah easy game sini.
I need a drop. Thanks.
Kita main default.
Placing sentry.
Prepare for hellfire!
One enemy remaining.
Kita maju. Wah, dihabisin guys. Leg saja. Lah, nama panggilan Bang PP Hitam siapa? Gua kira tadi jawab pertanyaan gua. Saha, leg saja. Leg saha. Oh, bukan leg ya namanya. Tadi aku tanya namanya biar nggak panggilnya PP Hitam. Lupa. Re ya bener NPL Re ini mah, gue lupa. Sorry. NPL Re.
Placing alarm bot.
Bener kan? Mari kita bombardir orang-orang ini.
Cutting through.
Op, pelan. Oh, mati terus guys.
Cutting through.
Mati terus guys.
Shadows traveling.
Tak kabur guys.
Spike planted.
Semua tak kabur.
Scanning ahead.
WG.
Take flight.
Active Brim, guys.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Sis.
Kalah.
Do not hunt.
So are you very good lah.
There is a fury in you so far.
Topanya carry cok. Ya dulu ya no. Ini aku terlalu barbar mainnya. Kita default lah lagi lah. Default lagi.
Alarm bot out.
Wait.
Last player
Oh.
standing. Spike down A.
Calling my bot. Placing swarm grenade out. Place here. Swarm grenade out.
One enemy
Reyna
remaining.
killed. Placing sentry.
Okay, man.
Yeah. Had to focus for a second.
Mantap bang, mantap, fokus. Wah tadi mantap nggak ya? Pas nembak Rena, mantap kan itu? Mantap kan itu Raya? Isi guys, 8-0 nggak kasih ampun musuhnya. GG, nah, thank you Ray. Mantap nggak tadi ya? Lupa.
Alarm bot
Ntar
out.
tonton replaynya lah.
Bot coming back.
Ah, tuh atap lagi ya. Sorry. Kita nggak punya ini pompe apa? Andres.
Face your fear. One down.
Sorry, nggak mantep kecegeng main goblok. Sorry, sabar.
Spike down C.
Astaga, paling jam 9 gue keluar. Wih, yay gaming nih kalau sudah pakai keker. Wah, macam kau jauh.
One enemy remaining.
Ini di carry sopa nih tuh.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
What? Long dia nak. Nah tuh dia tuh. Nah tuh tadi dia mantap. Yoi. Mantap itu bang yang
Yo, show
sniper.
me around, man.
Can do it.
Easy for you bro. Let's try.
Nice try, man. Nice try, did something.
Clutch.
Jal, online jal. Kita habis nih ngasuh main stumble gaya dulu guys.
Sometimes old ways are best.
Kita main OP lagi nggak? Karena ada request one tap kita main OP ya guys ya.
I need this.
Thank you.
Karena ekonomi kita jelek, nggak main OP.
Placing alarm bot. Get out of my way.
Time to jump.
Thank you Yoru, thanks Yoru.
Turret out.
C clear.
Window. 2-1B.
One enemy remaining.
Forty.
Spike down B.
Nice.
Reloading.
Hari Selasa stumble, Selasa gas libur ya? Libur ya, Selasa ya gas. Selasa sore lah, sore atau menjelang malam jam segini. Malam.
Alarm bot out.
Kita main default dulu guys.
This is gonna be fun.
Susah mantap pakai senjata itu bang. Ya ntar habis ini kita ganti, kalau mati kita beli OP ya. Mantap sih pakai Eagle bagusan.
Found them.
Si pusing.
One enemy remaining.
Easy guys.
Stealing sight.
Spike down A.
Face your fear. is this? Alright, I did.
Si guys, BTW emak gua nggak jadar lagi. Astaga.
Last round before the switch.
Spend everything.
Pacar baru dong. Kita one tap ya last round.
For me. Oh.
Jet can drop.
No memory, bro.
Last round bro, come on. I will OPing long and you can take my OP, Omen. No, I got smothered long. Astaga. Udah mati ya.
Point drone.
You will not kill my ally.
Last player standing.
Dari selo kalian main grand final Pak JJ jing jinak nikah anjing. Tipis sorry ini kita tidak bisa memenuhi tuntutan wanted ya guys ya. Sabar. Oke, kita kalau gitu beli senjata wanted lah. Taksi dong. Ya setelah jadi ada kesempatan. Yoi. Masih ada, kita butuh 13 buat menang. Ini senjata one tap nih. Tuh, kurang one tap apa coba nih.
Enemy spotted A.
Two shot.
You hear me, bro.
All shot.
All A short.
Yeah, about 3.
Be careful.
Decoy.
Oh, one tap.
Spike
3 tap
down
ya itu
A.
guys.
One enemy remaining.
Let's get these idiots.
Mantap lagi guys. Dua tap itu satunya miss. Oke kalau begitu mau Anda ya.
Don't
Ini kita pakai bait dulu di sini turret kita. Terus kita one tap sini guys.
The ring fade. I need help, bro.
recalling my bot.
Spike planted.
Kita lost nih. Gara-gara lihat ke bawah anjir. Gagal terus. Emang tidak jodoh dengan one tap kita guys ya. Goblok.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
Kita senjata one tap pokoknya, kita push senjata one tap demi request dari teman kita ya guys ya.
Placing sentry.
Gue pengen main Palo ada di Playstore namanya Hyperclone, pas gue download patah-patah. Wih, gue juga pernah main Hyperclone tuh bang. Nge-lag anjing, nge-lag gila. Oh, ini jago nih. Oh, that's one tap bro.
Spike planted.
Cutting through.
Ya emang Hyperclone grafiknya masih burik. Hyperclone grafiknya masih burik.
curtain never ends.
Nih, gue kasih lihat one tap sekarang ya. Asli ini asli. No debat ini one tap nih. One tap no debat, oke? Jir 2 kali one tap lah. Comeback nggak mungkin ke comeback ini
Peeks
mah.
now.
Astaga. Astaga, dihabisin di sana dong ya guys ya.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Habis ini. Tolong jangan menang dulu guys. I need to one tap someone.
Match point.
I know how this will end.
Lagi kita posisi yang sudah bagus tadi.
Placing sentry. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Oke, sebagai penutupan match ini, karena kita akan menang, akan kupersembahkan satu one tap untuk Ray. Astaga. One tap, that's it.
Spike down mid.
That's enough for me.
One enemy remaining.
GG, easy. That's one tap ya, sudah tidak ada hutang saya. Tidak ada hutang ya guys ya. Wow, plus 22 lumayan guys. Mari kita open ini dulu stumble dulu guys. Jadi kita GG drill digendong tim yoi, temennya pada gendong. Ini ada temen. Halo. Kita buat party dulu guys. Server Asia. Ayo kita sambil santai bentar. 21903 deh. Aku on stumble nih sambil nunggu.
Ya.
Barusan easy win 13-4 anjir. Digendong Sopa. Aku buat break dong kali. Gara-gara nge-troll. 21903. Belum masuk ya. Sorry. Kita buat display capture. Sorry. Display capture, server perindapan. Oke, kita ganti.
Server perindapan.
Perindapan dong. IN ya guys ya. Party. Empat enam lima 81. Turunin. Lah kok stumble belum siap aku bang. Walah. Ya santuy baru kalau gitu kita lanjut Valo. Santuy. Di Valo juga masih sepi. -3. Aku set di grup -3 guys. Kita gacha dulu lah kalau gitu lah. Ijo, gems pakai beli next pass 150 gems. Guys, nggak dapet. Sekali lagi, tolong doanya guys. Free. Babung DBD, Palu ngidang nganggo stick PC nah. Ngai DD nih. Palu nganggo stick. Kayaknya sih ada main di PS lah, soalnya ada di Epic Store, PS5 bisa, PS4, PS5 bisa main, mungkin sih. Dulu deh. Kita coba langsung stick Xbox. Tes di Palu apakah berfungsi? Tunggu. Mana nih? Gak siapin lagi. Mau ikut tapi banyak kerjaan, nonton aja dulu deh. Ya kerja duluan karena Palu nggak memberikan kamu kehidupan asik. Tingidang deh. Nah, bisa? Nggak bisa, nggak bisa. Nggak ada pilihan setting controller sih juga baru keinget. Coba movement W ganti. Oh nggak bisa. Nggak bisa. Masa nggak program Ben sih? Pakai apa nih palonya apa?
Hah?
Apa nih komplit? Oh, aku stumble Ray. Kerja yang keras demi donasi teman betul. Karena kalau ke nggak kerja, ke nggak bisa donasi aku.
Ya dah, play.
Stumble bisa lah.
Deathmatch.
20165. Kita follownya kita mid dulu guys ya. Bahkan kalian bunuh-bunuh saja saya. Cek YouTube Valorant with stick meme. Tapi yang ada aim assist nih kayak wah kalau di PS kan ada aim assist. NPL Ray, let's go. Lu dicoikin apa-apa ada komen poni ya. Si Xbox aja PS ngidang soalnya. Bah Bung DBD. Oh, tunggu Mang. Nih ada timpal Palo nih. Apa? Gambar YouTube-nya masih Palo. Nyangkut. Pro player ini nah. Ntar dulu bang, sabar bang. Ini sambal bang, sambal ya. Anjing, untung nggak jatuh anjing. Freestyle dulu bos. Biarin aja dia solo cek. Ya DBD pakai nggak punya DBD pak?
Nggak.
Thumbnail YouTubeku Palo mang. Tadi nggak ada ngajakin soalnya. Nah main dah DBD dulu. Habis ini DBD dulu sekali. Habis itu Palo lagi. Dah dibilangin cuma bisa main Palo jadi.
Yuk, stumble.
Ya stumble ngibur. Stumble bisa berbanyak. Oh jangan tabrak gaming. No. Tuh lewat sih. Udah 8 orang coy. Kalau ada yang pro kok lompat 2 kali. Aduh kalah nih. Astaga 2 kali ketabrak. Astaga. Anjing. Ih lelas dong. Ajan beliin apa tuh Ci? Gas auto chest MOBA aja deh. Onden rilis sabar deh.
Nyen tuh.
Ada temanku Dede. Bahkan final nih. Jangan dorong-dorong kalian ya. Untung bisa naik. Tahan Re. Gojek khusus streamer bermain akses. Masa sih? Mainin deh, coba mainin deh. Ya kembali. Mainin deh. Mainin itu apa? Auto chess mobile. Coba. Belum kan gas lah langsung. Berarti eksperimental server ya, Bang. Lagi dan di auto chess nih main eksperimental server lah. Daftar masih lah nih. Ya, daftar. Nanti tolong di streamingkan ya.
Apa part gini Cok? Dia India?
Ya, India, server India. Ini udah mau selesai kok. Siapa yang menang nih? Ore pasti menang nih. Lawannya bot. Ya, kalah sama bot. Ya, kalah sama bot. Kalah sama bot. Sama aja sih, nggak ngepek. Apa bedanya? Daftar aja baru. Bapak, send link daftarnya. Ya, kalah sama bot anjir. Ray, what are you doing, Ray? Why you kalah sama bot? Tiga 9402 Pak. 39402 auto chess mobile. Mari kita browsing auto chess mobile. Oh, ada pre-register ini, pre-register download nih, Seng. Ih, keren no.
Apa tuh? Game?
Auto chess dijadiin MOBA. Mana itu Ray? Kalah sama bot. Memalukan. Ada teman lagi tuh? Halo? Yang ada jadwal DVD Pak. Coba kita Discord ya. Coba punya emot antem, data antem gitu.
Ya,
Aduh, jatuh aku sih. Jatuh lagi sih, goblok.
ya tuh.
Iya. Apa? Iklan ditulut sih. Kok kewah anjing. Nah, timing aja no. Kita nenek kan. Aku disuruh turu, bye bang. Oke, thank you Pepe Hitam, thank you Ray. Tuh, sudah jam malam ini ya. Para adik-adik turu dulu, bobok. Karena besok sudah Senin ya guys ya, besok mulai yang sekolah, yang kerja tolong bolos karena kerja buat kalian stres. Buat apa kalian mengejar uang kesenangan duniawi? Ujung-ujungnya kalian habiskan untuk bayar rumah sakit. Karena kalian stres bekerja, Bye bye. Goblok, goblok.
Polos kan mana Jess?
Oke, nggak ada aku bilangnya.
Nih,
Let's go. Aduh jatuh sih.
kotak jenengnya.
Ya, aduh.
Nggak ada aku bilangnya.
Ih,
Ih, berarti. Ternyata ada nih kuliah biayain aja. Ongkosnya megah itu, no?
Tuh, nih dosen, nih orang can dosen udah tuh kantor
Ada lah. Aku
Oh,
temanku staff IT di Undiksa yang Buleleng tuh dibayar kampus kayak.
suruh aja kuliah.
beasiswa ya tuh ya.
Itu kode gak sih biar Jefrikz biayai kuliah?
Gak tahu sih, Bang.
Bosnya tidak tamat ya guys ya, mau ngebiayai orang kuliah, gila.
Parah sih, harusnya kan support anak buahnya.
Pak, masuk Discord Pak, Discordnya Jess Pak. Bosnya tidak tamat ya guys ya, mau ngebiayai orang kuliah, gila.
Bosen.
Tembus.
Answer dulu guys. How can I ignore you? Trust me, I just don't know you.
nice.
Goblok mau jatuh terus si anjing, gak sabaran apa. Masih di DBD tuh?
Masih di lobby.
Kenapa nggak ada DBD dia mas? Saya tak tinggal ya.
BBD dia ada kan.
Bungut-bungut dogen. Aduh kalah apa? Aduh kalah lawan bot si goblok.
Masuk dong, masuk.
Disuruh download DVD dari waktu ini nggak mau dia aja.
Semua putusan.
Sal.
Palu gimana nih Palu? Ada orang lagi? Dua apa?
Kalau mau follow, wait nak dulu.
Masih di gini?
Nggak, ini aku keluar. Cino apa Jas?
Tak kira udah main dari tadi sih.
Suwut sih, tapi karena Palu kuning Palu. Dewa
Oh.
jangan jaga gaji, no.
Oh, kecewa parah tuh ya Kak.
Ini ada Nopan coba masa bertiga main Nopan balik gitu. Aku mau aja main apa aja mau.
Ih, lemon, ciplet.
Yang
Baru
udah download DVD pangkong.
Mana dia ngeklaim dia setiap aku ngirim-ngirim gitu nggak di rumah.
Maya DBD tuh cicing.
Wah, aku udah nge-share pas gratis ya, goblok.
Blok.
Sana.
Titein.
Tak titikin lama-lama.
Ide.
Pakai Brody tabu.
Takut lah pakai rompis.
Bagas on sing. Aku cang akun.
Mantuk pakai. Aja pakai.
Salah.
Pakai
Nggak.
silver, pakai platinum.
Aku nggak punya mah akun silver.
Wih.
Ya aku terus pakai akun Jefrikz aja. Dalam skinnya nganggur.
Iya nih, ntar lu aku real. Aku kayak Aku kayak rambut.
Ah, laki-laki aja.
Ya.
Sing keradian apa, ceh?
Nah, masih.
Demenan nulis skinnya 2 juta, cang mau belanja dinding. Nah,
Ajan. Sing carane meli itu 200 tali.
dadah tuh nih lemah aget tuh. Udah
Iya.
naga, nah digalung lekat sih. Maya aduh di spirit
Ya.
nih. Tadi aku pulang kampung kan main kocokan menang 150. Emang yes emang.
Yes di judi kan.
Kayak tak tutup lah tuh gue. Tiap hari cari judi di mana ya?
Masa kayak dari jempol
Melekat.
lemah kali.
Karyawan sing apa-apa base gitu.
Kali ini poni mantap.
Ouch, sumpah. Sumpah. Wah. Vandal, sekelas ada vandal. Sih ada kipas, guys. Beli sana.
Meli.
Kipas
Nah.
ini naik market.
Enggak, kipas gini.
Aku di naik market.
Celestial kan di store. Enggak ada,
Sensitivity nih.
enggak pernah kelihatan vandal, skin vandal.
Aku ada
Sensitivity.
lah,
Woi.
aku ada OP Sentinel sih.
Beli, aku oke Reaper sih, tak beli kemarin di night market.
OP apa mas?
OP Reaper.
Oh iya ya.
Ada piece skin sih ada. Ada skin piece yang ada.
What?
Yo nih, wait, live. Apa nih?
Aduh, dead match.
Ada deathmatch. Ih, lu saya deathmatch kan?
Astaga, domin.
How can I ignore you?
TV. Tet 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 tet. Nanti nonton jam berapa PRX mulai ya?
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Fight.
Time for a field test.
Apaan nih? Oh, gitu dah.
Good.
Impeccable kill.
Gitu rompis nih pak.
Ah, ya sorry. Aku mau nyari. Kamu mau nyari Adit Thompson telepon.
Gak bisa nembak, no. Gak bisa nembak, no. Jauh bet orang-orang dah. Apa ya?
Astaga, lari-lari ke ini.
Ya, Jefrikz lah. Aduh. Ini ngendok, Renhaya ngendok sih.
Ambil heal dulu.
Game gini aja ngendok sih. Ngelek
Loh,
anjing. Oh, ngelek banget dah, sumpah. Tuh, lihat ngapain dah tuh.
ora.
Dit. Oh nyesel, oke.
Player pakai apa dia kopler?
Kopler lah.
Lah ngendok sopa.
Pade lah nih yang hoki itu sih.
Ya,
Apa gaming?
kira udah mati.
Wih. Ngendok sih apa tuh?
Apa ngendok?
Ngendok.
Deh nih.
Aduh.
Oh, tolol.
Kau sedih dia.
Oh, apa coba? Sang pada respon. No.
Astaga. Oh, engkau sama ini.
Apa sih nih?
Gaming nih pak.
Omen, berak lah omen.
Wih.
Mampus. Ini satu
Astaga.
bridge.
Susah deh ngasih swing lebar.
Sekali bebas guys.
Ini bokongin sih. Tolol.
Aku perlu respon cuk.
Hihi. Wah, dijepit 3 arah aku, mati dah.
Aduh.
Males.
Kopler, sabar kopler dari cek ada. Anjing.
Sabar berdarah cuk.
Alanya.
Blokong.
Belakang. Gue yang ada
Ih, mati.
Astra. Baru mau dual sky.
Leng asal ngeno aja sih.
10
Ton.
kills remaining.
Banyak sekali orang-orang platinum sekarang guys yuk. Ya ampun dia.
Terus swing ada, terus swing popin swing namanya pak.
Lihat Astranya.
Ya pak, kenapa dia Astra? Mungkin. Ini beli bakso nih. Ada lewat.
Ini
Hah? Oh,
Main kan.
Tilset moment. Lihat Astranya. Astra camper tolol.
5 kills remaining.
Oke, ngerusing yang di elbow di kanan ada.
One down.
Dominating.
Push ya anjing. Tolol lah kan tolol.
No more Sova.
Swingnya udah bener, nembaknya habis swing tuh nggak bener.
1 kill remaining.
Cewek aja,
Apa lagi? Apa lagi?
aku auto chest
Anjas
coba
mana
deh.
Anjas? Anjas.
1 minute remaining.
Lihat,
Oke,
apa
nanti
yang
daftar deh. Thank you deh.
Muscanya ada apa? Prima
Tolol lah
bensin.
surat tolol.
Nah, ada beli prima nih.
Terima adik.
Tinggal radian.
Ini gimana kah?
Ya,
Yang chamber Pak masalah.
mid lah ini poin aja bagas tolol.
Jangan tag nih jangan. Discordku mana ini? Ada satu gold plat.
Kan pang pesu yang sing tag sing pesu. Oh, Pranowo dong.
Anak bronze ya.
Kan bisa full party.
Bisa.
Oh, nggak mau ngajak Pak Pranowo.
Bebas.
Mau beli makan.
Biasa sama siapa saja bermain. Gas daftar aja rusuh. Oke deh.
Ini ada bensin.
Minus 10.
Ada random Kak Ji.
Udah. Sabtu Minggu susah dah rame. Tuh, aku ngechat bawahnya banyak nih minus 1 gold plate, minus 1 gold plate. Minus 1 silver gold. Ada paper aja Phenomancer. Phenomancer sih rusuh memanah kan. Slot iron.
Iron banget gak dulu.
Tengah akun baru Jes. Add.
Apa?
Namanya Shelby.
Label.
Yes, label. Yeah. Selbel.
Yang kebayangin ada Mipo.
Pakai tangan read saja.
Di auto chest Mipo ini nah Honda ada sih.
Dari level 20.
Phenomancer ada. Paper ada. Mipo yang bidan dan ada sih sama. Di Dota Underlord malah ada deh. Mipo di Dota Underlord tuh sinergi kini. Sinergi apa dan apa dan
Start aja ya.
main rusuk. Phenomancer. Mipo. Ada nih pohon-pohon tuh ini ada nih pohon. Pemanaan masih aja pandai. Rusuk satu board rusuk. Rikimaru masyarakat si Rikimaru ada assassin ya Rikimaru. Tapi Rikimaru di auto chest untuk bintang harga 1 ya. Dead Prophet Legend biasanya epic. Minus 1 banget nih bang, yuk minus 1 cepet bang nyari di grup dah. Awan-awan nih mau masuk. Lupakan kerjaanmu, mari bermain Halo bersama aku minus 1 nih anjing.
Aku beban.
Ada werewolf tuh di werewolf tuh. Bang Aganim ya. Represent op ya menanam memana. Di Dota Underlord bintang 3 5 yang memana. Bang represent op dasar ada di mana. Lunasik. Lina sih mau mana lah. Lina. Di pohon-pohon tuh necromancer rasanya ada. Ya aku main Valo udah, maafkan nggak usah denger lagi. Oke. Anu, pada pada kilo tuh, pada kilo. Panda, oh ya Panda. Panda men di auto chess ini ya, sinergi Panda ya. Sinergi Panda, aman di Dota Underlove itu sinergi Spirit namanya. Spirit, Ember Spirit, ini mana? Listrik Spirit, Earthseeker sing Panda ya. Earthseeker tank ada kok di auto chess. Crystal Bag di auto chess. Sap sing sana ada. Crystal Bag di Dota Underlove ada ya. Beast. Pineapple Spirit ada. Tapi sing sinergi Spirit ya. Ada nih Spirit. Tuh, kalau Spirit itu Ember Spirit api, listrik, bayangan, tanah tuh sing Earthshaker. Earth Spirit sing itu ada satu sing lain. Tini ada nah di auto chess. Tini di auto chess ada. Ini ya, apa namanya warrior ya, warrior spirit ya. Tini di auto chess. Sing spirit. Nah warrior
Match
lah.
found.
Tanky ya, tanky.
Bang kerja pagi besok.
Thank you.
Siapa kerja pagi besok, Cok?
Aku tahu Ricky Maru aja nggak cocok ikut ngobrol dong.
Saya pada ngasih, Mbak.
Siapa kerja pagi besok, Cok?
Yes. Ayo. X ada di auto chess di Axel. Lihat beli saset susah nyari info. Troll Warlord ada di Dota Underlord ada di auto chess ada. Troll baru ada mekaniknya sinergi ini. Nambah speed kenceng.
Valde berani sih?
Yes, bah goblok Jess. Mana dia nggak ready dia nggak asal start aja orang. Warlord ada. Tapi ya pasif ya, cuma nambah speed kan skill. Saya ada skill. Saya ada skill. Pasif skill kan.
Halo.
Goblok.
Halo.
Weh.
Cing apa?
Bilang kek.
Sorry.
Berapa mau ikut turnamen ke
8 jam no. Kok 8 jam?
Udah aku di the range.
Oh. Aduh.
Dari kan sedang
Padahal
start.
asen banget mapnya emangnya.
Dari kan sedang start kentok.
udah di start tadi.
Yuk, start.
Kena ban 3 menit.
Siapa nih gara-gara salah?
Cing.
Jangan mengorang, su.
Ah, Cing orang kalau start aja ya gitu ya. Cing.
Oh. Sorry dah.
Ada yang lihat berita antar aja di Facebook,
Apa cacat aja.
di demo kantornya tutup,
Kok bisa?
tahu. PGA-nya tangkas nganceng udah 7 hari dah.
Kasihan.
Pasang nih.
Mesti diantar aja kayak kena masang sepi kemarin aslinya.
Ono itu kelek.
Ci aja ngorto kangen kau.
Iya, fokus bro, fokus. Cija, atman cine, nu,
Yang barang saya ngador itu masang sih.
Kada cuma cuma gimana jiji.
Start yes.
Sing cocok ya ngorto.
mungkin.
Lawannya badiin balik ke CT, Cok.
JJ ntar final ya. Apa
Ya,
lawan bracket kan ya?
Enggak lah,
Upper bracket.
grand final udah nggak ada lagi grand final.
Apa, Cok? Proyek
Jam
lawan
berapa
apa?
mainnya?
Lawan FPX.
Tapi kemarin flashnya Crisis tuh ngeri kali sih sumpah.
FX kan di sini ya. Bedanya Schmidt.
Suigetsu
FPX lawan optik kalah ya optik.
dibantai-bantai optik.
Mantap. Karena FPX dibantai PPX.
NA susah lah namanya.
Oh, Sugetsu ya.
Suigetsu.
Sugetsu no Uso.
Suigetsu gitu. Awal-awal baru-baru di fase grup kan masih shader yang main. Suigetsu nggak bisa main. Masuk Suigetsu, pas masih shader turun ke low bracket. Masuk Suigetsu nggak pernah kalah anjir.
Jarang
GG.
bawa gini lagi.
GG kali.
Macam-macam.
GG kali satu player. Xbox. Ascan. Orang kok mau ngepick Killjoy an.
Astaga.
Ayo semua.
Roll.
Dia bahasa Jepang dia. Asuhan teh. Molisannya mate.
Chamber.
Sampai tulis saya Jepang sih, padahal mau suaranya doang nggak bisa.
Kan ada caranya, Jess. Tapi tiap buka palu ngubah. Nanti tak share dah caranya. Biar voice-nya aja yang Jepang. Aku mau tak ganti ke Korea.
Ganti bahasa Indo nggak bisa?
Nggak ada pilihan. Mana? Katana, samurai ngerti lah dikit-dikit.
Nggak kuring.
Kan Killjoy. Duh. Turu dah nih, chambernya turu.
Oh, Iban.
Nyen ngurenin back info.
Chamber nggak punya turret anjir.
Kiri.
Bermain dah.
Kiri.
Emang nggak gini ya? Nggak
Biasa lah.
biasa dah.
Different battlefield, same crap.
Emang pas baru loading tuh just nggak merhatiin map. Kan kelihatan gambar map. Sebelum
Iya,
milih agen.
Bener lah.
Aku orang lihat sekejap habis itu lupa.
Siap.
Bohong banget.
Tidak akan berkomentar lagi.
Serius, Cok.
Ya, itu
hilang,
serius.
ingat.
Itu serius.
Longshot memori.
Nerima servisan customer baru tadi sore aja bisa lupa. No comment.
Mana ya itu kekurangan dan kelebihan orang pasti ada ya.
Siap. Oke. No comment.
Dah. Tentara terus siap.
B B B B.
Aku
Iya, ada juga.
nge-push nih sampai sini nggak ada
Oh,
fake
nah.
info lagi. Lihat Brim nge-push sampai mana. Lihat.
Saya kira orang B nya lari-lari.
Hanya banyak
Semuk nih.
Jauh nggak nyampe.
4-4-nya.
Sok-sokan nge-push. Mouse ku
Spike
mati.
planted.
Smoke's down. Reloading.
Res 78 ya, res 78.
Tembakin tolong itu ya.
Hal.
Gen.
Last player standing.
55. Nggak ed.
Tapi kalau dapat omen tuh low to bridge. Aku hit 25. Emang biar kenapa diganti bahasa Korea bang? Biar kulit bisa jadi lebih putih anjing. Biar haseyo. Pengeluaran skill haseyo.
Seo.
Haseyo.
Yo.
Tadi gara-gara fake info tadi tuh emangnya
Oh betul.
Gaji.
kita noleh maaf jadinya. Suaranya di A kok B?
Iya, Ci, kalian kenal banget.
Open up the sky haseyo. Oh ini Ben.
Coba.
Launching smoke.
B. Push midnya.
Gak sama Nova.
Bimen 1 Raji. Build up.
Overthinking
Spike
dia.
down, attacker spawn. One
Drop.
enemy remaining.
Belakangku ini.
Sabar, aku datang.
Ambil spek dah. Sini.
CT.
Lo.
Bohong banget anjing.
Aku one hit.
Healing.
Bohong banget sih.
Lihat, oh dua.
Orang
Cool
ada.
buy nih? Cool buy?
Tadi
Bye bang, bye.
Bridge
Bye.
low tapi 25 doang.
Nah tadi aku bilang 25.
Yes.
Jess yang bilang lu. Just
Sentinel
55.
Yes. Sentinel Jess.
Tipu gitu loh.
They've got nerve.
Sini Kak Ji. Fix sini.
Ah.
Sudah,
Oh,
tinggal.
semakin adu. Jauh kali soalnya posisinya.
Smoke's down.
Lord.
No one B.
Wih, siapa mas maju tuh? Sabar.
Kakinya tak tembak.
Ikut dia.
Kakinya tak tembak.
Yuk, lompatin. 1, 2, 3.
One
Lompatin.
enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Lompatin.
Lag
Di mayat
tadi
tuh
pada
ada senjata.
patah.
Mela.
Di mayatku ada phantom J.
Di depan.
Sabar. Jangan ditepis dulu.
Apa dia, Evan?
Dah,
Oh,
tepis
boleh
dah.
aja.
Lah, nggak dapet aja.
Scanning ahead.
Kok nuggetnya kok nge-mute Discord ya?
Ya di
No more
mute
doubts.
mic.
We're ready.
Mana mau denger suara lo?
Trust me, I adore you. You.
Betin Kak Ji.
Oke.
Kita ganti crosshair. Oke, kita ubah ini.
Udah TP lo bangkainya. Res.
Mulai di rush gitu tuh. 56 Reja.
Down.
Just ngajak
Maju
ngobrol.
Ropis, maju.
Kena.
Maju.
Weh, donak gitu, cok. Bangsat sih.
Reja 56.
Planted. Last player standing.
Kiri, Sagi. Kiri. Astaga, Sagi. Ayo.
Hil.
Hil. Bosal.
Lihat kan,
Bosal. Nah,
bangsat. Kontol.
Let them try to get through me.
Sentinel.
Apa pakai OP tuh? B.
Gak tau mau limang di arah op nah gini ultinya. Ah, mungkin dia di depan.
Deploying drone.
Siapa Sopan? Oh, Nova goblok. Atas.
Weh, udah masuk.
No more.
Heal.
Spike planted.
Ah, OP ku di heaven.
Shot down.
Cari info.
Hell satu.
Eliminated.
Sabar.
Gen dua-duanya.
Player standing.
Astaga lama.
One enemy remaining.
Gen tadi. Bisa tipis sih.
Oh, gen.
Yo. Turu bang. Hell.
No one else could do this.
Turu bang, turu aja bang.
OP heaven.
Jap.
OP heaven.
Clutch.
TP. Kiri. Itu.
Jong nih.
Ngomong nih, heaven.
Bang. Weh. Yes.
Heaven. Di sana ternyata.
Kan awan hilang.
DC mati listrik. Nggak bisa main deket. Selalu ngeras mainnya mereka.
Aku bilang kayak timpalnya cok.
Mang, bye.
Weh. Angin sama aku nggak aktif suara gini.
Dia.
Tidak aktif suara apa? Request.
Mending.
Drone.
Smoke's down.
Aku.
Mid banyak.
Mid ke wall. Kambingnya di wall. 3 orang mid tadi ya.
Ya. Banyak harusnya.
Kontol ayam busuk.
Shot down.
Ada heal nggak?
Nggak.
OP ku. Asyik.
Ada di B.
Launching smoke.
Beres di B.
Wih,
Molly.
Midnya maju nih. Jangan. Ping mang. Bantu bunuh.
Remaining.
BB.
OP las.
Seconds left.
OP las.
Penting.
OP las.
Satchel out.
Spike planted.
Iya di sini.
Astaga.
Sorry.
OP.
Nggak OP dia, OP bimin.
OP bimin tolong OP bimin.
Ambil nggak dia? Ini aku ambil OP. Ambil gini ya.
Dibuang sama dia. Asli.
Kontol bridge.
Diffuse kan dapat ulti ya?
Iya cuy, udah penuh padahal dia. Malah nggak ada. Kalau di defuse masih lama waktunya tuh mang.
Enggak dong.
Udah setengah apalagi di defuse. Aduh, chill.
Kita meledak, ntar salah lagi.
Duh.
Tulis sih timpal request.
Nah, sabar sih. Beti aja pasangin opat.
Gula dan gen pasangnya no.
Ini cara IB yang baru request yang beli hangat sih bang.
Panggil nama bang, panggil nama siapapun.
Yang peduli, Jang.
Nah, kan
Launching
terserah.
smoke.
Let's go.
Smoke's
You
down.
should run.
Nggak bisa counter.
Oh, udah di heaven.
Main unknown.
Spike planted.
Hancurin.
Gen.
Sabar.
Smoke's down.
Ini kenapa?
Return to
Killjoy.
nest.
L satu break.
Beacon down.
One enemy remaining.
Bisa break.
Hell. Tadi dia nge-flash.
Reloading.
Give me.
Healing.
Team
Itu mah masih lama, kalau udah setengah itu bisa nunggu teman dulu nge-defuse.
Iya.
Jangan
Maaf ya.
kerengko gitu main.
Play's not working. Call
Bentar,
time.
bentar.
Kita main tim nih.
Need equipment.
Iya.
Kalau tahu teman butuh defuse lagi satu diambil defuse-nya ceker, bacanya langsung.
Apa sih?
Di ngasih tuh, sang tutur aja. Karena di mana mah.
Size.
Ngombe di dia nih cicing.
Tutur sang man.
B. Mid link banyak, mid link. No cap.
Launching smoke.
Jauh kali drone-nya, Pak.
Molly.
Si di mid sekarang sih.
Mang, jangan dijagain wall-nya, Mang.
Mid.
Mid.
Ame kali.
Aku slow.
Kebelah.
Dia aku no. Smoke aja.
Waduh.
Smoke's down.
one enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Through the smoke.
Bocor.
For approach.
Tung di blencor.
Reloading.
If you're not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
Wan, lempar suruh op ke sini, Wan. Kalau ada yang ngambil op, aku ulti langsung. Suruh op.
Forward.
Aku dengar step dulu sambil. Jangan ada ngerti dulu.
B.
Off your feet. Launching smoke.
Ulti bimen.
Take flight.
Nah.
Open up the sky.
Weh, yang hijau tuh.
Planted.
Samping pintu.
Enemy down.
Astaga, Jess lewatin si Jess.
Awang sang.
See ya.
One enemy remaining.
Planter.
Wih, bangsat.
OP. Bimin market. Aduh dah.
Lob.
Masa di pintu dah, saya ngenah ya nak.
Ya, masih.
Reloading.
Itu dia di.
We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
Ayo.
Jadi lu setelah pisang.
Can open.
Den.
Itu 6.000 pesingnya tuh.
Merci.
Kan Yuri kan timpang lapis. Dia biasanya itu aja cetik lo mainin lo.
Beliin lu Bang Jefrikz.
Udah.
Oh udah, oke. Mid link. Ini terus B ini kalian berdiri terus kok.
Nah, jadi sama.
Sekali mati duluan lah.
Baiter. Fucking baiter.
Peter.
Banyak. Sini.
Tuh lihat.
Emen ada. Emen ada ya.
Flick of the year.
Emen ada robotnya QJ masih berdetik. Ditarik.
Lari dia.
Astaga, atas 20 goblok. Atas 20. Wah, nice.
Sini keduanya nih.
Ya, dua-duanya Emin.
One enemy
Nggak
remaining.
usah sisa satu.
My time.
30 seconds left.
Anjing kok gitu bangsat.
Launching smoke.
Maju.
Udah dibunuh duluan.
Stim beacon here.
Oh. Kamen asal kamen.
Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this.
Ini kaji ke sana kaji.
Here.
Oke.
Tembak-tembakin.
Here.
Stim beacon here.
Terus 31.
Oh, sama
Qjail lah.
Barrier created.
Baru aku dapat sambal gaya bang. Tadi udah sambal gaya nggak online nih si Gio nih.
Healing.
Tuh killjoynya incer. Killjoynya nah, tuh dulu salah.
Spike down mid.
Nova yang nge-push, Rompi yang nge-kill.
Last round in the half.
Halftime.
teori sabar ya guys ya.
Pak, sini Pak, di tag Pak, Recon Pak. B Pak. Aku Odin kan.
Kemana nih?
Recon Bimen lah. Odin guys. 2 lagi aku beli Odin. Udah gak perlu reload.
Gun here.
2 aku beli Odin.
Revealing area.
Mid.
Sini. Oh di mid dong.
Oh, mid nih, smoke. Midnya di smoke, Cuk.
Mati aku.
Bom. Coba kita mau
People
anterin.
tuh ya.
Angkat beli.
Ada sing wantul.
Tembak pakai wall.
Masih ada dua.
Awas di belakangmu Mang.
Stim beacon down.
Sini kami 2 orang.
Nah, satu.
Ini cacat.
Astaga, Odin Nichi.
Cacat.
One enemy remaining.
Lagi satu.
Razi tadi shot.
Kali
Razi Garden.
jangan kali mulu.
Evan.
Butuh.
Diurutin.
Oh my god.
Langsung bergaya anjing.
Switching
Drink some
sides.
water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
Jangan suren weh.
Nyen, kedengeran kain.
Biasa, Jess, biasa.
Lihat di live gue yang ada ya.
Sila emang nih.
Sing. Default.
Pan, kalau ke B plan
Ini kalau nggak salah rekonnya
plan
Right
sini.
here.
Masalah sini rekonnya sofa. Terus pandel 2 kali.
Gimana?
Nih. Mepet di Kak J itu.
Lihat ping anjing.
There.
Ping. Mandul sekali.
Take flight.
Dia ngedrone ke Deci.
Mana ngebron? Jantuk.
Reloading.
Scanning ahead.
Woi, apaan tuh?
Kulkas.
Kill me. Kill belakang.
Healing.
Takut. Dekat. Kulkas.
Kiri di kulkas.
Udah balik dia ke B4 weh.
B4,
Sini. Sini B5.
Aduh, bisa.
Tidak penting ingat.
Plant the spike.
Ini kosong.
Di bawah kan.
30 semuanya. Main 30.
Diam dia ya, butuh suara.
Main 30 semuanya, main 30 ya. Main 30 semua.
Diam.
Lupa line up-nya sih.
Tembak anjing.
Tiga puluh semua.
Enemy A.
Ini 30 semua ya, 30.
Molly. Nice.
Semoga pas, aku lupa line up-nya.
One enemy remaining.
Keleng kan nggak pas.
Cover line up sih.
Ulang. Aku lagi nyari. Berubah sih, aneh.
Nggak mungkin lah.
Iya, aku biasa Molly yang biasanya line up tuh di atas gen dia.
Map tak mau kan bang.
Enggak, titiknya. Pasti ini berubah nih gininya nih.
Ini tak ping Oh, ini tak ping.
Lari.
Mana?
Oh enggak bye nih.
Bye.
Astaga, bayar apa enggak sebenarnya?
Bye.
Bye.
Just OP dia.
Bagian
Kak J?
Nyari line up.
Oh gitu.
Wine cek.
Wih, aku mau ke gen nih.
Ada dawan. Kanan.
Main ke A.
Ras aja. Masukin.
Komen ke A.
Ayo, balik.
B-nya kosong. B-nya kosong.
B-nya balik. Ke B. Ke B guys.
Ya.
B-mainnya di push ya, B-mainnya di push sama dia.
Garden ada lari ke garden satu.
Aku lihat mid beli apa?
Oh, udah. Satu garden.
Keleng.
Rena garden.
One enemy
Killjoy
remaining.
nge-push B.
Sini.
30 seconds left.
Belum nyampe ya. Sorry.
Astaga, troller.
Last player standing.
Tiamat.
Down A. Clutch.
Astaga.
Adi mang kopler tuh cicing.
Kopler. Astaga.
Player kayak goblok si Epen orang anjing.
cai fake info goblok.
Kok aku?
Dia katanya Bimena Killjoy push.
Oh, itu dong chamber. Ada info
Udah
apa?
balik berarti dia ngerti deh gitu aja nggak ngerti.
Tapi aku ditutup tadi pintunya, jadi aku mecahin pintu dulu.
Ini biar aman saatnya. Biar nggak ada yang ngepus.
Sip. Kalah.
Ada aku hero bye. Nah.
Kijo nih. Aduh.
Coba deh.
Astaga.
Anjing kena flick sih. Aku nggak bawa senjata.
Launching smoke.
Oh,
Oh, mampus kan.
astaga.
Mampus. Jos gandos.
Saya pandalku dong.
Bangsat, ada bantuan ya sih.
Revealing area.
Hebat. Bukan.
Udah keren hit itu.
Pandal di top mid, pandal top mid. Samping bangkainya Jess.
Mencuri maju nih.
Kill 1 res nih menang. Anjay. Maju.
Rest.
Nice. Res yang jago.
Udah pasti Brim lah, smoker penting.
Your duty is not.
Benar. Granat mang. Tolong lah.
Ke aja.
Ayo bebas yuk. Cepet.
Ada start garden?
30 seconds left.
Oh
Ada
enggak.
satu bunuh gardennya ayo. Sage spike ayo lindungi.
Smoke's down.
B aja lari dah, ke B lari dah. Nah,
Ke B.
10
Wall CT-nya.
seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nggak jadi. Terus itu orang Ari.
60 dah hit tuh.
Nice.
Stim beacon here.
Gak ada apa-apa.
Point.
Sampai steam beacon nyari senjata. Tak balas Renata.
Sendirian.
Does anyone have fun? Merci.
siapa beli stiker 7 balik?
Baik.
Jawab
At
nggak
some
bro?
point we'll have to get the spike.
Ini recon backside langsung.
Ini Nova Stinger mantep.
Woi,
Pantul dong. Pantul sekali.
oh,
Dekat. Balik dah.
Astaga, Rena jago Marcel.
Siapa tuh? Siapa mati Marcel terus tuh?
Iya sih.
Gen.
Anjing kok gitu Jopi.
Lawan tuh Marcel Rena. Yuk lawan ya, duel-duelin Marcel Rena.
Nih. Heal dong, ada heal nggak?
Ada
Bridge
dong.
gen.
For you.
Bridge gen. Hell.
Dasar.
Lawan Marcel Rena. Udah aja nak.
Hell kiri. Lu orbin dah.
Seconds left.
Bom dah, apa dah. Balik. Saving.
Last player.
Salah
Spike
ngobrol.
down A.
These new friends of ours.
Udah kah?
Friendly.
Tanyain aja dia udah gitu. Tanyain musuhnya. Biar bener nih gitu. Ya udah.
Belum nyuruh kenapa lu sekarang
Udah.
sudah.
Enggak maaf ya.
Aku beliin bulldog man.
Big tim dong.
Aku bilang.
Panda aja beliin aku. Panda.
Tak cukup.
Apa? Ya.
Spike dropped. I have the spike.
Mau ke pamitnya
Mau commit? Minta nih. Kan tak ada commit.
Bomb buddy out.
Deploying drone.
Here.
Reset.
Smoke's down.
Wih, ding bangsat. Ding rasanya.
Buta.
Nggak buta. Cih. Heal diri sendiri. Ya, nggak heal kebuka posisi.
One enemy remaining.
Killjoy orang A paling.
Aring.
Udah set up.
Di ulti nih.
Quick run.
TP dong.
Scanning ahead.
I am not pleased.
Attackers win.
You were in my way, so this wasn't.
Respect my union.
GG nggak adik-adik?
Too easy.
Duh, Ci.
Gua kan tak kiri dibilangin. Aja gini.
Geleng. Ci.
Relasi boleh. Udah.
Berhenti.
I'm so fucking pretty. Verifier masih buka aja?
Enggak lah, buat sini.
SPL terus pasti buka man.
Kan melekat semua buka dan money buka.
mulai kayaknya nih.
Match found.
Oh, 12 menit.
lah sih. Mau nonton.
Nonton langsung.
J nobar VCT J, aku nonton live-mu J.
Ya.
Info map.
Ban.
Tuh. Kayak apa? Sky.
Fracture gitu ya dari belakang situ ya. Sama aja fracture pakai chamber anjing.
Apa, Jabar. Main. Di ban chamber dipatahin terus trapnya. Males.
Tembak
Guys.
Viper ya. Apa Brim?
Hyper wall lurus.
Yoi.
Bebas. Brim boleh, Brim aja.
Brim aja. Lebih lama.
JJ main Brim, benernya aku main.
Kowe main sniper nggak pernah masang trap anjing.
Apa leh?
Ci.
Killjoy, you control the admin account on my bracer. I might need you to reset the password.
Reloading.
Dia main Brim, smoke-nya 3 apa beli ghost ya?
Smoke 3 sama Ghost.
Gaji, push gaji, upaya gaji.
Gitu aja gitu. Oke.
Lambat.
Telat nanti next run.
Ya.
Udah detik segitu baru ngajakin gimana?
Ya. Tahu dah. B-nya nggak ada barang.
Mungkin one smoke. Dorong. Aku B lah.
Badroom.
Sini patahin Pak.
Badroom bersih.
Bersih nggak?
Bersih harusnya.
Bersih.
Oh, masih di sini dong. Ini pojokan. Masih ini. Sini. Lem.
Spike planted.
Ih.
One enemy remaining.
Ih, nggak ada dia. Bet.
Bet.
Main pelan tekoi sentinel sih.
Mana deh? Set.
Siapa kayak
Parah.
Tenang.
Drive them crazy, Raze.
Tenang.
Good at that.
Boswood perang sih murder kok. Jangan polisi India.
Kayak judge soal mau nge-push sekarang itu.
Nggak lah.
Look out for their rift walker. Placing sentry.
Jangan ada turun ketahuan.
Kan dia nge-Q turret dulu tuh.
Nah,
Lu harusnya tuh jaga elbow, jaga lem.
B.
Big lah yang
Aduh,
suwer Ci.
Sincang.
Oh sih.
Long ya. Nice, smoke.
Kamu tak big.
Baki ya miss nih, first shot. 14 ya?
Ya, langsung.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Ada.
Ini cuk. Waduh.
Dekat banget kan,
Masuk di area masuk. Ya udah ke A.
Ended.
Planting.
Spike planted.
Angkat aku sih.
Recalling my bot.
Ini kalah dari D masa.
Aduh, hero-nya masih dari B.
Jangan memasak.
Kena, cari.
Wah, di kirinya ada no.
Reloading.
Ada Spectrum.
Bomb buddy.
Udah pegang Spectrum. Ya, kena.
Player
Ya.
50.
Sorti itu.
Siapa ya yang kagetan info itu?
Farm would do these fellas good.
Semua langsung rotate cuk, anjing.
Ini Sakainya ini panik dia.
Oh,
Yes,
sih.
kayaknya disalahin sih. Dia mati ngebokong ngapain?
Spike out.
Yaci.
Ada di
Bokong sih.
ada yang ngebokong.
Scanning ahead. Found them. Deploying drone.
Masuk lem.
Oh, 90. 90 euro.
Spike planted.
Telat, nolinya telat. Euro 90 ada Sagi sih.
TP. Siapa TP?
Multiple enemies A.
Jawab.
Fake. Kalau nggak ada info juga siapa yang TP.
Smoke's down.
Dua di belakang ada cuk.
Blinded.
Pergi.
Reloading.
Udah balik lah dia.
Last player.
Ah, di kiri patah.
You're up. Stay safe. We're going back in. Placing sentry.
Dentro di seci.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Fokus batu mah.
Ini cuk.
Belum masuk. Udah masuk.
Astaga.
Bot coming back.
Semua
Recalling my bot.
Lemnya sih,
Spike
lemnya.
planted.
Take flight.
Semua.
Scanning ahead.
Last player standing.
Kuping.
Pelan.
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
Coba sini bertiga cuk.
Dan beneran lurking terus ya.
Ya kayak iya dia main.
I got yous, okay?
Hemat yang main dah.
Here.
You want to play? Let's play.
Go get him. Grenade. Reloading.
Kena anjing.
Ciao.
Siapa nih?
Oh, ada bednya. Yoru 26.
Scout destroyed.
Who's next?
Hawk out.
Yoru dari bed, yuk.
Blinded. Seek them out. Found one.
Oh, Euronya deket. Euronya deket.
Ya,
Oh, TP dia TP.
Wih lah.
Oh, teleport kan tuh.
B. Fix B.
Memang, yang flash ya. Flashing.
That's done.
Euro per second nih, Euro per second. Kayak trick deh. I know that.
TP, long.
Bot coming back. Healing over here.
Elbow malong.
One enemy
Backside,
remaining.
tuh mati.
Long.
Cara story sana Ci. Jangan flash. Karena caci.
Thrifty.
Apa sih?
Anjir ada story WA sana.
Ah, bawa.
Lucu jadi Ci.
Ih, kok Nugget nggak ngambil senjata? Backshot banyak li senjata.
Nggak dapet.
Temen kelong.
Jat ulti flash tanah caci.
Kambul deh sih nggak.
Oh, goblok.
Ada kene deh sih.
Turret out.
Aku nahan B lah. Kalaupun udah rame,
Don't overthink it.
tetap
That's my
tahan
job.
B.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Ada. Nggak tahu.
Song?
Bet.
Nggak ada liat bed.
Oh, ini loh.
Boy,
Bot coming
ya
back.
ramai noy.
Lah 3.
Udah tutup semua.
Brimnya di
Masa,
TP.
belum masa,
Brimnya
belum
dalam
masa.
TP.
Oh, bro-nya masih situ pak.
Nih. Push. Yuk, flash mau nggak? Masih TP.
Sana
Nyangkut, sorry. Dah, gampang kali. Mas, makan.
Astaga, sobatnya on point terus deh.
Swarm grenade out. Placing sentry. Healing over here.
Tak dok.
Spike planted.
Scout destroyed. Hawk out. Found them. Killed my bot. Reloading. Turrets destroyed.
Iya, di atas deh.
Last player standing.
di sana.
Ente guys.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Wih, kok bisa belanja ya? TP nih apa sih?
Alarm bot out.
Sports.
Turret out.
Unik, keleng.
Ah,
Iya.
Siapa sih yang suruh nge-push itu? Kita defender loh. Ya, jangan macam biasanya kok. Sorry.
anjing udah ngebat. Astaga, gobloknya. Bet 1. Bet 2.
Chamber lurking.
Masuk tuh.
Gue anjing.
Spike planted.
Lat wan. Ah.
Terus mana?
Last player standing.
Utility-mu keluarin, Bang.
Kayak next match.
Benar, next match.
doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or two. Let me know if you need healing. Turret out.
Welcome back. I can feel it.
Ini cuk.
Enemy spotted B.
Teleport dia gambar.
Kiri cang nih.
Headshot.
Enemy spotted A.
Placing swamp
Spike planted.
Hilang man tuh.
One down.
One enemy remaining.
Kelas. Wih, menang mantap.
Pojok.
Iya. Hilang cicing apa?
Senjata. Banyak sih.
Champion tuh champion.
Nggak ada yang top rank juga.
Nggak ada.
I'll crab walk next time. Make it easier for ya.
Prime.
Don't work as mates. Just keep it up.
Report ya, beli apa? Report.
Thanks.
Mari kita coba report putih.
Iya jatuh.
Memang push bang, bukannya bang.
Alarm bot out.
Yo.
Placing sentry.
Langsung.
You want to play? Let's
Wih,
play.
tang nih mau blind tuh.
Balik. Tuh, push. Meres.
Ras langsung ulti bang.
Udah pakai begitu.
Sabar.
Delete bombot kah?
Online awas mau pick chamber mati.
You will not kill my allies.
Rift Walker's dead. Enemy spotted B.
Red chamber.
Spike down B.
Udah TP. Pak, dapat chamber pak.
Down and out.
Gone here.
Telat.
Sini.
One enemy remaining.
Lem.
Buta dia.
Mahit tuh.
Woi.
Apa lama?
Pisau kentot.
Buang pisau.
Reloading. Another fight?
Mau
Clean
misal
slate.
cuk.
Let's leave whatever happened in the past. Turret out. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Quick peeks now.
Main pasif sih.
Ya.
Ya di elbow aja di wall.
Yang penting ada info ke elbow. Sama. Ada info ke orang masuk
Sini
elbow.
rame.
Who's next?
Enemy spotted A.
Aku tahan.
Dulu 80 yo.
Lem.
Enemy spotted A.
Wih. Dalam
Spike
aku di
planted.
smoke tuh.
Recalling my bot.
Damn bro.
Chamber belum ketahuan ya. Sama plan dan.
Bot coming back.
Aduh, Kleng, aku nyemuk no. Swing jello tuh.
Ke elbow dah.
Last player standing.
80. Oh ke heal. Berapa ke hit bang?
If you're not a good shot,
50.
don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Reloading.
Sekarang ini ke B. Orang-orang die.
Placing sentry.
Oh.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
TP.
Dia lihat apa? Buka kan?
Kau. Nice. Bet.
Room.
One enemy remaining.
Bet last.
30 seconds left.
Anjing.
Last round before the switch.
Spend those spreads before we lose them.
Tanpa aku reka OP satu poin.
Placing sentry.
Tapi setup.
Dia mau OP request ya.
Tahu senjata lu.
Can I get this?
Malah Sky tak beli.
Oke.
Time thanks.
Ih, gimana ceritanya nih? Nggak ambil posisi kan? Holy just nih.
Yes, disalahin.
Tadi dalam sih.
Pusi TP tolol.
Ya maaf.
Turret down.
Launching smoke.
Spike down B.
Sini. Kanan. Ini tadi ada orang kayak.
Spike planted. Last player
What?
standing.
Nowhere to run.
Good.
Chamber tak tahu no, sumpah.
They're concussed.
Literal udah bener lah ke Bino.
Switching sides.
I may have jammed my fingers.
Ngetrol nih.
Fingers.
Tuh, soal dibilang.
Ayo, aku nak background dah.
Baru pakai akunnya isi.
Kalau serius tuh.
Literal tak basta.
Reloading.
Mana nih?
BB.
Rekonan tak pakai sini apa ke backside?
Right here.
Di ujung.
Backset bagusan sih.
Yoru asli tuh TP tuh.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
Grenade.
Box.
Kalau bisa ada di siapa nggak slow opsi ini sama. Aduh nggak punya secel lagi.
Elbow.
Elbow ada semuknya no, nggak masuk no. Nggak beli semuk kan?
Spike Spike down B.
Elbow ada satu.
Asli nggak boleh smoke.
Beli kayak banget.
Plank satu.
Elbow satu.
Kayak smoke-nya.
Smoke-nya anjing.
Bar.
Goblok.
Powers out.
One enemy remaining.
Buka.
Buka confirm. Turun dah turun.
Udah smoker kita sih. Sampai teman entry belum ada smoke.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't just shoot. You have to think.
Gue nge-troll memang.
Parah tuh. Teret.
Don't keep the ground.
Take flight. Enemy tag.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down B.
Reloading.
Lo banget.
Get it.
Scanning ahead.
Sini.
Play. Smoke.
Elbow satu.
Sabar.
Wih, elbow pakai gini deh. Pakai baki.
Dalam smoke deh, dalam smoke.
Last player standing.
Ih, aku
Lat.
di side.
Spike down B.
Three for me.
SS.
Jangan jongkok.
Awalnya coba ya.
Kalau gitu jangan.
We move as a unit,
Gue
okay?
mana?
Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
Tiba-tiba kenceng dia nesunya. Kena steam beacon.
Spike there.
Aku kelem. Ya lu samping. Gimana tuh?
Ding, yaudah ding. TP paling.
Ada tuh di kanan.
Yaudah ding.
Play.
Di lem ada juga.
Placing sentry.
Gue timing dah.
Last player.
120 chamber.
Spike down A.
115 euro, 120 chamber.
Taken down.
Lo 115.
Gila.
120 chamber.
We're here because
Ente,
we're
ente.
the best. Don't any of you forget that.
Spike dropped.
Revealing area.
Teman sini ngambil up dia. Oh. Bilangin Rico-nya buat backside. Elbow, Sagi ke elbow.
Tunggu.
Hawk out.
Dalam gerbang nih.
Rame udah rame kesini.
Bomb buddy out.
Ada di bertera.
Rift walk is spike areas down.
Spike down B.
Wih,
Last player standing.
A fine there.
tunggu udah ada ulti. Brimnya pakai Odin.
Lecang kau ni man. Prim.
If you need help
Ya.
figuring out how,
Aku ngeliatin nge-kill Sage-nya yang di elbow. Terbredel.
Bahaya. Ntar siapa enggak?
Time to mobilize my pack.
Nggak ada.
Gue maju sopanya.
Prepare for hellfire.
Terus 5.
Sopanya.
Last
Iya.
player standing. Flawless.
Yaudah. Tahan
Harus main kencang, Cuk.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that? On my mark.
Sebenarnya kita mau nge-push yang mana sih dari tadi nih?
Ngapus langsung ya aku gitu Rick.
Di sini ada, di sini, di sini.
Benar.
Nggak ada ngomong kayak gitu dari tadi kita ngomongin.
Find the weak
Nah,
point
sih ya,
and
kelong.
fight.
Right here.
Makasih.
Backside isi, elbow.
Nggak usah direcon.
Ukahnya maju-maju. Hati-hati ukahnya maju-maju.
Ada dekat. Kiri. Bisa kiri. Wah, parah banget.
Smuk dulu.
Kiri clear.
Ulti.
Udah pakai gitu.
Scanning ahead.
Ulti.
There they are.
Who's next?
Waduh.
Astaga, GG lah.
Out of here.
Last player standing.
Apa itu?
Match point.
Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Brakes? Nowhere in sight.
Aku mas ngeliatin
Tinggi, Pak,
kirinya.
tinggi. Nggak bisa kalau ngentri satu arah itu.
Stim beacon here.
Dekat nih.
Reloading.
Udah teleport ya anjing.
Smoke's down.
Smokin. Nggak ada di atas.
Balik triple box.
Oh, nggak dibalik dia ngepick. Nice. Smoke anjir.
Spike down A.
Astaga, smoker.
Bokongku.
Bokong semok.
Barriers down.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Sopan
standing.
nih, Bet.
GG lah. Kok kayak jarang nyemuk? Main Sentinel jarang nge-trap.
Pakai next match.
Main smoke jarang smoke.
Pakai next match.
Mana ini?
GG Allah ya pi.
Lanjut.
Yap, main yap.
Aja ingin main.
DBD. Mumet banget mainnya terus.
Sambal guys ya. Lu ngana?
Yang mana?
Kok kalah? Ya nih. Lagi nge-troll semua.
Down rank.
Nugget sama rompis nge-troll. OTW.
Siapa bilang gitu? Siapa bilang?
Nggak aku bilang.
Oh, kayaknya.
Aku ngecek karir.
Match found.
Ya.
Kemenangan.
Relax. I've already thought of everything.
Bener ya, iya.
Kenapa ya? Ah. Kan ada di sofa sejati, Cona.
Sofa. Padi sofa.
Yang mana aku pilih? Yang mana
Pade.
aku pilih?
Tadi.
Pade
Enak
nih.
nge-clear tuh. Bimin, Aimin. Kayak lele. Ya, kipasku mati.
Yuk. Las kita nonton. Cek dulu.
Udah mulai emang?
Tadi lagi 13 menit 13 menit atau 29 menit nih?
Udah mulai ya. Gas.
Mana bisa goblok.
LTF 4 bisa.
Sajikan makan malammu hanya dalam 30 detik. Siapkan 200.
Jadi mereka mau
Belum
ngeband apa?
mulai.
Kayak gak ada yang peduli. Mau main di mana aja.
Baru decider map.
Neon renang.
Langsung suren ya.
Hey, Riz, what up, my queen? Make we go show them how it's done, girl.
Kencang bajaknya.
Pasti A mereka.
Turn out. Placing swarm grenade. Careful here. Careful here.
Pasti A itu ya? Iya.
Pasti.
Careful here. Placing
Pasti
swarm grenade.
kontol.
Pasti.
Nah, kalau OB ya retake apa
Careful
man?
here.
Pasti 5A.
Comms.
I'll find you.
Iya. Bebe.
Nah yo.
Midnya awas nggak tahu.
Bot coming back.
They're blind with fear.
Ada nih dekat di jaga depan.
Spike planted.
Lihat market, pintu market.
Waduh.
Ada heal nggak? Pakai ya?
Remove.
Lane di lane Rena.
One enemy remaining.
Healing you.
Main bareng.
Main bareng.
Nice.
Reloading. Placing sentry.
Oh, jangan ortoan.
Reloading.
Itulah, thank you. Asa batan, tap today.
Reloading.
Pula, thank you.
They should probably reevaluate their approach.
Bagi ghost dah.
Tuh, apa?
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade.
Bagi ghost juga deh kalau bisa. Nggak bisa ya?
Placing sentry.
Ngapa?
Apa?
Buang. Mana?
Where are you?
Nah, ghostnya hilang anjing.
Oh.
Placing swarm grenade.
Nah, smoke nggak?
Swarm
Masuk.
grenade.
Tarik nggak?
Belum, jangan ditarik dulu. Tak delay pakai
Ada
mouse
yang bilang
gitu.
tarik, ada yang enggak. Kompak dong.
Belum masuk, Cok.
Aku jaga backside ya, nggak tak lihat Bimin bisa lihat.
Midnya awas.
Nggak lihat. B.
Midnya liatin.
Udah semua, Jess?
Belum di Bimin banyak bisa balik nih.
Many enemies B. Mark 2. Soul shots. They're blind with fear.
Pak, hati-hati belakangmu, Pak ya.
Bimin.
30 seconds
Goblok.
left. One enemy remaining.
Buat nyata nggak mereka?
Enggak.
Enggak.
Ini bukan sens, mati.
Yuk, bantai yuk. Kanan.
Flawless.
Flawless. What did you expect?
Kita beli tandal sekarang.
Drive them crazy, Raze. You're good at that.
Yes, Vandal. Nice. Lebih powerful gitu bonus round kita.
Placing alarm
Ih,
bomb.
belum.
Placing swarm grenade. Turret out.
Jess, kalau udah hilang gini ku baru main tarik sini, Jess.
My copy.
Careful here. Placing swarm grenade.
Siap.
I'll find you.
Top mid satu.
Masih ngedrone. Ya,
Pet kanan.
Found them. Swarm grenade out. Shoot them down.
We tend to dust.
Tapi mati.
Demin satu step.
Tapi
Top mid tadi satu ya.
Udah mati.
Demin masih satu step.
Si Brimstone dah.
mid. Turun.
Wah, dapat.
Headshot. Mark 2.
Baru 2 mid ya.
Sini. Sofa 78.
Aku dapat Bimin. Ke Bimin deh. Semoga
Oke.
headshot.
Pas one.
Ya.
30 seconds left. One
Lagi satu.
enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spike down B.
And the enemy will
So clean.
Lempar senjata senjata Jess.
Ya, goblok.
Silence recommended.
Nice. Jangan dipaksa kalau udah nggak bisa, guys. Oh, ekonomi masih bagus.
Selinder.
Lempar senjata. Kocak anjing.
Ya dua sing lah di sini ampun.
Dari terakhir itu ngomong no.
Weh,
Bilang sih.
Placing swarm grenade.
Nyicil ya, rompis.
Alarm bomb out. Right there.
Recon apa gaji?
Nggak
Enggak.
ada recon ya.
Oh.
wih rame banget.
Nggak usah di-pick, mereka ikut.
Nggak usah.
Pick yang pasti menang aja.
Itu hoki ya.
Gimana?
Top mid lagi.
Mang.
Enggak,
Ya udah lari nih.
lengseng headshot kok.
Bimin satu.
Placing
Spike
swarm
down
grenade.
mid.
Spike spotted mid. Marked 1.
Udah lari top ini. Beam ini.
Enemy mid. Ciao.
Gitu maksudnya.
One enemy remaining.
Lagi satu. Belling.
30 seconds left.
Top mid.
Body top mid.
For their elite agents.
Di belling ke spawn deh.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Iya.
Reloading. Placing sentry.
Bang, Mbak request
Placing
protokol.
swarm grenade. Placing alarm bot.
Udah kontol.
Lu nggak mau pentam tuh kan maksudnya?
Iya.
Ih,
Jual protokol ke jual.
kayak maksud itu.
Mark 2.
Kurang beli mineral.
Recon B 1 ya.
Placing swarm grenade.
Ada
Mid.
B masih clear, belum ada masuk, belum ada ngepick.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted mid.
Saya shot,
Enemy
saya shot.
spotted mid. Enemy mid. Nightmare takes them. Marked 1.
midnya, ya awan dilepas dong.
Nggak, aman.
Bye bye bunga.
Ke arahmu dia, Fa.
Bot coming
Mid,
down.
mid, mid. Dari mid ditembakin turretku. Dilepas.
Ya ada nih
anjing.
midnya.
Ya ketarik smoke-nya.
Nih,
30 seconds left.
dari sini.
Kalian midnya Ci.
Awan cepet kalian tinggal misap cok.
Udah aku bilang ke arahmu, Fa.
Di sini cok.
Iya.
Spike planted.
Ya bentar.
Ya Ci, udah masih rame di A. Lawan rutut deh. Lagi on fire dia. Perhit.
One enemy remaining.
Bisa.
Last player standing.
Ah, something sih, Jas.
Nice.
Yuhu.
Have I told you you're okay? You're okay, fam. Good evening.
Mau tak tahan midnya. Oke, biar nggak nge-wall mid.
Taruh itu red. Aduh,
Ya.
ngelag.
Alarm bot
Taruh
out.
itu.
Aku nggak set upset dah demi jaga mid.
Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade.
Where are they?
Recalling my bot. Out of charges.
Careful here.
Diras anjing.
Out.
Dia-nya?
Alarm ke mati, Je.
Ya bimin. Belum. Nggak jadi ngeras. Lari doang. Oh, ke mid, pindah ke mid dia.
Found them.
Nice. Lagi bang. Standby.
Swing to
Kan?
sofa drone.
Tarik.
Ah be abi.
Oh aku yang
Dua-duanya.
Wih, kalian ketarik apa sih? Bangsat.
One enemy remaining.
Hampir dapat dua.
Sorry.
Kentot lagi ngepick cok.
Aku narik yang sini padahal lo. Masa kena?
Ya aku lo turun.
But maybe I should show you cross.
Ya,
Jadi,
siapa
kakak
tahu
itu.
kan di kanan ada.
Weh.
Ya.
Placing
Nah,
alarm
si
bot.
trap mid bertiga di mid. Cuy, kagak mas.
Placing
Round
swarm
trapnya
grenade.
mahal.
Lanjut.
Teşekkürler.
Kaji udah.
Udah ada yang beliin.
Time to work.
Placing sentry.
Careful here.
Di mana tuh?
Rotate cek dua. Nah,
Turretnya kontak, aku tarik mid pick ya.
ya.
Ini kayaknya mid link.
Bang, satu bang. Gak jadi.
Aduh, salah.
Dua orang bimin. Tiga orang bimin.
Tunggu, Bang.
Siap mid ya, siap mid. Kontak. Ada step mid.
Itu tapi
mid. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Play, sebenarnya sih.
Mohon, itu tuh ngambil-ngambil gak? Parah
Aku
sih.
di ulti mana Neon udah tak diemin.
Udah tahu temannya Is.
Oh,
Gak tahu orang dia baru triple kill.
4 cok.
Ngeles sih, ngeles.
Baru triple kill, tak bunuh 1, baru quad kill habis itu.
Di sini 4.
Benerin nggak? Benerin nggak?
Tol, kon.
Maaf lu.
Liga nih.
Aduh.
Nah, ini lagi jaga mid, tadi minta dirobotin. Kan aku setup.
Oh, di sini. Nah, kena aku anjing. Kaji masuk aja. B.
Ini Sagi ini bikin bingung gameplay.
Sopanya udah masuk mereka.
Masuk.
Jangan.
Enemy down.
Mati, Cang.
Ih, Clay.
Bagus sih cok.
Spike planted.
Wah, aku
One
ulti.
enemy remaining.
Dia gak tahu ulti, what?
Bring them down. Reloading.
Aku tunggu di spawn langsung biar cepet loadingnya.
That tech
Ah,
is
kan?
as good as their skill. And there we have some beat. Placing alarm bot. Careful. Placing swarm grenade.
Mau di A kah?
Terminated.
Versing siap.
You will not kill my allies.
Awas shortnya.
Initiated.
Balik dia lagi. Ulti aja.
Area's clear. Take them.
One enemy.
Bui sama ulti ciwi.
Polon ibu nih.
Halo kalau udah. Halo.
I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
Gue ngeri oke.
Jas.
Kill
Jas.
oke.
Tahu ah.
Sentinel, boy.
Meow lu.
Sombongan sih.
Alarm bot out.
Placing swarm grenade. Thank you.
Kelasnya kecok sih.
Pick top. Kayak pick topnya mawon. Biasanya belum ngepick sini sih.
Ini 3526.
Mati, Cang, Kenero.
Destroyed.
Tadi le. Nice.
Udah, aman.
Bilang kalau masuk udah tarik nih.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Belum.
Walah, limit link. Bilangnya sopan tadi.
Kok hitam panel?
Sofa bersatu. Dua. Menyemuk. Midnya was ya? Udah phone pick sana.
Target destroyed.
Lagi satu.
Spike down mid.
Aduh.
Last player
What?
standing.
Wah,
18.
30 seconds left.
Tengah.
kaget.
Tengah.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Betul, nahan biaya aja nggak bisa sih.
Udah ngekill satu. Terus. Ya. Barisnya ngetol.
Siapa?
Boleh sangat tuh.
Placing alarm bot.
Iya sih.
Placing swarm grenade.
Parah banget.
Makanya orang minta skin tuh dikasih. Kan bokeh.
Respon ya, respon.
Ini cok.
Smoke kak, tak smoke kak. Minta
Smoke.
Pak, fokus lihat emen pak. Lihat emen pak.
Tak tarik. Oh kan mati gitu nih yang ngerti combo. Nah kan S.
Anjing. Hel.
One enemy remaining.
Siapa sih yang nggak ada yang ngeliatin hell sih? Kalian apa ada?
Last
Ya,
round in the
berberapa di
half.
sana nggak ada latihan hell. Siapa pakai Sageku si Awan?
Ya aku dari garden sama Pak.
Matamu aku jaga A sendiri cok.
Ya kan ke di garden sama aku.
Iya, masa aku jaga sana? Mati aku.
Kan nggak ada orang. Ya.
Oh, ada yang di bawah tadi itu.
Alarm bot out.
Si Niga.
Swarm grenade.
Kalian apa?
Leng
kalian?
camar teko bangsat.
Sini dia tadi bangkit sini.
Careful here.
Turret down.
Ah,
Sage kill.
kalian terus sih.
Set
Oh
up.
combo.
Good.
Pick lagi nggak pick?
Ada heal. Aku nge-heal pony.
One enemy remaining.
Pick lagi nggak pick?
Wih.
Goblok.
Ini udah tertarik udah lu.
Bego.
Your duty is not over.
Ini hidupin lagi.
4K ya, OP.
Ya padahal biar pony dapat kill tuh. Ci.
Reloading.
Switching
Apa?
sides.
In the cold and dark.
Aku punya ulti ada.
Bilang aja biar ulti dipakai.
Iya bener.
Alasan.
Alasan
Doa aja
berniat
sih.
baik.
Kedok anjing, kedok.
Padahal niatnya buruk Riki.
Wih.
Niat buruk.
Tahu diri. Tahu tugas, wih.
Ah,
Ya,
betul,
ya. Berprek tolong plan spike-nya.
Cina nih no.
Keep them on the
Oh, aku mau plan sini Pak. Ini Pak, soalnya aku plan.
langsung nyadar. Plan di situ ya. Ras. Musuhnya Iko.
Kita juga.
Jo, udah smoke.
Maju nih.
Masuk. Siapa operasi ini?
Anjing, spike-nya anjing.
Woi,
Enemy spotted A.
turret down.
Di situ lagi.
Spike carrier is dead.
Astaga.
kalau dari tadi ngeplan bisa kabur.
Cicing.
Banyak cincang Sage.
Tolong dong yang lihat reveal tuh ditembak revealnya guys.
Heaven nggak tuh?
Ada gen kayaknya. Kayaknya.
Enggak.
Coba lihat.
Heaven.
Kayak juga di Ipal.
Neon pasti Evan. Bet 1 nak.
30 seconds left. Last player.
Wah, kiri dekat.
Pasti gitu dekat.
Ya sih. Iseng aja maju.
Pas baik
Force aja. Suka.
Blazing man, soal nge-force.
Ya, Stinger berlima ya.
Nge-force beli apa sih? Nge-force?
Stinger.
Lurus kok lurus.
Stingerku berkilau cok mas. Uhuy.
Di Dian di Spectre nah.
Right there.
Keleng.
Wait.
Sing cangkara malam.
Ya, aku mati aja harusnya sih. Ya nggak sih? nggak beli ulti.
Ada yang dijual lagi si bodoh better. Plan default please. Menang.
Bola.
Spike planted. Healing your back.
Weh, maleng.
Selamat berjuang guys.
Heal aku dong.
Nice.
Bangsat.
Placing swarm
Nice.
Berjuang.
grenade. One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Heal dong.
Selamat
Oh,
berjuang.
sorry ngetrol.
Anjing.
Les agen kena peluru serempet mati.
Bulldog tuh bangsat.
Udah stinger kan jadi menang kan. Oh,
Mantap yang beli klasik doang.
Ada yang takut stinger terus dijual sih.
sorry
Mantap.
nge-kill ya.
Mantap klasik mantap.
Nge-kill sorry.
Mantap klasik
Eh.
mantap. Di baiter temen-temennya disuruh buy anjing.
Aku ngeplan, aku nyemuk. Aku kan nge-kill juga.
Disuruh
Mana sih?
narik lagi, disuruh nyetir.
Placing alarm bot. Enemy spotted.
Rena lu parah.
Oper spec ini tak planin. Oper spec emang.
Sini, masuk deh. 1 2 3. Masuk.
Tutup nih pintunya.
Oh, tutup Cang. Jangan
Semua.
mati tuh.
Oh, lihat
Ikut aku. Semangat guys.
Bang Payu kan let up tim Parago.
Ya aku belum nomor Henry loh. Bang Anda
One
kan
enemy
sih.
remaining.
Bangsat.
Target destroyed.
Dikit ada.
Placing swarm grenade out.
Bangsa. Gue air susu dibalas air
Placing
mani.
swarm grenade out.
Lagi bengong gitu daripada kayak kesurupan dan
Okay.
Udah aku kill gitu balas air. Oke.
kayak bengong di sana kesurupan taruhan.
Dadah ya, thank you.
keren banget tuh, lihat tuh. Oh, Astra MPV bayangin.
Guys.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Live.
Thank you.
Gitu.
Weh,
Ini aja dah.
DBD Jess.
Bakal kembali Copenhagen, bro.
Fuck you.
Ya kalah.
you.
Kalah dia.
JJ.
DBD.
Nah, aku live-in dah requestnya no. Nih. Kita setting full ke full HD. Tunggu Pak. Udah. Live.
Kayak gini loh.
Waduh, 6-0 dipepes.
Sumpah nggak bohong. Tapi gak pernah gua ngelihat BNK cemas begini nih.
Jarang.
Mukanya
Pernah sekali sih.
Mukanya kok gelisah gini.
Di
Padahal ada
Discord ya,
bling hatinya
Pak, di
tuh
YouTube.
gak pas gitu, tau gak sih?
delay dah.
Can I get apa tuh? Can I get a huya?
Oh iya ya gobloknya.
Di Twitch.
Dari live yang di Twitch dulu. Biar cepet.
Di bantai per X kok. Males lah nonton.
Itu bantai kan?
Belum selesai masih 6-0. Mana gininya Valorant?
Main lagi, Euro lagi.
Koreksi bantai.
Jagoannya aja sudah kalah.
Jagoan kita semua nih, bro.
JJ live J.
Ya. Aku nyari gininya di Twitch biar nggak terlalu delay.
Live-nya di Discord ya.
Kan YouTube aja langsung buka. Oh ini Valorant.
Bukanya itu masing-masing.
Full live party.
Twitch ya, Twitch.
Ini udah Twitch dah.
Orang.
Mana Twitch?
YouTube aku ya.
Udah mulai.
Oh ini baru nggak dimulai nih di Twitch. Duluan aku ketimbang Valorant Indonesia.
Mana nggak ada?
Di YouTube aku lihat.
Any players?
Ih,
But just trying to
akhirnya
trigger a
kan jelas
response, a
shooting.
reaction out from FPX.
So passive.
FPX main di kandang lawan di sini. Bantai.
Look at how far back
Santai,
they are.
bro.
Just looking at that minimap, I mean, not willing to give anything up. Angel obviously lurked as well into this bit of a forward position.
Di mana?
Contact reach.
Anaknya nonton Jazz YouTube.
All these
Which-
players, are they going to be able to catch this as a position?
Oh.
They know that Angel has played this way before, but the crosshair placement just immaculate mind free.
Widih, digituin dong.
Even 2 kills. The clone
Nah,
finding
aku
it.
sih nak balik bergesing nama sih.
The kill does go their way, but finally the response
Dua, Mang.
by
Dua, Mang.
FPX already moving their way in.
They don't think the Forsaken's already up here.
Bisa.
Dia nggak sih yang
Coba julep.
PR
Dia
lawan
It's
F?
just not quite
Dia
going
nggak
to
sih?
work. Sage wall popped down by
Apa mah?
trying to stop
Banyak di
anybody
Discord
from
nih.
be on the A side. That's not where Divine Jing are
Jelek ya kualitasnya di Discord.
Can they really still play this one? But the Vipers pit up.
Gitu.
Kan 30 FPS. Discordnya nggak nitro.
Side of Divine and Jing.
Ngapain?
Nitroin dong.
The percentage play honestly is going to be
Nitroin dong.
and that's a hard
Sponsorship.
You're 0-6 down.
Sponsorship.
Staying around like this, that's catastrophic. And you're also starting to see the PaperX teamwork and synergy break down a little bit there too.
Ketar-ketir nih
FPX is
VRX.
starting to dig into that mentality. When Benkai went for the first challenge, nobody there ready to trade, nobody ready to match,
Sama
Benkai.
Nitro.
all scared, holding angles,
Benkai.
not approaching it with the same kind of zest that you usually expect from PaperX. Take a look at this one again. When Angel finds the first kill, apologies onto Mindfree. It all falls apart. The timing on the swing is not there for the trade, and Forsaken's reactive push is not enough.
Yeah, bit of a solo play for them, and right back into it, of
Time
course.
out,
A bit
Lou,
of a
time
pause
out.
at the tempo. This time, though, it is a timeout from PaperX.
A tactical one.
Yes.
And
Apa dengan
keeping
PaperX?
out orders.
And honestly, it does feel like, Josh, PaperX has been getting
Yep.
baited into this incredibly passive hold. I mean, you made the comment.
Saigetsu-nya bagus mainnya, Cuk.
It seems like with their positionings on the minimap so far
Wah.
back, playing around cave and market, just willing to give
Tak
up
main dia.
a tremendous amount of space early to try
Shader
and
yang main.
aggression by PaperX.
Turun ke low bracket
Now,
FPX.
almost every single time.
FPX are never going to make a rash decision.
No.
They are
Setelah
always going
balik
to ponder
langsung nggak pernah
and
kalah.
think and make sure that they have it exactly how they like before they commit to a push. And I think PaperX had the right idea a few rounds ago, going for a slower play, get an operator perhaps in Forsaken's hands, and try and
Grand final
force
dibantai, no?
FPX to
Udah nggak
accept
seru.
into you. Take some area of the map like showers, for example, and just try and hold on to it. You don't need to necessarily push out further. Although you can see a couple of
VRX. VRX.
that were highlighting the kind of area that Angel's been playing in when they take showers.
Sure.
No players there looking to punish yet though. And it's a half buy that doesn't look like it's got too much damage, but there is at least a rifle in Devi's hands.
And Jing to do some solid work with it. Honestly, at this point, you got to just get that one round on the board, I think. That shift of momentum. I mean, one of the hardest ones to find at times. It feels so suppressive, I think, sometimes when you're on this big stage. The first time the PaperX have been able to play on the stage together.
Yeah, very true. But having players away from them never stopped them in the past.
Boom taken out as a close knife, so they know that nobody's at the backside of Hookah.
Jinja udah ragu-ragu main.
Into it. Angel has to dodge it though. But Hookah control
Get
is
back,
going to
get back.
now an aggressive play. That's going to be the Nightfall straight down into it. Zipan is going to be satcheling away.
It,
No
it,
one in
it.
play to try and
Oh,
push
it.
himself up, but the kill comes through anyway. Jing finds an open
Oi,
control.
nice.
Still along and a second one.
Nice.
Jing ripping off the head.
Waduh.
Forsaken from
Oh, lihat tuh.
behind.
Anjing, anjing.
Oh, nice.
The moves, Angel.
Anjing.
Right
Waduh,
on. Three
angin,
kills.
Bangsat,
Forsaken
bangsat.
follows it up once more.
Ini langsung
Aduh,
dikemas,
so
astaga.
Marsal.
Gacor.
Almighty
You
close
see
there.
that? You
To
see?
get them into this round, to get them favored here. And Benkai, the IGL on PaperX, do anything similar. Only
Bennett
Marshall
NG, Bennett
in his
NG.
hands. It was looking
Check his
so
PC,
good.
bro.
Take his PC, bro.
Weapon's not ideal, a bit of
Oh,
additional information
11.
gain. He's going for the no scopes, but of course, perfect timing of the swing
Waduh.
to get to takes the crossfire. Another one on the board.
8-0
Brutal for
dong.
PaperX.
I guess it's just going to be one of these days from Angel, huh? He gets a 2K in one of the previous rounds when they're pushing him at showers.
One plus.
He pulls this off.
Ayah.
Take pause kondisi.
He's in a horrible spot.
Itu kagak.
Grabs a 3K on the side.
13-0 nih
I
bener.
thought to myself, friend, that's the first time actually
Aduh.
that FPX have chosen to reactively push.
Yang dari Garden ke Panis 2 orang sekalian
They flooded
habis.
into hookah, and that's
Yeah,
exactly
gee.
what PaperX were after. That's what they wanted them to do. Forsaken was ready to punish, but not even that round has been working. PaperX must be scratching their heads at this point. This time though, PaperX's players
Kawanan.
avoided the zero. Is this gonna bait over aggression from Angel?
Ayah.
Angel!
Angel
Who has
sekentot.
replaced this guy, man? Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems.
Baru
This
main dah,
guy is
udah
just
hilang.
insane.
Astaga, jago banget sawannya.
It's
Astaga.
everybody. They can't miss a shot.
Flex on him.
Lewat
It's down the drain to
rantai.
try and get the high ground
Buset.
advantage. Just down to Benkai once more. This is
Yurunya per second nggak
absolutely
jadi
brutal
apa.
stuff.
Utter domination to start off the grand finals here of Masters Copenhagen. PaperX are getting choked out.
Oh.
They're not being given a chance.
Alit sih.
PaperX keep wanting
Kok
to
bisa
land
gitu
these
aimnya?
big haymaker blows, and FPX just
Di
back
Twitch
off
nonton nggak di
and
delay dah?
commit to the chokehold. They've just been strangled
Ang
out of
delay
this
berapa
game.
detik Jas dari
It's
YouTube?
a question that
30.
we were putting up time and time again over this tournament.
Nonton
Di-
That is
cepat
such
kali
a
deh.
nasty shot.
Ada penonton di YouTube sih.
An Angel, I mean, this guy,
Tadi itu sih.
don't get me wrong, he had a slow start to the tournament, but the past few series, he's leveled up.
Revenge of
Parah dia. What
The
doing?
oldest
What
players
doing?
within the
What
event.
doing?
At this point, the
what the
oldest.
fuck?
That experience, I think,
Bebas,
is
do
showcasing
embrace.
here.
Apa-apa baru bab 1. BO5, BO5.
Lost.
This is embrace.
Daripada stres,
Nggak jadi apa ya urunya?
lepas aja maknya.
It really isn't a matter of
Ya,
reflexes.
93 nih.
Kawal aja, harus kawal aja.
Dedicate yourself to your craft. And Angel has been
Dia sampai
Mantri.
berapa kali main nih?
and he's still
BO5, BO5.
Here goes Forsaken with a close
Oh nyari
short.
13 tar lagi main sampai 13 3 kali gitu.
Gets refused to buy
Ya,
Iya.
Bit of a kill coming through, but through the walls, Angel.
Game pertama udah
What a dodgy one.
kalah mental dah nih Ci.
Fire eventually fighting it again, and so many of these outcomes, so many of these rounds just opening up, and these first kills, it all comes down
Per
to
second kayaknya pro deh.
the slow siege,
Padahal mapnya
absorbing any sort
PaperX
of
ini ya.
aggression, any attempt of information, and here
Iya.
might be another one. The horn off to the side, Jing this time.
Ah, mati
responds
lagi
in
nih.
kind.
Door, oh.
They to try and favor them. Angel still grabbing the one.
bisa 3 lawan 3.
Comeback nih.
He's going for it with the showstopper.
Hai, terus.
Aduh, aduh Jing.
And artist, the confidence is there.
Ada poni no.
Ya ampun.
Bangsat apa sih?
Reja Ut,
Poni.
Reja Ut.
Ya. Sama ada tuh, kayak Bang Poni tadi, Cuk.
Aileng dunia mantil
Itu hero apa yang bisa ngidupin lagi itu?
Getting through here to
Legend gitu kenapa? Kalau hero Mobile Legend.
Astaga, main.
Hujan
Itu main play gitu saten.
Benkai.
Benkai.
Solo. Aduh.
tetap juga sih.
Agent. Emang ada agent yang bisa ngidupin agent lainnya?
Ya ada. Main freak turu.
It is just impossible
Nggak, per second kill 2.
Take a look at the replay.
FPX
Dua
Does an
sepuluh.
amazing job.
Yang tahun lalu ini siapa juara?
And the trade is just
Optik.
instant from Sugetsu with a second on the
Ente.
Lawannya ini juga.
Nggak, FPX nggak juara dia di EMEA tapi nggak bisa berangkat. Itu masih perang Rusia.
From what I can remember, Bren, I've never seen a 13-0 in a
Berarti emang hebat FPX nih ya.
but it's looking like it.
Wah, ada sampai sini semua hebat, goblok.
Udah di grand final nih.
Final nih semua hebat.
Katanya nggak gini apa namanya, nggak berangkat kan nggak tahu.
I was gonna talk about how slow they are in these
Ya yang
rounds, but
turnamen sebelumnya nggak berangkat.
Kasar sekali.
Bisa terbang.
Emang brengsek biasa.
Enak banget loh.
Ih, per second timing astaga.
Awkward timings. PaperX just cannot
Ini
get a
kayaknya
read of
di
how this
TikTok 4 secondnya jago kok. Cepet kali mati nih.
Itu cara wallnya yang benar, Cuk. Oh.
never anticipate that. The round 11 conditioning coming through. But it's a fast approach once more.
Ngenerin dulu pada nih. Sits abadi tidak di Discord soalnya.
For the time being, but still holding that old holding the rocket, waiting for his time. Slams it against the wall again. Now the clock still ticking.
Dor, nggak ada yang kena.
Paperex.
11-0 ya guys ya, 11-0.
Si line up nih, si line up anjing si
belum udah siap line up. 11-0 guys, gila 11-0 guys.
Absen.
FPX just have a wealth of players who are willing to make plays like that and come up with the goods. Sugetsu still only has one death, friend.
Sugetsu baru sekali yang mati nih. Gigi Sugetsu Gigi.
Aimnya kayak aim bronze katanya.
Liat. Bacot anjing, siapa tuh ngomong itu?
And FPX have no mercy.
Di chatnya pada bilang gitu anjir.
Apa dia bilang orang?
Aimnya kayak aim bronze begitu.
Nonton Indonesia toxic emang di YouTube.
Ya dah.
Ini Sugetsu mati 2. Astaga, timing terus persekan.
Yo,
Dibaca permainannya persekan. Baca total.
Men counter murni ya tuh.
So far,
Yang satu main
in the
solo,
tournament,
yang satu
they've
main
been
abra.
amazing in these situations. But this map
Tunggu
has
aja
been
dong.
a completely different story.
Win rate-nya PRX di ban mengerikan. Baru sekali kalah. Sekali kemarin kalah sama Optik.
8-1 berarti.
Sipan, Shao, perfectly happy to just let the
Jadi,
time pressure accumulate over the course of the round. It's slow.
Pun gara-gara persekan nggak main Yoru.
The clock gets though, the better
Main
Mindfreak and Ben
gini
Kai's
dia beda
Main
kebaca.
Yoru dia dibantai dia main
And
Yoru.
so for FPX, if they want to close this out perfectly, they need to find these players
Yoru
over
itu yang
the
mana?
Apa Forsaken? Bisa TP.
namanya Forsaken tuh Yoru.
Will find it.
Oh.
Off to the back, but this
Flash,
lurk into the back
teleport.
of the site.
No,
It's so
no.
unsuspecting. The spike drop down. Players
Flash
finding it.
teleport
Benkai
anjir.
Di Benkai dulu 1.
watching it as a game of
Davai
tides
mati.
into the back of it.
Kenapa nggak
17
diras aja
seconds
kedua?
in the round. The play is being made.
Offline bisa revive
Now injected. Shao
Lemon.
in play.
Dia ada ulti no.
Offline bisa revive.
Rolling punted to try and deny, and now
Ah, nggak bisa ngeplan.
it just needs to
Nggak bisa
survive.
ngeplan.
You just need to survive. 2 seconds left
Kabur,
into it,
respect.
and he does get it.
11-1 lah.
Round on the board.
Oh, lihat tuh jago
11-1.
banget kalah.
The final
Kalah
round of
Aim
this first
anjing.
half.
Kalahnya bisa-bisa.
The player alive to rejoice.
Kan kill 2 ya adik-adik.
They are gonna need a miracle to
Yang
get
lo
back
breaker
into
itu
this
siapa?
game.
Gila nanti kalau yang kalahin.
And I'm worried about their
Ini udah grand final,
Final
cok.
nih. Final nih.
Udah dari tadi tak bilang grand final.
Grand final.
I think you guys
Kemarin
summed it
udah
up perfectly there, Brandon.
kemarin
Side
final
show, a
lower
bit of a
bracket.
slaughter.
2 hari yang
Do
lalu
you guys
final
think
upper
maybe an
bracket.
edge to a nerves here perhaps on the side of Paper X?
I mean, absolutely. When you have the pressure of this crowd,
Second pulang
rooting for you,
aja.
at least half of the crowd rooting for you. It's definitely very different. Jinx first time stepping on the stage
Nerf
as well.
Tech Pause apa Tech Pause?
So it has to be, yeah. It's so uncharacteristic. I'm like, there has to be a reason of some kind because it's not their gameplay that's lacking because we know what they're capable of. They've come down, they've sat down. I think they've maybe bitten off more than they can chew with the crowd and the whole pressure. Well, two people that are definitely not swayed by any of the nerves here are Sugetsu and Shalbol, and they're having a cracking start.
Yeah, I also think anti-nerves is a thing, right? These guys stepping up to the plate when it matters most. Look, Sugetsu has 2 deaths after an entire half. That is ridiculously good.
Yeah, I think the thing as well is they've just had some superb sort of reads on everything that's going to be doing. They played a very passive hold. This composition that's there for PaperX forces them to play this more aggressively. And then you have Angel pulling out ridiculous plays exactly when they needed him most. Every single time there was a moment where it looked like, okay, this is it. Don't worry, PaperX have got their first round. Well, it took until round 12.
I mean, this is the big thing I've spoken about Angel. Like,
Nah, dua kan sana si FPX-nya.
Adis sama Engi.
Even though he's not the duelist, even though he's not necessarily meant to be the leading man,
Kayak
he finds
Valorant
a way.
baperan dah
Think
bener
about
sih.
Showers, how many opening kills against some of the best duelists in the world, and he's
Saya sih katanya
and
FPX.
you got 2 of your other support players
Valorant
just
perang.
popping off. It's an
Yang di tengah tuh siapa tuh,
unbelievable
Cok?
performance from FPX.
Yang kumisan angin, ini angin nih. Yang gendut. Lagi satu artis.
Oh, angin.
Engel, engel.
Jajan aja. Ah, jajan buat kumis.
Engel tuh paling tua. Engel tuh paling tua. Satu turnamen.
This is a completely different ballgame to what we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Do they have the ability to mentally reset?
Well, luckily this is a marathon. It's going to be 5 maps. Tom, maybe it's going to be 5 maps. And Brennan Sideshow, I'm looking forward to seeing how PaperX can get back into this one.
Lah ronde pistol ya sudah. Ini penentuannya.
They knocked out Japan in groups. They denied Korea that top 3 spot. They took out their EMEA brethren as well. And Optic, a 2-time title spot now.
Ini ganti map nih.
Have been battling
Ganti side.
all the way
Stiker sama
from the
defender.
since this tournament began.
They are just utterly merciless. The fun slayers. But that's FPX. They're not going to give you an inch. Here comes Forsaken though, aggressive on the attack. Starting to build the confidence.
But still the crossfire FPX.
Yo,
It's too much.
bye-bye per second.
Partisan Angel finally did one of them. The pop flash round the corner.
Oh, masih.
Confidence back under their belts, but it's down to the 2v2. Spike, it's got to be planted here. The players are low. Snakebite off to the side. Divide almost going down.
3 HP there. He'll die to a cold breeze.
Positioning is not there right now.
Orang elbow-nya ngeri no angle
Shot
aja.
to get to.
Dia tahu Angel.
One of the other problems is Mindfreak's looking towards long. They have no idea where these players are
Jangan,
going.
It's absolutely everything positioning known. Still goes for the swing.
Nice.
The shot still being found
Aduh,
Shao.
ketahuan.
Ketahuan goblok.
2 minutes in the clutch. Over and over again. If there was any hope of PaperX making their way back in this
Kok
map.
maju dia nggak mau.
Oh boy, scattered to the winds.
So is a giga chat gitu, giga chat.
Shao winning another 1v2 situation to
Apa
put
liat
his
tadi?
team up onto map point. He has been clinical with these. Winning tons of 1v1s.
Udah pede
Winning
main
a
aja.
third of 1v2s. That is superstar clutch level performances.
Tumben aku main Forsaken skill 3.
And that is it, the record broken. FPX have now played the most rounds of
The
any
spirit,
Masters
the
event.
spirit buy,
And
udah
I
the
think
spirit buy.
they're trying to cut it short here.
Yeah.
They want to go home with trophy in hand as early as possible.
Icebox.
These guys have been
Fracture.
battered and bruised, fighting their way to get to this point with substitutes. The plays still being made. PaperX not slowing down. The confidence is there.
Nice,
Back in
dong.
sight.
Dong.
Forsaken with the 2 kills they needed.
Dibantai.
Mati jadi.
Now Artisan Zipan look to retake. They know there's a player close.
Still trying to fight this one. The running gun
Nice.
in play.
Balik bro, balik bro.
Yeah,
Respect deh.
Zardes still want to play
Sip,
this one. That's the
sip.
question.
Bagus
New
ekonominya.
situation for FPX. Usually they're the people that
Nice,
usually
bagus.
they're the team that defines the pace on these second
Lolos
rounds.
2. Ini udah dapat
PaperX, they
lolos.
had to force, had to go for something aggro.
Ayo, 10 lagi.
And
Bisa
the crazy part of it is
Sulit cok. Sulit jadi
attack
sulit
side
cok.
of
Ada yang
PaperX on
nggak
this map is
mungkin
really
ultron
good.
optiknya bisa dikejar.
But I
sampai
don't think we're
9.
going to be able to see too much of it unless they are utterly
Ini
flawless.
spectre-nya main trik.
The
Benang.
rounds whatsoever. It has to be 10 straight for it to even be a possibility.
Kalau bisa.
FPX perfectly happy again. The percentage play.
Ya kalau sampai
Kalah
30
nih,
Forcing the
10
issue.
round
They have
gagah nih.
lots of rounds to burn to try and finally close this map out.
Makan nih.
Heavy showers take from PaperX as they move their way
Oh,
forwards.
kenceng sih. Oke, main.
Gaming, itu gaming. Mati kena. Kena crossfire.
Boombot taken out, so Getsu still with the one, but eventually cleaned out through the smoke.
Duh, ngapain
Weaving in and out,
sih?
but down to just Angel.
Mengerikan.
Smokes, there's so much
Timing yang semua timing,
Angel, you gotta be
goblok.
joking.
Mati man.
NG aja lagi satu.
Shots being found, but he has to shot
Oh nih.
luckily. Favorable fight being taken there. Benkai, another one on the board.
Comeback nih.
But it's getting close, Josh.
Ini ronde final
The
nih full
biggest
buy.
comeback that PaperX would have to make. You heard it from Tom when he was
Jual
talking about
spectre
death.
anjing
They've
sih ya,
only
tolol
lost
main freak.
one map on their run through the upper final.
Ah.
PaperX. It was
Pasti
buying.
dia.
It was buying to Optic.
Kalau
but it
semua
wasn't
senjata
buying. It
Kok
wasn't
jangan delay
this.
YouTube.
Twitch biar.
And they're used to
Di
winning
Twitch
Twitch.
domestically. They have been
YouTubeku
slaughtered by
tonton.
their competition
Refresh,
at home.
refresh.
YouTubeku premium.
Easily the best team in the APAC division.
Kok aja delay juga
And they
lagi.
dig deep.
Ya delay 5 detik.
Series, never mind just in this map.
Di Twitch langsung nonton gamenya.
Twitch,
Off there,
Twitch.
Forsaken going to be trying to use that. Get a bit of information. Utility coming through, pinging into the corner. Bit of a body block in action as well. Flash into the side. Jing with the satchel play.
Aduh, apa tuh Jing.
Eventually, Jing is shut down.
Aduh, whip. Aduh, whip. Kenapa per secondnya? Astaga.
Grogi dia, grogi.
Grogi tingkat dewa. Oh, mati lem asli. GG guys.
Wah, main
GG
trick
guys.
bisa main trick.
Nah, kayak gitu dah. Di force setengah.
No one's sticking it. It's all down to him. The shot's not found. FPX. Pure domination in map number 1.
Forsaken nggak habis PD dia main kacau.
It's an absolute statement opener from
Dimatiin ya
FPX.
urunya tuh. Andalannya dia di
People
ban.
were calling blind
Ya
an
tarasnya.
easy win for PaperX. A
Pas lawan
guaranteed
Opti apa
one
nggak
on the board?
dipakai ya urunya.
Absolutely not. FPX come in with a game plan, a slight adjustment
Apa
to their
aja?
composition, and demolish
Ban.
their opposition.
Tadi tuh yang kedua
Every part of that was
Xbox
about
sama
technical.
Oh, it's so clear. And the preparation
Xbox
team, what you
mapnya
can tell
FPX.
every single player of FPX, they're here to play that
Wait, kalau
championship
dulu-
mentality.
Aduh.
Confidence to take fights, the shots will be in hit. The reason this highlight reel is so
Itu
one-sided.
tipikannya Cikleng.
Yeah, absolutely it
Oh.
was. And Angel ends up at the top of the scoreboard,
Soalnya bangsat sih.
just choosing to take the game into his own
Tadi ada Nova
hands,
marah-marah.
especially in the final round there, to be able to get the ult online, destroy the post plant setup, and carry that forwards. FPX have everything going for them right now, despite the 2 map veto disadvantage that they came into the grand finals with.
Just absurd. An absurd performance overall as well. And honestly, it's only going to get harder, isn't it, for PaperX? You're heading into the map pick of FPX. Let's send it down to a short break on the other side of things. Our analyst desk is going to be setting up the rest of this series in the grand finals.
Pin dulu.
Lama nih ya, lama gini nih. Lo nih, jeda nih, kau nang ngayon yun sila. Oi, Jas. Ngayon yun mo na.
Pikiran aku mah.
Ya, tunggu Bram.
Siap.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on redbullcampusclutch.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Masters Copenhagen. What a start that was for FPX. I'm back on the desk with Bola, Tom, and Jess. We spoke about it a little bit at the halftime, but I do want to address the Yoru. We were all very excited to see it come out. But what went wrong or right or anything, Bola, in that matchup?
I'm so sorry to laugh.
Everything. I mean, they didn't feel comfortable on the stage, didn't feel comfortable with the comp that they chose, and it was really, really difficult for any of the players, I think, on PaperX to get going. With that being said, the entire game plan that they had, the aggressiveness, was getting countered.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you see how far Xiao was sitting back over towards Fountain? Yeah. He's like, I know you're going to come running down at some point. This is something that Optic didn't read before either, and I was going to pull a clip later on, we'll talk about it later, where Optic walks straight into the trap. FPX has had, what, less than 24 hours to know what those traps are and not step in them? That's very impressive.
I think the thing as well is just that clearly, with this being played a few times now, I think they will have prepped for this earlier in the tournament. I was even looked into what they would have to do if they faced off against her, and I think FPX are the masters of having someone like Doombros who he's a sweaty nerd. He sits there all night long and he goes, do you know what, I found these few things, Angel, and Angel goes, oh, cheers, did you have a nice sleep? And he's like, yeah.
Yeah, the 1 hour was great.
After the tournament.
I mean, as we heard before from Doombros, they were doing a bit of trash talking back and forth, and I mentioned that Angel was really determined to out Yoru Forsaken. But it wasn't just Forsaken that looked a little bit uncharacteristic here. Divide also didn't have the best map either. Here, these stats, quite frankly, it's just not something we've seen from them.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, when your entire identity is being countered by FPX, how does any player get going when that is the entire strat book revolves around being aggressive, being able to put people off of their toes? We saw the Midgeman clip, we saw Dirk's perspective as well, but the Yoru stuff that Forsaken usually goes for, which is aggressive, didn't work early, and then ever since then, these first 2 rounds basically, where he goes for the TP through the TP, ever since then, look at the TP right here. It's all the way back in heaven. It's all the way back behind triple. He's consistently throwing it in ways that are not aggressive, and obviously on attack side things change, but by that point, it was a little too far gone. Super passive TP placement is not the typical thing that you see from PaperX on that defensive side.
The other thing as well is the goal is almost to make your opponents uncomfortable to the point where they're either having to aggressively rush somewhere or almost avoid you completely. That never happened. FPX were laser focused almost the entirety of the map, and because of that, it made Forsaken uncomfortable, which I don't think we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, I think both Bren and Sideshow hit the nail on the head. Like, oh, man, I think the PRX players are getting itchy. You know, they can't sit still. It's one of those things that you can really play mind games with, and I think that's the kind of benefit that FPX has now. We wondered, could there be a team in the world that could outpace or reverse pace, maybe a little reverse engineering of the pace that we see PRX put on the board consistently in FPX? Finally, they've given us a preview of what it looks like to counter what the team. Yeah, I'm really getting ahead of myself.
This is what I always say. It's a marathon. It's a best of 5.
It could be a sprint.
We could be here for a while. While we're at it, though, we're going to take a look at the Aim Lab shoot-around. We have this in the fan zone here in the forum. A lot of fans went to try their hand and see what kind of score they could get here. Yeah, this is not bad so far. What do you guys think?
I think it's awful. Honestly, I think someone needs to kick him off and maybe get someone a little bit better on that.
Are you even using the right sense?
Oh no.
Dang, no, actually.
I mean, I heard CNET is in the building, Mixwell's in the building, we've seen the G2 Gozen girls in the building as well. Anyone of them want to go have a go?
You don't want them to show him up that bad, do you? Come on.
Yeah, I was going to say, let Bosen.
You get Zaz on the decks, like, no one stands a chance.
Mimi's in the crowd as well. Mimi's going to destroy some of the scores there on Aim Lab. I am sure of it, but as we've been saying, potentially seeing 5 maps, Jess, like you said. Maybe we just see 3 today. I hope not.
I don't want to sprint.
We are going to move on to Icebox here, where, you know, traditionally, I think people might be a little bit more confident playing into PaperX here. And Bala, you said that you were feeling like this would actually lean more to FPX.
Yeah, well, I think FPX gets a bad rap on this map because the last 4 times they've played it, it's been against Fnatic. And they obviously were going against a monstrosity of a rock in that map. So I think that they're really comfortable. I really like the fade that they've been implementing on this map, more than I think I've seen from any team trying to implement the fade on this map.
Do you think they bring back the Yoru on Icebox? I know
No.
this is a ridiculous
No.
statement, but they don't bring it back.
Absolutely
Good. Well, then if they make those minor adaptations they have been making, obviously I was a little bit worried that Shao wasn't running the fade before he brought it. That was a tiny little counter. They didn't do the FPX special of going, we're going to change our entire composition, our entire identity. They've been able to do that and come to this. So I wonder if there's micro changes here too.
One of the things like we
Ini
saw
enaknya
Johnny
bikin
last
medium
map, he went back to
segini.
Raze. On this map, I don't want him to. His Sage is so much fun on that defensive side with just how aggressive he's going to be. But the worry is, after what we saw in the last map, FPX was so
Pada
ready for any of that
sendiri.
sort of shenanigans, is the way I'll put it. So if he's going to be trying to play like that again, he still performed to a relative standard, but now we need to see if it will still work when teams are ready for it.
I do have a bit of a scary stat for you guys here. This is as far as I can see the way that it goes back in the history of this org. They've played quite a few best of fives. They have a lot of experience in best of fives, but out of the times they've lost the first map, which happened 4 times, they've only ever gone on to win the series once.
I don't like that stat, so I'm going to choose to ignore it.
Yeah,
a quarter of the time maybe?
but usually they win their best of 5
Look at him,
3-0.
he's got a heart on
They
his
are
face.
clean
Doesn't
when
matter.
it comes to best of 5. But somehow when they go 1 map down, things don't usually go their way. But the saving grace is most of the times they didn't have Jinx. This was kind of the pre-Jinx.
We're throwing back.
I completely ignore that era of Paper
Yeah.
because it goes against my narrative of, oh, they're better against the EU teams and stuff like that. Because last year it was definitely different. And obviously they've learned so much since then. I think it's going to be interesting here on Icebox because this is their weakest map. Like, for whatever we could say about, okay, FPX, whatever, this is PaperX weakest map. Whenever they're in a best of 5s, they have to go to this map. It's the one that they do lose.
Which is why I was interested that they took the target ban instead of taking away an uncomfortable map for them. I wasn't sure if that was something they would turn around and go, ooh, let's get rid of 2 uncomfortable for us rather than target banning. I had either Icebox or Ascent on my list as being one of those 2 bans. The fact that they got rid of Ascent, you have to play this. You have to be ready, and I got to see it.
I think that's a great point. Friend and Josh were talking about how PaperX is only 1 on 3 maps here at this event, right? So you have to kind of think about that in the grand scheme of things and think about how that makes you comfortable. That's what I was coming into this thinking FPX may have a chance is because PaperX looked slightly uncomfortable in the way that they were counterpicking against Optic, that sort of thing. And we saw it again on Bind in my mind, right? So maybe actually, since Icebox, they really don't have that many different comps or anything like that, maybe they'll go back and it's going to be comfort again.
We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. FPX, they've liked to trial a lot of stuff here, but what are you expecting from PaperX?
Udah mulai nih.
I think in the past they were still
Baru-
running
baru
their
agen pick-
Jet
agen
combination
pick.
alongside the chamber on device, so we'll see if they stick with that or maybe try and switch things up a little.
Bring a
By the
Jet
looks
in.
of it, it's going to be exactly the same. I don't necessarily mind that. I think the way Jing plays Sage, as said, is very, very different, but this also gives much more opportunity for Forsaken to take that space, which I think is going to be so important for them because when he does it, he's an absolute superstar.
Divide on the
Forsaken
chamber.
main duelist.
I love some of the shots he's been hitting. He's one of the most underrated chambers just because it's not one of his
Akhirnya.
main agents that he does take into
Biasanya
the
dia
ball.
main
That's
chamber
where
di
it's
Xbox.
necessary for him to move on there, for other players to
Di
take
grand
advantage.
final ganti stratnya
He's
hebat.
stepping up and being a quiet monster with the
Yoi.
team before, so
Gila,
I'm interested to see
kalah
if
dah
he
dia,
can knock that
kalah
map
dah.
number
He's
1.
up against Ardis though.
I know.
Takut dia kebaca dia.
Play versus Fnatic was unbelievable on the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday against Optic, it's the same story for Artis. I also think the KO interaction is going to be interesting here because we have Chamber on the other side. FPS will target your Chamber with that KO, but they also have a Jet too, so it's like a layer where you have to find out which one is on the other side. And I think that will be a difficult thing for FPX when both of these guys are so aggressive.
I asked you this before, Bala. You said it was a really big advantage for FPX. They could have that much prep, but they don't have that much prep with this Icebox here. So is that an advantage leading towards PaperX?
I think for sure.
Jing main apa dia?
Having the strats on Icebox
KG
is
biasa.
definitely a good thing, but also just that stomp makes it the
Xbox
momentum
KG.
being in FPX's side, and I may have just jinxed them.
Well, the momentum was really building for the side of FPX on map 1. Bren and Sideshow, let's see if they can keep that up in map 2.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk crew. Yes, let's get to it. Map number 2 here in our grand finals, and it is FPX's map pick. These guys have been scrimming against Fnatic the entirety of stage 2 on this. They've been fortunate, haven't they? And now an opportunity for them to potentially go 2-0 up in our grand finals if they can carry that momentum forwards, like the desk was saying.
Yeah, and no one really expected them to be here. They are the underdogs. They believed in themselves, of course. Even with a stand-in, they were saying they would make top 4. But I think This is their opportunity to really prove it. Denied the chance at Iceland,
Let's see.
where everyone would have been able to see.
Come on, PRX bisa.
Just how good they might have been. Pistol round underway. PaperX got to be playing with a bit of confidence here. The dash engaged already on the top of 410. Forsaken. Bit of space being taken.
Keras tajam dia habis nih, sampah.
What a shot! Right around it. The wall's already up, so they are going to be getting into this post-plant situation already. FPX not wasting any time. The wall broken down bit by bit.
Nice. Benkai, kakak Benkai. Nice.
Counter wall.
Shao just trying to stick it halfway.
Nice
Man.
one.
Off of it in the end.
No way, no way. Nice, 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 nice.
Nice. Let's go.
On the board, and it's the pistol.
A huge start mentally for PaperX to get themselves back
Ya,
into
kali
this
sambil
series.
makan ini nonton bareng ini.
Win these maps.
Baik, siap J, aku bikin juga lah. Si ASMR ya.
But they had players in these post-fight kind of setups. And that's a bit
Boosting mental dulu, boosting mental.
Deketin mic.
joy in their game. That started to trickle out.
Pakein kacang.
They're a team that really do relish the opportunity to
Kacang Garuda, Garuda.
Kacang ini, kacang geles.
Kacang mente, Cok.
Aku nggak suka, Cok.
Diam nih, 4 second perang.
Nggak ngaruh bangsat.
Ini kan ekoprek nih, nggak perlu konsen nontonnya.
That's easily traded by the rest of the team.
Look at this, swapping around a weaponry. Forsaken's actually giving it all up. Still doesn't matter, does it?
And Sugetsu gets 2 deaths on the board, far quicker than previously on buy.
Yep.
PaperX starting
Get
things
sure.
off with a bang here on Icebox.
Bantai, bantai,
Their
balik, bantai, balik.
composition has a lot of aggressive elements to it.
Really does.
Bantai dia, bantai.
Chamber, but actually it's going to be Forsaken and Jing still. Jing on Sage is going to be running you
Fake
down.
selalu nggak pakai duelist ya?
Triple threat.
Jarang. Ascen sama Icebox nggak pakai duelist ya. Wih, watch party. Kenapa? Ayo, let's go, John.
Bonus round for PaperX.
Sambil makan mie. Hecon nih.
One over the top. No play's been revealed. In fact, the Cloudburst just cutting off that angle and tip out. What a shot.
Yang dari Twitch jauh, jadi nggak kalah delay sama yang di YouTube.
Pre-aiming that position from Forsaken perfectly.
But it's an instant pivot, isn't it? PaperX don't want to waste any time here with the wall being straight up. Shao, of course, fight the spray down. We'll get the second, but the damage is definitely starting to get done.
What an awesome punish by Shao to be able to get one back off.
Spike's not even down as well.
Ngapain coba di situ?
Forwards get caught by Sugetsu.
Bonus run, nggak apa-apa bonus run.
Position here. That's a good start with Sugetsu falling, but the double up again.
Main break.
Bulldog, what a play being made, but now shut down, still denied. The buyout of FPX, it goes their way.
Bonus.
Good control by FPX, especially from Shao.
Fokus lagi.
Been such a playmaker for this team, finding them impact kills in the mid-round clutches as well. The point of him being on top of his wall.
Satu game berapa kali time out nih? 2 ya?
Masing-masing 2.
Xiao's going to be able to swing on those players that aren't aiming at him, that have their spray all messy towards the wall. He's always going to be favored there unless you expect it.
Itu yang watch party nonton di YouTube Indo kayaknya Rex. Iya. Delay. Nopal nggak punya Twitch, dia nonton di YouTube nih.
Mana ya nonton di Twitch ini kan?
Kok delay reaksimu? Sama Awan delay juga kalian berdua.
Apanya?
Oh, see that combo, bitch.
Ngeri.
Tapi
aku nonton gininya tarik nih.
Oh iyalah delay.
Delay ya?
Sama. Mending nonton aku terus kalian kalau gitu sama aja.
Di Valorantnya langsung nonton nih, blog.
Tarik kan kayak aku, dia watch party deh.
Lu aja sih.
Watch party paling rame deh itu. Tarik.
Valorant kalah sama dia.
Aduh, main freaknya masih boleh.
Look at this.
Dapat. Nggak. Nggak straight.
Tries to make the play, but the res online once more gonna hold it though. Positioning
Jing.
zone, half on the defuse. Shao wins out that fight.
Nice. Nice.
Untung ada orang midnya sih.
Iko lagi, FPX Iko lagi.
Slugging off the awful approach to that first map that they had.
Asik
Here
pur
to
di
play
bind.
now, Josh and Icebox.
Already finding some really nice answers. Ardis' aggression was a very crucial element of how they managed to go up 8-4 against Fnatic. And then this reflank back through mid completely destroys what Xiao was going for.
Op yellow, op yellow, op yellow.
So that puts FPX onto an eco.
It's
got to be the first eco that they've played in the series. I mean,
I'm not keeping track, but one would assume, you know.
Yeah, they just demolished.
Over the top, yeah, that's going to be a Horn pushing back that rendezvous, so has to respect it with a TP.
But there's everybody here from FPX. They're willing to over-rotate with only pistols in their hands.
Yeah.
See if they can gamble on it being an A hit.
Nih baru Sage rasa jet nih sih.
Just in case. Player lurks their way in.
Right, lempet. Right.
And it's latched onto him. Look at that off to the side. They know it. Now
Dar.
the positioning there. Shao tries to wiggle around with the movement. The play being made.
Naik ke sana dah jeng.
This guy is a dangerous element.
Nice straight.
One after the other. Not gonna be rewarded.
Aduh, kena ding per second. Mati per second.
Updrafting, trying to escape.
The way does he survive
Nah,
this?
Oh my god, what the
Bringing him
fuck?
down to 7 HP. Now the knife
doing,
across
bro?
the side. The plan still not going down. But now finally they
Mati
get
per
into it,
second.
but positioning is still there. FPX.
Enggak dong.
Zipan.
Kill
Into
anjing.
nest. Only has to
Kill lang
serve,
itu.
got to reload against the wall now.
Lagi 7
Knows
XP cok.
where the players are. Divide.
Dapai.
Lawan 2
Per second, nice.
7 XP nggak masalah.
Nasty business they were getting up to.
And that's an
Ntar ketir fansnya dah.
for FPX. But Forsaken was never afraid. And I think that speaks to
Terus nih FPX nih.
come into this map with.
Menang nih.
Despite all of the
Sekarang
damage
lagi
that got done to Forsaken,
Dive
7
out.
health, still pushes through the Viper wall, still able to trade on Divide.
Percel kan dikasih jet.
They are starting to believe, as are the players, I think. I think they've forced a timeout.
Di Singapura sama jamnya sama di sini, berarti mereka subuh juga was party tuh.
Okay, well I guess that map won momentum. Scoreline domination that we managed to achieve. I guess it doesn't mean too much. But this is what I wanted to see, honestly, Josh, from PaperX coming into this. You can't turn up to the grand finals.
Itu juga nggak
Be willing
ngerti
to play with
tolol.
that confidence that you've shown the entire.
Itu angel.
I totally agree.
Leadernya tuh leader. IGL-nya tuh.
Aggression getting countered in map 1.
Percis seperti Jefrikz.
Jefrikz paling tua.
But we know that this team has more than
Nyeker,
just
men.
plays. Of course, we've seen
Karena pendek, oh.
awesome lurking by people like Forsaken.
Bertato, itu kan bertato juga cok. Kumisan jagoan.
Mana ada tato dia?
If not the best clutcher in the
Bertato dia anjing. Tangan kanannya.
throughout this series. So they definitely have the pieces that they need. It's just a matter of putting them all into place and finding a map where it works. Forsaken looking like he wants to.
Family foto jangan sana sih.
Aggressive push.
Yeah.
No, he's going to go for the double updraft play with his knives.
Play Storm in hand,
No.
seeing if he can catch anybody. Just peeking ahead over Boiler. No bites. And the adjustment here, you can see Ardis now. Got his tour de force in hand. No longer playing towards B, man. That information, that jump peak.
Itu caranya jam pick di bell.
Barely a shred of Jing's head showcase.
Nempel gitu ya. Datang musuhnya.
Kan OP-nya pasti sering di sana.
There are so many different angles that artists can play, but he's got to
Ilmu
stay
nih, Fa,
with
ingat Fa.
a rough area that he can rendezvous from.
The way that they're playing this Ardis is
Untung mati dia sih,
Nice,
mampus
nice,
si anjing.
nice.
Anjing siapa lu?
Nice, Jing. Sage apaan tuh?
Anjing-anjing.
Nice, Jing. What the fuck, Jing? Wall Jing.
Mampus.
Wall Jing. Jangan.
S.
Cuma is.
Oh, diem fan.
Oh, Mystic nonton.
First ace of the grand finals there, and I think
Oh, G2 apa tuh?
PaperX have woken up.
Siapa grup?
Gitu nggak lolos ya kasihan.
Dibalikin dong, dibalikin bantai dong.
11 and 5 off the back of the ace. He was still positive even before
Jebret.
this, though. What a punish onto
Jebret.
Ardis, who had a prowler going towards him and no rendezvous on
Jinggat
ground.
mode deh, gat mode deh, jinggat mode.
Overhit.
Overhitnya S aja. Kalau awan overhitnya nge-troll kalau nggak nyemuk.
Ini
Ya, maaf.
And Ardis shut down once more.
katanya
Utopia mah.
Simultaneously, a dash forward to
perpaduan
this
tiga
looking to capitalize.
negara katanya.
Ya 3 negara.
3. Malaysia, Singapura,
Korea.
Indo. Malaysia, Singapura, Indo, Korea bisa.
Jenengnya mau cari Korea.
Overhit.
Singapura ya.
Taking these swings.
Wih,
That does mean there's only 2 players now
kok malah
on site.
kebalik ini?
Could get dicey.
Udah mati.
Get dicey.
The risks that they've taken may come back to bite them here.
Ditinggal sama temannya sih teman bang.
With a vandal.
Masa OP-nya ke sana?
Gaji kayak Nova tuh.
Terus di sana.
Kok
Ada line up.
bang?
Dibalas. Nice.
But it is the post-plant setup.
Dia kena sih.
Mindfreak has it ready and waiting.
Kena sih.
The Aura Ranger
Nice.
Cacing.
Nice. Anjay Sage tangkas. Nggak ada Sage tangkas tuh. Sage W Gaming.
Oh, gitu ininya. Line up-nya.
Line up. Ayo belajar. Udah praktek lupa.
Paper X is still in control of this map for sure. They're up
Jefrikz bisa
6-1.
gitu sih.
But you can tell the tendency is to keep going and keep going.
Udah balik mentalnya.
For FPX
Aman.
though,
Ya FPX sekarang.
can't hold the signs.
FPX sekarang cok kena mental.
Overwhelmed.
Bat satu
What's
anjing.
working so fantastically for FPX on their attack side,
Ya, kok balik gini? Hah? Kok balik gini?
just hasn't been coming through.
I mean, Forsaken's instantly updrafted and dashed forward.
Bram,
to try and
mic-nya,
punish
Bram.
this Viper's pit. It's almost like they were ready for
Hilang,
it.
Bram.
And look, forced off the high ground. Together has to hold close. The Prowler reveals his positioning. They know he's not up top anymore.
That's huge info. Do they
Kelihatan per second.
Oh, slight timing. The spam with the Vandal reveals him a Forsaken.
Timing
Wants
dong.
to try and
Maksa per
fight
second,
anyway.
maksa.
Moves through off the ropes. A bit of noise being made as well as you step into that slow orb.
That's Benkai having to recover the spike and finds a kill to respond.
Revive.
Bring us back into a 3v3. These
Mati
are
dong,
normally
Lisa.
Dia udah mati,
Benkai
Jing.
calls for some kind of mid-round. Mindfreak has a position at bottom tube
Aku dapat motong mid.
Break udah motong mid.
by the 0 point. Can Mindfreak find an opening here in the map? The defense spreads so thin.
That was his cue, I think, as well. A lot of the big information gathering tools of FPX, the Haunt and the Knife was used a couple of seconds
Ini
prior.
kalau masukin dia ke A dari sini gagah nih.
Mindfreak could get some serious value.
Dimakan sama kayu.
Dapetin.
Dimakan sama kayu.
On the stairs, not necessarily favoured, and Zipan. Bit of a reset there, the aim, he finds it in the end. Crosshair placement's good as Angel hears him on the top of the ropes.
Door.
But now he's trapped off to the side, up to Divide. 1v3 and no time to really make anything of it.
TNT.
A good response exactly
Nice,
what
nice,
needed
too.
for FPX. Zipan with the crucial kill that wins them the round, being able to collect that flank from Mindfreak, the lurk through mid. It also immediately told them that it was going to end A.
30 seconds
As
left.
soon as you see the Viper push through mid like this, you know that they're trying to wrap a player that's anchoring. And Angel even hears Benkai on the ropes and is able to immediately place his crosshair.
Hardis.
FPX.
I think you just
Saya
heard
bisa lagi
Angel say
bandingnya
as well,
hardis dan
get the orb, and Ardis says, yeah, I have, don't worry. So now Ardis with the operator, moving himself over to green.
We've seen this in prior matches.
That's where Forsaken has been updrafted to, and you can see that FPX are already thinking about it, looking to try and pre-fire it. But Forsaken's one step ahead, covering it with a cloud burst.
Counterplay upon counterplay.
bagus pisaunya RGP.
Wasn't able, has to spend it. Moves to the side and the
Beli,
wall's
bisa beli.
forced out early. Burst down.
Matanya 3.000 sih cok.
Could be stopping him. In fact, Shao's ended up offloading a boatload of utility. Orb and a snake bite just
Mati dapat.
from happening with the rendezvous though. Back to
Belum.
safety.
Udah
The Viper's
TP.
pit is down. Paper X want to be fighting over this one. 2 for nail, but the positioning to get to reveals it.
Sabar.
Trace is just showing exactly where he might be and
Nice,
dividing
dapat.
all sorts of work.
Bang, dipancingin gitu pesan spec cok.
Buang util dulu.
Terkeluar utility.
Trying to bait out a little bit more counter
kena.
Forsaken there with the tap.
Sipan dapat 2 dapat 3 anjir.
Astaga, Zipan Mipazi.
Can't reset it enough though. Benkai finally shuts this guy down. A
Nah.
menace.
Bisa plan.
Defining factor potentially in this round, and finally a nightfall to push the players back. No sound cues online. Hardest, you're gonna be taking this one. Jefrikz so close onto the time. Running solo could come down to absolutely anything, but with the horn revealing it.
Nice.
Dropping
Aduh,
to the side. Now the 1v1. Shao's been so
mati.
Tidak
kalah respect.
Timing.
Timing sih, nice.
Finally able to deny Xiao in the clutch.
Diam kah? Final FPX?
And
Diam kah?
almost let that one
Ikut FPX lagi.
doing so well here. But their determination.
Zipan udah jago Zipan.
But throughout that entire round, PaperX were determined
Semua
to
jago.
spike down in only one location.
Udah di grand final.
FPX are already reading into that.
Let's go, bos. Untung nggak bilang anjay deh.
Sakit pala tuh.
Beda di awal deh, Cok.
Aggressive play into mid. PaperX showing some different shades, I think, towards their icebox gameplay.
Mungkin trapnya.
Ih, lawan nge-swing main kanan. Astaga. Dekat. Boleh.
Astaga, ke-delete lagi sih.
Waduh. Clear.
Available to collect a resurrect, able to come up. One each in the
Dua
round.
retake.
That gives FPX the player advantage.
Kenapa semua orang OP gitu benangnya? Teman-teman digituin juga.
No players within the vicinity to try and disrupt this one. But it is that player advantage. FPX are working with it. Best weapons for the job, but 2 rifles.
Shit.
Good enough for them. A flash to try and clear through, making sure nobody's holding. The post-plan positioning.
Mayday.
Alah,
Delay pelan.
Oh, udah habis flash.
Pelan.
Nice.
Nembak pandang mati.
Nice. Aduh, di pick sih.
Slow, patient approach. And it nets him the kill, nets him the round.
And that is a
Tapi
thrifty.
kan detik, Cok.
FPX
Ngepick.
barely brought anything into that.
Ketahuan kan ada TP sama suara.
And yet,
Balik ke kan di monitornya.
has been so dangerous.
Jas, awas Jas, Cok.
Itu Getsu nih emang kebalik keadaan halus.
Lihat nggak ada ekspresi dah si bangsat mah.
Main break getar banget dah grand final ya. Tadi di ban for second yang getar, nge-whip terus.
Buying time for Sugetsu to get here.
And none of their players experience at an
Masa
international
iya dibalikin? Enggak ya
You
kayaknya.
wouldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it.
Tor.
Mati dapai.
Place the jump peak. Drops
Oh,
down.
bangsat.
Oh my god.
Nice tapai. Gila.
Crossfire will be blocking this one.
Di atas nak kecek. Nice jing.
Taking so much space on top of his own wall.
Nice jing. Ngeri.
Bangsat, bisa loncat.
Emang Sugetsu aja bisa gitu.
Wih, respect lah.
You cannot predict Jing. And look, they're not even allowing the players to get close for the retake.
Nah, bisa retake.
Applying so much
Nggak bisa
pressure before
retake.
Sugetsu's even
93.
and just
Terus udah bilang 93. Ada ekonomi FPX, ada ekonomi.
rushed on bind to playing with their food on Icebox.
Mampus, robek posternya anjing.
93. Nice.
Tapi niat kali bikin poster pakai kertas gitu sih.
Gacet.
Itu punya Sagio lu ya. Gak usah dah kayak nge-heal teman-teman, kayak pakai nge-heal diri sendiri.
Wallnya pakai gitu-gitu ya dah.
Apa ndak 16 sendiri nge-kill, Cok.
Another eco. These are the rounds where FPX have been looking exceptionally
Waduh.
dangerous.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Man.
What the fuck?
A aware though of the aggressive play by Ardis.
Apa sih?
Across the ropes.
Kan tuh.
No sound cues being made, but
Angel's going for an ult.
Dia nggak,
intelligence, yeah, off to the side.
dia yang ngepick mati sih.
Set up for a fast retake off the spike plant noise.
Ah,
Here it comes.
visualnya ada kena anjing.
Plan coming through, that's going to be the knife force scatters them all the way back. The rendezvous though, and now still in those post-plan positions. Jing can't hear anything.
Aduh, udah mati Jing.
The entire kitchen sink just being
Anjing.
thrown at him into this corner, but can he hold it
Oh,
down?
ada
Can he
wall
lock it
maksudnya.
down? Referee still not
Nice
ideal, but
tuh.
it is the final round for them to get to go.
Jing, nice Jing. 93, 93.
Clean finish to the first half.
Aduh, Jefrikz.
How many resurrects has Jing had? That's the third that I've counted at least. He just seems to put more and more on the board.
Betul kan, kah?
18 kills
Nah.
for Jing. And an awesome half from Devi as well.
Mana lihat tuh,
Analyst desk,
18
is this what you wanted to
sendiri
see from
anjing.
PaperX off the back of that map number 1?
I think this is what we all wanted to see after what happened on map number 1. We're used
Lagi
to seeing the
berdebat,
Shao
lagi
show,
berdebat.
and who knew that there was a man in this tournament that can top the stuff that Shao's brought us. Jing,
Siapa delay dulu
absolutely
Jas ya?
incredible.
He's been
Why do
insane.
we-
What a
look at me, Cok.
turnaround to go from getting stopped on by
Siapa delay dulu?
first came on stage as well, and then to put up this
Udah
performance
bocor tuh
on
Boni.
stage. Who early in the tournament he played against Guild, and it was potentially his worst map.
He's not got as many
Oh, delay aku ya. Sorry.
That's at least one positive from
I mean,
Healing himself,
Sama
how
kayak
dare
Chan
you.
lagi.
Yeah. Outside of that, maybe
Refresh
less
dulu,
assists
refresh.
means that he's just, you know, capitalized getting his kills too.
finishing his dinner.
Yeah,
That's what you
it.
call it. But
I
no,
love it.
King
Imagine
Jing.
ending a half 18-10.
Yeah.
End half 18-10 and you're a battle stage. I mean,
Jing anjing emang jago banget anjing.
It's just the way that they're actually playing. Though. It's like he's not giving them a moment of
Jumpsuit.
rest. Like this in particular,
Yeah.
it's like you can't even
Bangsat.
predict that if you're on the other side. And I don't feel like a lot of
Grab.
this is like deep.
Tuh,
calls
tampangnya
coming in
serius
from the
sekali.
players. This is them
Tampangnya
finally
Jing.
giving that freedom to take the
Ngajar poin cok.
Kasihan.
Bocah humor
Great
nih kan.
understanding of positioning, angles, and timing.
Kok nggak
most
time out lagi ya?
importantly, because some of these times where he's
Kayak
it looks
lagi
like he's about to
istirahat.
int, he is, but his team is right behind him. He knows the spacing that they have, and
Out
it's really,
time.
really fun to watch.
Is it in though
Coba
if you
tebak
kill
cok.
2 and then
Tuh di
die?
gelas Red Bullnya itu
Is
apa
that
isinya tuh?
Absolutely not.
Air.
It's only inting after
Kopi,
you kill the
kopi.
second and then you
Tadi
carry on.
kapan ya technical pause-nya tuh minta
He
minta
got
isi
fight in
ulang.
one round. That was alright. Not bad.
PX juga tuh kan.
Well, look, this is a stark difference.
Gini optik ya, optik.
Their pace has kept up.
Technical
They
pause-nya
are
minta
now
isi
the ones
ulang
dictating
gitu.
the pace, and that was not very present in Bind, so I think this is something they've learned. Maybe they've shaken off a bit of the nerves
Ini
as
Ki
well,
bilang,
jump around, you know, get the blood flowing a bit, and now they're
monitor
on stage.
TN dia.
Alright, now we know what to expect.
Itu
Now we know how to
Benki semua tuh.
looking better.
Yeah, we're moving to the attacking side though.
Pro
for
player
PaperX. This is
bosku,
where they kind of
14 juta
swung
beli
the
yuk.
game in their favor against Optic. It was a 6-6 half after Optic kind
Udah
of
menang
swung,
sekali turnamen nih,
bit of
masa
a
nggak
lead
bisa
in the
beli?
beginning, but this is the half
Silakan,
as well.
silakan.
They can accept
Aku
the
nonton
aggression
aja.
really, really well from PaperX, and it's on their own terms.
Well, it's FPX that has to try and get back
Beli
into this
monitor
map now.
240 kan
I'm very
kelah
excited,
bangsat.
Brandon Saito, to
Itu
get
240
into
tuh.
the second half.
Benki yang IPS 240. Bukan
We'll see
TN.
what answers FPX have got for us here heading into map number 2. Of course, they're leading the series.
Apa dipakai aja?
Grand finals of
Benki yang 240 IPS tapi. Aing mal nih.
definitely rebounding with great
Itu
confidence.
nggak TN tuh. TN semua TN.
Hardest all the way down at the bottom.
Tadi angle kameranya kelihatan masih dari samping. Kalau TN enggak ada gitu, Jas.
When FPX
Yang
played
TN
bagus.
dominate
Dia
the
TN
game
bagus kan Benki.
bisa
on
jadi.
this side of the map, in fact, able to have so much impact on the attack.
Tapi 240 dapat tak baca di kreditnya tuh 240 Hz. Oh, pakai 360 ya? Salis.
Mungkin naik ke atas dia.
Heavy hitters.
Paling turun ke bawah, anjay.
Artis has been powering his
Apa?
many moments, but pistol round
Nggak ada jet yang mana bisa naik ke big green.
as expected. FPX is how they like to play on their attack sides.
Slow, cautious, spread default.
Hul, hul, hul.
1v1 opportunities happening here. And Artis is taking his headhunter over towards the jet and the chamber. Took a shot though, has to back. Get the heal.
Ih, kena hit ya lo Ardis lu.
Prowler being used in mid as well.
Mana
So
kan cak Emi
to latch onto anybody. PaperX are pretty certain, I think, that nobody's going to be lurking
Mi kuah.
just yet.
Misi bawah.
FPX are gearing up for an exec
Kacang,
here.
keleng.
Looking like they want to hit A.
Misi keripik, misi keripik ladrang bangsat jane.
Smart disrupting this one as it comes through.
Set tenggorokanmu, nak.
It's going to be Mindfreak revealed. Barely gets away with his life.
Woi, balik, sabar.
Astaga,
Wallbang joki banget sih bangsat.
Oh, Jing.
Aduh, bijam.
Nice, nice trick, nice trick. Nice, 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 nice.
The trap laid down. Mindfreak, he's got all the
Balik
utility
kau ke B-mu.
to cut
Balik
off
kau ke
any
B kalau
sort
ada
of
waktu.
attempt of space. And time running solo now for
Waduh,
jumping
di jumping.
around the
Aduh,
corner.
hoki banget
Artist
sih.
gets it, Mindfreak go. Still, that nuisance down to the 1v1.
Ayo per second.
Spike will go down. Angel whips it around. Forsaken.
Last per second. Last per second. Last per second.
He's good
Ngebak
for it.
ngebak. Iya,
Taking the
bagus.
defuse as well and sending PaperX into double
Denki Sowi
digits.
kah itu?
Nampaknya Bosen menunjukkan taringnya guys ya sebagai duelis.
Udah lama dia nggak main duelis nggak?
Tadi Yoru
Kena.
Nggak, maksudnya main jet.
Ya.
Dia keseringan main apa? Sentinel ya?
Yoru,
Iya gini,
chamber.
Yoru emang nggak duelis anjing.
Ya,
tapi
kan
di ban doang.
jet.
Di ban doang. Yorunya di ban doang. Misalnya ngikutin meta deh. Baik, Barcelona. Jadi guys.
Ketahuan.
Jadi. Aduh, mati banget. Poinnya berhasil ya guys ya.
Nggak di
Ini mati winnable, ini mati winnable pasti gitu.
Lu kena flash anjir. Lu masih bisa nge-kill.
Nggak ditahuin.
Aduh, flanknya mati. Forsaken mati.
Nice.
Wih, nice banget lu. Wih, bit astaga. Bit kai. Astaga.
Ya.
Just like that, FPX.
Davai whip.
Come back into it. Clawing their way into the map.
Davai turu.
Forsaken nge-flank whip juga. Dibunuh Ghost.
Ministrik yang turu cok.
You can start to see how Artist is able to have much more impact on the
Ya,
attack
betul.
side. Strangely enough, playing chamber.
Jaga flanknya. Yang nge-flank mati anjing.
Taking advantage of all of the utility that they're throwing, and his job
They
is just to
expect
get those entries.
Yeah. Use the rendezvous to get back a little bit as well, but the money situation
Hijau ya
a bit better now for
Stand up.
FPX. Really eco taken by PaperX, of course. As you can see, some dodgy plays being made. That is the shows.
Mampus.
Shorty play with the
Dari
haunt.
mid cok.
Shut down. I believe that was a prowler in his
Dari
face. But
kitchen.
Iya ketahuan.
close here. Ready and
Nggak
waiting.
dicek dong.
Cek dong.
Disorder clear.
Mungkin.
FPX is so
Keren
diligent
final
with
nggak
this.
ngecek situ.
We saw it in the game against Optic as well.
Aduh, udah baik.
Every position.
The power of this team. Always holding the crossfires, always knowing which angles they should be watching to help their teammates get into those spots.
Harus balik nih skornya.
Incredibly good against those
Tuh di
eco
kafe.
rounds. They don't let it
Aduh
get out of
nangis.
hand.
But that's not
Enggak
what's
sih
going
kayaknya
on
cok.
right now. PaperX
Susah ngejar di 5.
rifles
Kan baru full buy ya.
have an
Full buy.
opportunity to tip the balance back into their favor again and
Oh.
stop any kind of streak that FPX might be looking to build.
Sasarannya Jing sih ini cok.
There's lots
Matiin
to work
Jing
with too.
kelar.
But I'm looking at the positioning of their players, wondering if Forsaken wants to go for something aggressive.
Turu hari ini di grand final.
Defense side that we just saw with the horn over the top.
But it is some aggression
Tahuan line
over towards
up-nya.
A. Jing and Forsaken holding this area pretty
Udah tahu.
aggressively
Orang
gives
itu.
them the idea that there's no one really here.
Taking belt. We've seen this before when they played in the regional games. Not at this
B,
tournament,
B,
of
B,
course,
fix
but,
B.
they're playing Icebox. Still a fight being taken place. The shot rattled off. Damage was done
Lu mati
prior.
no.
Nice, 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 nice,
Shot
nice.
Shot.
to shreds.
My shot so sharp, so sharp.
Awesome position that Benkai's holding up there on the top.
Dari flank. Dari
Able to
flank.
throw out all
Nah,
of his
banyak ketahuan.
information.
mati, mati.
Jing, Jing.
Over with Divide.
Aduh.
Left in the hands of
Nice.
Joe. Only had a
Delay.
to work with.
Kan?
A great round.
Tadi berapa skor di ban?
Everything worked on
13
both sides
berapa?
of the map. The
Dua.
aggression that you see from
Dua ya?
Forsaken and Jing, the Sage running towards
Bisa segitiga.
Belt. And on the other side, your anchors,
Oh,
Benkai,
Benkai.
Divide.
Nice,
Choosing a
Benkai.
high-low setup where they can
Nice.
spam down these players that are
Ini
trying to
Forsaken
play
mas.
Tarik nih nyen sih tarik.
everything in the game plan working here for PaperX.
YouTuber,
Ya.
YouTuber.
And it's forced an FPX
YouTuber.
Delay itu cok. Nanti langsung di Valorant boleh.
FPX's utility is so diligent.
Kayaknya itu dia ada nih ngertas-kertas.
Angel uses prowlers,
Watch
horns,
party tarik
seizures,
kira.
everything. to
Party
try and
paling rame.
Stop people who might be playing aggressively and catching them. But what they weren't ready for was Benkai and Divide holding to stop them even getting the plant down. Not looking actually to hold those hyper-aggressive positions at the front of B, but sitting back on site, spamming them down. And at that point, FPX have already used a lot of their utility.
Turnamen kursinya bisa dibawa pulang.
In terms of the way the map plays out on the attack side of things, I mean, FPX were afforded the luxury, I think, of slowing things down.
Tapi minimal turnamen internasional.
When they were playing their attack side, making sure that they could absorb
Turnamen apa habis turnamen?
I think you need a lot of bodies, a lot of
Habis
utility
turnamen.
to get into the extremities to even have a chance of done in these rounds.
Yeah, on Icebox,
Dari
don't start with much
hadiah
money.
turnamennya aja udah bisa beli.
You don't have control rather of mid or
Waduh, ini
either
post
of the
buy.
extremities early. You gotta go and take
Kalau
them. You
ini
gotta go and
menang
fight them.
PRX kelar.
It's going to be that buy round.
Gimana gini caranya main gini cok? Main kayo.
This is the setup they had before with Jing flooding forwards into the top, taking the rope. He's slightly slow on it this time, but they're still gonna get that duo.
Tahunnya nyentuh tanah.
And they buy time for them to get into position with Mindfreak's snakebite line.
Ketahuan nih ya. Ketahuan nih ya.
Playing this one, yes, ready and waiting. Behind the ramp.
Aduh,
Anticipating and
di atas.
expecting the aggression. Showers again soon.
Las.
They are the back in kind.
Shades of bind for sure. We were just talking about
Defense,
how
cok,
difficult it
defense,
is
cok.
to hold such
Defense lah maju anjing, paper egg kentot.
But FPX
Ya
manage it.
ampun.
Udah kebaca soalnya kalau maju mati satu, ada yang kedua dan yang ketiga
Describe
pasti
that
sih.
aggressive strategy over
Ekonominya balik.
maybe to the extent that they can go and hold
Nah,
pipes, sure.
kepedean deh,
Not
Cuk.
pushing into spawn, at least not without a lot of information on the other side of the map.
Well, you're not particularly favoured, and look at how ready they were for this. Prime game and flawless, keeping all the guns moving into the next round. They just knew it was coming.
And there is
Nah, kan marah,
a snake
nah,
bot
kan
that's
marah.
being thrown there by Mindfreak that might be used as somewhat of a tell. But even in the rounds where they don't want to go for aggression, he's had his Viper's Pit online for a while now. He's just choosing not to use it.
Apa ini lagi, guys?
It's more aggression, actually. Mid of Forsaken again.
Yeah. This time with an operator in the hand of Forsaken, and he's pushed up onto that mid angle. Look at where the spike is around the side here.
And this
Watched on
wall,
top of the wall, reset!
a headshot
Damage
is
is done.
Yeah, but
Gila
barely
paling.
any damage.
Dor.
Aduh, miss.
Ya ampun.
You can't be kidding
Oh,
me, man!
How is Zipan
For
getting
second
two out of
turun.
that? Jumping onto a box.
That had to just be threaded right between the legs, surely.
Nih, PRX nah penasaran nih.
Resurrect, of course, it's online.
Udah dulu nih per second.
Kill Prior not even going to be mattering now, turning it into that 5v3.
Ini tadi buat frag
Biar
deh.
ngejar.
And Mindfreak
Biar
looking
ngejar butuhnya per second cok.
going for it.
Ketahuan dong.
FPX are so diligent. The utility to try and clear them through. Viper's Pit is a bit of a response here from Mindfreak.
In a 3v5.
Also
And
using
he's
the down,
langsung
he's just gonna
dibunuh.
spam through.
Getsu tuh ya.
Over to the back, Horns on top of it, Benkai. A monstrous
Gimana
task
tuh,
ahead of him
Cok?
to try and push back the onslaught. Surrounded on almost every single
VP,
side.
VP.
Artisnya respect Benkai sih, nggak jadi di swing.
Doesn't particularly look doable.
No.
But they have the funds to be
Sampai
able
mau
to commit
ngapain?
this and still
Sip
buy
OP
for the next
kemik.
round. So Benkai and Divine might try and make this just
Astaga.
a little expensive. Zipan is having none of it. He is not having any of it today.
Di atasnya 3
Push
sih.
over the rafters, a reflank through mid. Benkai can just hit footsteps all around him.
Ditauin.
There's nowhere to watch. Who can blame him?
And Zipan gets 4 in the round, but it's the first two that confuse
Gimana
me.
dia mati men-strike cok.
That shot.
A jump peek up onto the box to claim his first target.
Gotta see
Let's
this
take a
one,
look at
right?
this on the replay.
Oh,
Right between the legs.
Oh, he did. He just jumped
Okay.
over the op shot.
oh.
4 kill sih,
Didn't
4
realize he was
kill.
an acrobat.
That's reset of the aim and starting
Masa
to look
comeback.
just that bit more
Masa
dangerous, I
iya?
think, for PaperX.
Nih, PaperX penasaran ya nih, pasti terus coba push, coba lagi.
They've been very diligent in these anti-eco rounds.
Wait, is this?
Oh.
Hold on.
Ah, gagal. Ah, gagal.
No strangers to these kind of plays being
Comeback kah
happening
ini?
as well. That was a snake bite and a seize happening over towards the A side just to punish the orb being grabbed and divide.
Udah pusing nih per second tuh, Mas.
First casualty.
Dari tahun kayak mainannya.
Dropped off, a fast
Mau
approach. No time
nge-trick,
wasted.
gagal naik.
Now Horns, he reveals the positioning perfectly. Spam around the
Okay,
side,
nice,
but still,
Mindfreak.
the kills. Flooding in
Waduh.
one after the other.
Masuk.
Forsaken
Aduh,
is
aduh,
right
aduh.
in their faces. The play
Nice.
storm not giving them any options. Somehow, it's come down to the 1v1
What happened?
in the blink of an eye. Forsaken.
Dulu.
A bit of a read.
Clutch,
The
Jason.
is there for the wider
Look.
swing, but he dashes back, and now he knows it, but still,
Oh, nggak ditauin.
the noise being cut down.
Spec sih.
Nice for second, Tripti, nice.
Anjing siap, meleguk.
Sudah gila nggak bisa
Apa yang
PX.
terjadi tiba-tiba menang, tiba-tiba menang.
Ya di push gitu bisa ada 3 orang di belakang. Gila PX. PX gila.
That's around where it starts. Forsaken missing his jump to go for a double up
Boost.
and I'm sure he's glad he still
Back
had the
temen.
drops available to win this one out on the A retake.
Di kiri kayaknya lebih cepat ya. Ngepicknya dia.
Tapi kadang nggak kelihatan musuhnya. Sering li,
Nah,
pas second tuh nggak ngeliat musuh.
Tapi posisi tadi tuh nggak ada sama-samanya, Cok. Benerin tuh main
Das.
merah kemarin
Itu pas second. Astaga. Ih dia di bawahnya. Astaga.
What the fuck happened, bro?
Di bawahnya nih.
Di back.
Aduh.
Respect diolah sih.
Respect. Udah jauh Jefrikz. Respect.
NG nih.
PRX.
Udah kejepit kepalanya nih, Clay. Di flagnya masih apa enggak nih?
Ada satu sama. Satu sama udah satu sama. Di TP1 udah satu sama. Kan.
That puts PaperX back level in the series. Socks, shoes, get them back on.
Bangkit dari terpurukan, Cok.
Even in the series, 1-1 apiece, the grand finals. Not quite so one-sided, and there's the big
Burex.
Itu siapa ya?
Buster fanatik.
Oh.
That is a great response. Not only in the
Yep,
manner
nah.
that it was
Habisnya apa? Fraktur?
but also the level of aggression that they showcased without getting punished too much.
Fraktur dibantai kok PPX.
You had all of the same diligence coming out of
PRX,
They were still trying to punish the aggression, and they did.
Fracture FPX nggak pakai duelist
You
lagi.
still had moments like
Neon
this.
apak nih, neon
Jing
apak,
pulling out
lihat.
an ace. Going for
Menggila nih
play
tuh.
after play.
just outlandish stuff.
Kemarin itu Super X siapa ya? 29 detik, Cok. Pistol round.
Clean, just trying to answer back
Ayumnya
all
kok
the way
gitu ya?
into the map at hand, but
Itulah pro player.
eventually.
Keyboardnya bagus kan.
That kind of deficit where one eco round.
With killboard nih, with killboard nih.
Malas nih ribet kali Ci, ngubek keyboard.
Ayo, aku jasa ngelum.
Si ngelapisin apa tuh? Peredam lagi.
Tanya.
Si ngelapisin peredam. Isiin oli, isiin gemuk, isiin pelumas.
Biar lemas.
Apa Cryptox gitu.
Yo,
Coba tolong direkomendasi apa liquid enak yang di liquid itu mau ada.
Tiger Wong.
Minum lagi.
Ada jelek sama nyoba.
Komodo breakfast.
Udah pernah.
Afu.
Udah pernah tuh lagi satu.
Arab.
Apa? Maafin nih.
Arab yang apa aja?
Udah pernah ketiganya tuh.
Ada nih Sakurane baru. Apa sih ada satu Sakurane? Sakura kayak enak.
aku ada liquid enak, Pak.
Apa?
Jadi kalau nyari rekomendasi
Udah
liquid,
Pak Luhut.
nyari rekomendasi liquid ke SPL, bungut sensitif sini.
Nggak mau dia belanja di sana aja. Dia biasa beli liquid dikasih temen nanti nggak enak gitu.
Ya, coba dah Pak. Ini kan disumbangin liquidnya.
Ntar gini nggak? Semua orang bilang enak di situ nggak? Nggak ya?
Cobaan. Aku nanya lah sana. Kalau nggak ke adikku ke ada bagi ada.
Kalau aku ke bagi ada nanya. Liquid apa John? Nih, Nikotin 6 ada bungkus.
Nah, mereka senang nyobain soalnya. Ada yang beli dicobain sama dia.
Diminta dah setengah botol coba.
Ditetesin deh.
Coba kalau ada liquid baru itu.
Nova kayaknya nggak cocok ke sana sih. Dia kan pelit nggak kasih minta liquid.
Bibi kudo pecang mang liquid bangsat.
Aku nggak ada di jaket. Aku nggak ada di jaket.
Aduh gini cer impal cang ya kumah cang bo lagi liquid kadang cang maling sih. Ternyata motor
Aku nggak pernah
lebih.
dapet liquid. Minta liquidnya dia aja dibatasin 3 tetes katanya sih. 3 tetes aja ya
Siap.
baru tak kasih gitu.
Siapa?
Nova ada.
Kapan kowe pernah minta liquid ku anjing?
Beda pura-pura lupa ke.
I'm playing KG ranked apa tuh?
Ya liquid slang aku udah 3 kali sih bangsat.
Terusin aja biar 5 kali atau 10 kali.
Telepon tuh enak kayaknya ya.
Kemarin siapa bilang kayak klepon tuh lebih ke gulanya deh sih, nggak ke adonannya. Siapa kan dia bilang lupa.
Yang Nusantara weh kayak ada telepon yang baru tuh kan.
Nggak tahu, aku nggak begitu merhatiin botol, aku nyedot dikit.
What a response there from PaperX. They take map 2 in this grand final best of 5. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Baller, Tom and Jess. That was kind of the response we needed to see from PaperX to keep this competitive. Now you guys have seen their Icebox here. They won their 4th map now in terms of like a variation of maps. What did you make of it?
Well, I think it was almost exactly what we expected it to be from when they played versus Xerxia. Like, a lot of aggression. I think they added a few cool things with, like, the haunts that they had through the walls, although I think both teams had that in aspect. And honestly, just seeing Jing perform on the stage at this level, it's a lot of fun.
I think it was definitely exactly what you expect out of PaperX. I mean, on that first half, you just mentioned Jing. They're just consistently pushing, and that almost costed them a little bit of a comeback here, which honestly was what FPX was able to capitalize on, which PaperX wasn't able to do on the first map. They brought this back a little bit because of the aggression that consistently was coming out from PaperX.
I just think that if you have one player who's going to bring a duelist on usually what people are moving to a non-duelist composition map, it's got to be this man. The amount of times he was able
Mulai
to
dah di
dash
Jing
away,
di spot sebagai player yang ditandai.
around the map. He wasn't one of the big hitters when you think
Setelah
about
Forsaken.
Cuma yang mau muji Jing.
Setelah Forsaken.
was keep everyone wondering, everyone thinking on the side of FPX, is he in the crowd? Is he not? Where is he?
Forsaken
Has
tuh
he
jago
dashed?
dulu ya.
Where is he going next? I love that he had that kind of presence.
And honestly, he took over the game once FPX started to come back.
Terus itu sebelumnya gara-gara dia pakai euronya gila tuh. Dispotted dia, dispotted.
They're like, this guy will just take over a game. And he did that again. This was exactly the type of thing you expect from Forsaken when he plays that jet, and it delivered on a big scale.
I know you guys wanted to keep an eye on Ardis, especially on this map. The first half he was a little bit quiet, but he ended up this map, Tom, with actually his worst statistical performance in all of his tournaments.
Yeah, I think this is the first time he's properly been shut down. Like, you look at, he was still going for the same aggressive peaks, taking those fights, trying to get work done with the operator, but he's just getting rinsed by Jing.
Abis itu chamber dia lagi, dia fracture.
Shut down by Devi as well with some of the counter operator on the other side. It was the quietest performance we've seen, but I don't expect that to continue.
I mean, I sort of coined it escape artist yesterday, and I love that I put it in there. And then I think, unfortunately, PaperX took that to heart, and they're like, how do we stop him from being escape artist? Oh, yeah, we can just taper off where his escape is, and then just be there to receive him, or chase him down as he does escape.
Yeah.
I love that. They did not pull their foot off the pedal there. That was excellent work.
One of the guys that was maybe in charge of shutting him down a little bit as well is Jing. Here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. An ace from him, but the crowd went wild for this as well.
Vintage. I mean, seriously, exactly what we wanted from Jing when he comes back on the stage. He was definitely uncomfortable in that first map, But this is where he's starting to just pop off. I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of pace he goes into.
It's disrespect.
It is.
That's the thing. When you're in a grand final of a tournament, maybe you taper off a
Oh,
little bit.
Jing
You go,
S
you know,
ya?
I'm gonna chill.
Yep.
Like I'm not
Ya,
gonna make those
ekspresinya
same
gitu
crazy
doang
plays
lagi,
I
Ci.
would make all
Let's
the way back in like
go.
challenges 1 when I'm playing against teams I'm just better than. But in Jing's mind, he's better than everyone, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, we needed them to come back with this confidence. If we wanted to have a series on our hands, we had to have them come in with that kind of ferocity that we're used to seeing Paper X. And if it's Jing on the Sage, if it's Forsaken on the Jet, I don't care who it is that's stepping up to the plate. It needs to be a team effort, of course, but there are star players on the side of Paper X who start something like that, and it will kick off into momentum.
You also just know the Benkai sat there like, just do it. Go. Run as fast as you can.
You got this,
and
bro.
he's probably going to carry on running as well on a Fracture, which is the next map we are moving on to. You know, Bob,
ada
we
ngepick
often
per-
say when it comes to Paper X, if you let them have Bind, don't let them have Fracture. Do you stand by
Ada
that?
bisa.
Belum, ini kan patch yang
Yeah, I mean, I do,
Oh, Phoenix
but also I
belum-
think I'm pretty confident when I
belum
say
di-buff.
FPX's style on this map specifically,
Masih bisa
they
nge-pick
control
split.
the map very well, and they will receive this aggression from Forsaken. You talk about how he's going to run onto this map. It might be hard to do when you have a Prowler or one-way in your face.
One of the things I really want to see is just like, are they going to run the composition which involved Jing switching to the Sage, which really was trying to lock down one side and pressure the other, or are they going to let Jing off the leash? And I'll be honest, that's what I want to see.
Yeah.
I think after this map, if he gets to play that Raze and he's pushing alongside the rest of his team, then they're really hard to play against. If they play the more passive approach, I don't know if it's going to work.
Some of that defensive aggression I expect as well. I mean, there's so many times I've seen
Yes,
them just run down B
Cika
long with
Ivan
the
Campos
red,
sih,
with
Yes.
the Neon rather, and they get the
Main.
stuns out, and everyone is just shocked.
Cika mah.
The round has had 10
beli
seconds,
lah
and
tiket.
they're already in their spawn.
Freestyle
I mean, these are the
satunya
kind of plays
Bosen,
that Paper X
si
can
telat,
run,
si
but they also
antara freestyle
condition
2.
their opponents to think
Ada
that's what's
mudah.
coming. So of course FPX
Nah,
is
Mada
waiting and
patul.
waiting, but they're a team that
Pasti
is used to
lebih
waiting.
mahal lah
They're used to
freestyle 2.
having 30 seconds left in a round to go get that spike
Ya
down.
Ci, itu
So I
kan
don't think it'll
freestyle
detract
1 1
necessarily from
sekat,
FPX's
freestyle 2 kuda ya.
playstyle, but I'm worried that that's what they'll be expecting time and time again.
Oh,
and
la,
they'll
la,
be
pes
considering
kena cek
Paper X too
kampus.
much, whereas they need to focus a little bit more on their own gameplay now.
I mean, they've already taken down Optics Neon. Not many teams can take down Optics Neon. So, do you guys feel like the
They both
preparation?
have.
They both have, yeah. 13-5, 13-7, not too bad.
Does that preparation mean anything as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select?
I think definitely.
Satu
I think for
seket
FPX,
hanya
every single
untuk
time the
2
preparation is gonna
SKKM
matter
sih,
probably more than any other
anjing.
team. They are
Gede
excellent
dah.
at coming in with these counters, and I think ultimately I'm gonna look at both the Vipers once again when they do eventually come through, because I think that both teams have fantastic sight anchors.
Kenapa?
Well, by the looks
Kenapa?
of it, again,
Beda
we are
apa
gonna get
buat
what is
kenapa?
basically a triple duelist. I think we have to call it that at this point. I
Kenapa?
don't think
Ini
there's
Omen
much
kan
sight
biasanya free.
other than what is going to be that reliance on the likes of Benkai and the likes of Mindfreak, because everybody else is going to be pushing.
Yeah, Device specifically is a monster on this map when it comes to both sides, right? That chamber can be so useful at locking down an area, but also
Oh, tuh mereka nge-pick ya duelis
learning
kali.
on this map. And that is
Mana?
so hard. I mean, you have to be
FPX
patient
mana?
with that, actually, that
FPX.
Oh,
confidence.
FPX.
How
FPX
often
nge-pick deh.
these types of
PRX Neon pasti per second.
I love that we get Angel back on the Omen, for
Oh,
example.
nge-pick
The
dia
amount of one-ways that
si
FPS,
Pan.
especially
Si
yesterday,
Pan
when
lo
they
kayak
started on
des.
Split, they're like, actually, we'll get the one-ways happening again. It's a
Biasanya
straight
Angin
tone
tuh
towards
Brim,
main
si
main as
Pan
well,
tuh
but they
Bridge.
hold that power position with that one-way. Not necessarily him and having those, you know, smokes to work with is going to be the kicker here, but they love to play off of it on many,
He
many
also
maps.
just TPs behind Ye and
That-
does like
look, that
crazy
was
stuff that you
crazy.
see. So
Shout out to the
I like
observers, by
that.
the way.
Yeah.
That was like a movie.
Yeah, the fact
Shout
that
out
they
to
read
them
that.
every day. Those
That's
guys are
bikin foto kayak gitu.
That
That's the
is
1v2.
I mean, there was a
Udah
lot of
setengah muka akhirnya.
shenanigans that happened. It's not all of the observers with the 1v2, Tom. You got to be more specific.
No.
But yeah, where are you leaning here? Who are you leaning towards?
I'm always going to stick with the Paper X train on this map. I love watching them. I think they're the most exciting team when it comes to Fracture, and I think they'll take it.
Well, whoever takes this one is going to have a huge advantage going to the map after Fracture. It's time to send this over to your casters, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get into this one here. Map number 3 in this series. And you two set it up perfectly. A huge advantage.
Bantuan bikin rompi kayak gituan. Pada rompi yang kayak pakai kemarin.
No strangers to this map.
Boleh.
Yeah, it's one of the maps at the top of both
Ngelatih
teams'
aja
boards. And I think
besus.
you could argue whoever takes it could
Canda,
well
canda.
take the
Bangke.
series. Talking about them being on such even footing, whoever's able to get that one up, it might just extend further and further. We've seen great stuff from both teams at this point, And from FPX, when they were able to take down Optic, they got most of their work done on the attack side. Now we're going to see them try and defend against this hyper-aggression. PaperX sending both duelists, looking to try and react towards Dish perhaps in this round.
Utilities traded out there in the one way as well. Tempers that aggression. All of that was going on. PaperX, they did take that Dish control, already a drop. Nade in hand, ready and waiting, but with the Viper Wall drop down, that's going to be an indicator. The rotations, oh, they're there. The nade off to the side. Forsaken's already in. No morphs.
Forsaken dari sana udah sih.
But PaperX was happy to squeeze
Mulai.
any remaining players that might be just trying to defend their way through. With the doors open and wide, Angel's head.
Nice.
Off and Jing.
Nice.
He's relentless with it.
Nice, flawless.
Nice, boleh.
Flawless for them on the pistol.
Bacot kasar
And
banget
exactly their game plan function.
Ya sih.
They have their
Yes, sangat toh FPX, chip RX. Toh-tohnya ngecat pelak cang ya.
And then the duelists, Jing, Forsaken,
Kalian yang mudah kan ngecat
Apa keuntungannya ya,
punch
Cang?
the defenders, and then Jing just decided
Pelaknya Pony pasang di gede, Jess, di variomu, Jess.
Tolol aja.
Mentlah ulah-ulah dah.
Ngelurin gitu.
Itu.
Ngelungin sep.
Ini tuh buy abis kenalan ada pistol 2 nggak buy. Ntar bisa beli pandal.
FPX, you could argue, playing even better.
No time wasted, Boombot. Stun as well, Shao.
Kena stun dia, kena stun. Dibaki, tapi mati. Bye-bye.
Revealed, crossfire.
Bye-bye.
That's Angel. Forsaken's taken out, but space is going to be gained now. On this side, should be able to get that plant off.
And here's another classic of PaperX. Look at the position of Divide coming out.
Orang B-nya jauh banget, 3 side.
The biggest flank possible.
All the way behind them.
Oh, 3 orang digituin anjir.
The double satchel play right into the sand. The push them right into the line of sight angles. Divide taking that long lurk all the way through. The marathon approach, it seems, to the map.
All left down to Sugetsu, he doesn't have what it takes. And PaperX once more.
Pembe.
Lose a couple of bodies in their anti-ecos.
Boleh kayak neon
But they come out
anjing.
on top
Kau
in the
pakai
end.
razit, tolol.
And I really do think you need to try
Pepperek
and
nih,
keep track
guys.
of those post
Jadi gini sifat aslinya Jess.
Forsaken will occasionally do it. Devi's gonna be
Semeton, ngamas semeton.
every part of their play, once they get to the site,
Begitulah
is
Jess.
well orchestrated and has extra layers to
Aku
it.
cuman
It
kaget
has
aja sih.
extra layers.
See it all the time, just
Keles.
fill in those gaps.
Biar seru nonton harus kasar.
When you're just trying to deal with the aggression up front.
Baru sekalinya kalah di fracture selama di PCT. Kalah sama alter ego.
Nah,
Dirasain sama alter ego. Yang streak fracture.
Benkai choosing to get himself
9-1 fracture. Masuk.
Alter ego Indo kan?
Seapak.
nggak dicek. Astaga, smoke-nya matiin dong saya, goblok.
And he's clean with the shots. A lurk attempt being watched. Divide.
Again,
Holding on to
goblok.
it. Fast enough, haven't they?
very early on. A mind freak, Benkai taken down. A flawless response.
It's gonna be that kind of map, is it?
FPX are going to consistently try to update their playstyle to deal with PaperX. And Sabathia was just unseen.
One enemy remaining.
Unseen, unnoticed, able to work around that utility, that Viper utility,
Yes,
to anchor the
amigos.
site and bait the PaperX players in. False sense of security for sure.
That hard anchoring.
Siapa keluar masuk Adi?
Bit of a counterplay towards it. You can see that FPX were already ready for these lurks, but again, being played, you can see ults online. That's Benkai holding that rolling thunder. It's twice against him, but now still has it online and now sends it through right into sand.
Ya kena one tap, ya
Opportunity, him and
di-delete
Timbahan
sih.
just locking down these angles. It's up to Jing. Moves in, but he is being swarm surrounded. They know his positioning. TP away, the nade pushes him back, and he's so low.
Ya ke-delete sih ditauin.
Terus 2 kali
FPX in this round leaves everything once more in the hands of Benkai.
Tries to go for it, doesn't he?
Dapat 2, oke banget
Also
sih.
spray transfer as well, but the same issue in the clutch, and it's the same issue to open the round. There are too many players in halls for PaperX to get through.
Just ready.
Jadi FPX nih menang nih.
After they ult Angel away,
Gitu kan, Bang?
Zipan is there to go and
Control
help
dia.
Shao, And Shao only had a Guardian,
Enemy remaining.
and yet the combo with Zipan has just locked that area of the map straight down.
Sees nades, the paranoia, it's all used to disrupt that kind of play. And again, gotta be joking, the same sort of setup, the players are there. Paperex
Cover going out.
don't have the weapons this time, working with just a bit of a lighter buy, of course, half on it. Flash through into Samba, Shao, he deals with it easily enough. Mindfreak though, instant response, the trade online, the door's still open, and this is causing more than enough issues. How are they returning the fire like this?
All of those sheriff shots were so precise from the side of Paperex. And Forsaken's going into spawn here,
Crazy
looking
for
to try
this.
and close the gap.
Absolute madness. Artist shuts down any sort of funny business.
No fun on my watch. Not unless I'm the one singing. That's what Artist says. He's got an operator into this round. And for Paperex in general, they have just been battering their heads against halls.
A-halls all the time.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again.
Because in theory, it does make sense. You should be able to get around it. If you can have Jing or Forsaken or both of them playing up by Dish, even 3 players from FPX can't watch both sides at once. If you get the timing down, it should be possible. They may want to try and have Divide purely playing as bait there. A lot of the fracture meta tends to revolve around having your chamber, trying to take and break the trap plays happening in halls. If they can force out one of those early paranoias or a seize nade, and then react out of Dish, maybe they can start to get something working. Or, you know, there is a B side to this match.
Sure, you could lean over to that side. Timeout. Try and think about what they want to do. You are right, Josh. Normally teams, when they're playing this one on their attack side, you see those 4-1 setups. Usually the chamber player alone, just with the rendezvous setup, trying to bait and pull out that utility that might be being used. Could be an option for them, but so far it's just been complete conditioning, or at least the attempt by Paperex to try and drag players over towards A-halls of everything they're pumping into it.
And it will work. FPX are committing 3 players over to A, and I think it's quite unlikely they start with 3B at the beginning of any of these early rounds. Both chambers with an op, and Zipan's made the move over to the B site, now playing with a showstopper to try and shut down any kind of adjustment in the strategy. But from the look of it, Paperex are still content to send the same kind of pistol round look, where they're slowly prodding towards halls with both duelists up at Dish.
It's a stun and obviously exchanged. Prowler's being used. That's a lot early on from Shao, just to try and clear through in case there's somebody there. But it is more tempered and space has been given up. That drop location. Players are watching it though. FPX seem relatively aware that it could be a possibility. Of course, compromise, you've got to be knowing it.
Angel's getting a little antsy here. Gonna have to refresh his one-way soon, and I think that's the timing that Paperex are going for. One way back up. Angel wants information right now. He's playing much further forwards than he has done previously because there's been no noise from Paperex.
It's been cut completely.
Only one rendezvous is what he hears.
It's not a lot to go off, but with the Viper orb down, there's a fast lane to try and split this one up. And now the showstopper play into Sand, cut it across with his wall.
Nggak dapat siapa.
Nggak
Cici.
Astaga, ngeleng gitu, bocor banget.
And the pressure still being applied. The corner
Iya, omennya nggak dicek dong.
returns back into action.
Astaga.
Will eventually trade it, but he's left alone.
Astaga.
1v3. Picking up this rifle.
2, 3, swing.
This chokehold that FPX have got onto the site.
Udah
Almost
dipakai
impossible
OP
task.
siapa coba?
With only 10 seconds left, he is not getting past the brick wall of Ardis. And Paperex,
Main dia lawan ada Omen di
I've never seen a Raze player get robbed so frequently as Jing with his showstoppers.
I mean, that was just absurd.
138
Coba ke
damage
pintu dia.
hit. And also a
Ultinya
bit of a
Jing.
miscommunication there as well. Mindfreak not realizing where he died from.
Bisa get sih.
Yeah, and Angel just not being cleared out fast enough. He's able to get that value just playing in that close position, and still we're not seeing any sort of attempt to try and lead towards the B side. It looks like, again, all the players
You want to play? Let's
happy to
play.
keep up a similar kind of default.
Yeah, they're really trying to hammer home this conditioning.
Oh,
Perhaps trying to make space for Divide to work his operator in there.
one against the other. Tour de force could be a huge difference maker. There's slowly creeping up on these ankles.
Artis is going to have the better angle here if the Vi comes close.
Comes down to these
Mati
adjustments.
depan.
It comes down to it, doesn't it? Just the patience to try and hold this one. Artis still unwilling to reposition. And what is going to give?
On the other side of the map, Angel has
This info. Setting it up for though. All going to be scattered through. That's going to be the rolling thunder. And now Forsaken, the overdrive is all the way deep in their spawn. One kill found. You should not be favored there, Sun, but still locks down tower, but he's being squeezed.
Nice bait.
With the Viper's bit down. A difficult task, but Shao, listen. He takes down him and Angel against the world. Forsaken.
Forsaken di
It's
mana
going to be
dia?
fading. Picked up a bulldog. God, they still need to get themselves onto the side. Angel has TPs.
Nice, G.
Hoki game.
Nice.
Playing it well. Paper X, 3 kills in a round for Jing. What a way to win on there, Thrifty.
Jing. On fire,
Great
Jing
stuff by
hari ini.
Paper X there. FPX actually read what was happening and had pushed 2 players out, Angel and Xiao, through halls. That's how Xiao got behind so quickly. But they weren't anticipating Forsaken to be this aggressive. It's one thing to know that Paper X are going to push you. It is another thing to suddenly find them in your spawn.
Let's go, boys. Big one.
Let's go, boys.
When it was looking like, honestly, the momentum of this first half was really on the side of Paper X. Or FPX, I should say.
But they found something that works, and this time Forsaken Divide getting very quickly past the one-way smoke, making sure they hold for any kind of setup. I'm not sure what their plan was if they got hit by the paranoia here, maybe just to flee. But at this point, Angel's missed his opportunity.
Moving it back, I mean, he's still holding close to the wall.
It's awkward, though. It's awkward positionings from the
Incredibly
FPX
awkward.
players. Angel might just end up running into Jing.
Still coming through. Jing trying to take the timing. He's given free reign there at Dish. Misses the opportunity, though.
And this is Sugetsu's classic. Mid-round Viper's Pit popped onto the A site. A little bit of sound bait here from Paper X as they try and make it sound like they're going over towards B. Or is this just indecision? Pings all over sand would indicate Paper X are still going to try and fight through this.
Needs to be watched now. You can see them moving all the way through to stun. That's going to be a connection. Forsaken moves forward. It's a fast lane to split it up. But this is a difficult one. Again, to deal with up close and personal. Sugetsu on the high ground and the Viper's Pit remains intact. And it has to be a pivot. It has to be an adjustment.
And Ardis stays in his position here. They're going to go... No, thinking about going over the ropes. There really is indecision. Littering the camp of Paper X right now. Benkai normally so good in these mid-round decisions.
A tour de force as well. A dodge to the side. Artis, he can shut this down single-handedly. Holding behind it. Dies. The shot is found. And the slow field placed across. The showstopper is the cherry on top. Not a chance in hell for Paper X to find their way back in.
Divide the silver lining to this catastrophic round may be that he just keeps the operator online. But FPX immediately rip back control into their camp. This setup is so difficult to crack. Sugetsu on top of B, with inside his Viper's Pit, and Xiao playing inside it on the bottom. Xiao's more often going to take first contact, and even if he dies, the pit remains active.
There's really no way to clear out Sugetsu when he plays back against the wall on the high ground there.
After a very successful map 2, Forsaken's stat line seems to indicate he's back to bind. Just getting shut down, hammered by utility. Has to keep giving up these early fights, but he wants to force another.
No way!
Oh,
What
nice
is
flick,
that
bitch.
shot? What a
Oh my
flick, and
God.
the angle watch Divide. He's got his back.
Kontrol
Oh,
selalu
this
di
is
side
just-
si babi apa tuh Razi ini.
Once more relentless. Forsaken though this time. Put off the gas. Now the Satchel play onto the site. It's up to Zipman to see if he can lock this one down. He knows. Slowly being squeezed with the positioning and the timing was everything.
Timingnya
And it
sih
was
dapet.
perfect.
Flash into the corner. Artis rattling off almost everything in his clip there.
Astaga,
Gila,
spec lah,
Sugetsu.
tolong
Sugetsu.
anjing.
Terlalu OP
One kill to final
Sugetsu.
to Jing. Choosing the refight into this Divide with the shot though. Down
Terus.
to Artis.
And with only an
TP
operator in hand.
manfaat. Ya. Kalau TP, pasti dekat TP-nya. Oh iya dekat TP.
The other totem
Mampus
there.
kau babi, mampus kau babi.
PaperX managed to claw one back. Look at this shot from
Tes,
Forsaken.
boleh.
That's filth.
Baru klik tuh.
Absolute filth. Devi as well, sneaking an op shot underneath. Look at the
Bapak, dan dua Pak. Tidur Pak. Malah turnamen.
The players were up close and personal. The paranoia was skirted
Iya,
across.
Sugetsu bro.
Do you really anticipate
kelihatan memeknya gitu,
sliding
Cok.
and gliding across the floor, cutting up the crosshair placement, immediately retaking that space?
Kalau Sugetsu nggak main lagi satu tuh bapak-bapak juga si Seidan.
Itu buta warna kayaknya si Panda sih.
nothing wrong there tactically. The guy just hit a crazy shot. And that's what you're going to get with PaperX sometimes. Jing and Forsaken in particular are so talented. They've been able to turn up to these events since the very beginning, since their first showing.
Turnamen gini dia bawa sendiri ya?
And shock people
Keyboard
how
mouse.
talented, how skilled they both are. Forsaken obviously for quite a bit
Mouse
longer.
pad.
When they play with that pure whimsy, man, it sometimes carries them. Moments of brilliance, something to just even out the rounds, and what a map we've had so far.
But they are going to need to keep pulling off those miraculous shots, because from a strategical point of view, things are not going so well for PaperX. But an attempt to brute force it might just work if you have the force.
Still leaning over towards it. I mean, it's just absolutely outlandish behavior. The double satchel in the showstopper. Ripped through, trademark. Throwing a wrench into the plan, I think, just trying to clear their way through with the flash.
Tembakin astaga nggak ditembak. Rugi dia ngulti aja.
Forsaken's going to plant in a position where Mind Freak has
Bahaya
those
banget.
snake bite lineups. So now, possibly for the first time, we get to see the PaperX post plan. And how do FPX deal with it? Are they going to go for something quick? They've denied Dish. Actually, Mind Freak's not going to.
The Horn is just lighting this guy up, and
What the
somehow he
fuck, masih
still
hidup Forsaken
lives.
ngapain aja?
Alive, but for a moment, Simpa will eventually deal with him, but it is just Hall's control. That's all the PaperX are dealing with. It makes it
Nice,
hard to
Dapai,
try
nice,
and
Dapai.
this one, but it looks like they've got a setup to deal with it.
Nice, Dapai. Aduh, Jing.
Opening after opening with the nade sent flying. Nobody can get on
Dapai, nice, Dapai.
Battle it off, a flick to the side.
Aduh,
Devi
aduh, aduh,
eventually
aduh,
shut
aduh,
down by the
aduh,
snake
aduh,
bite.
aduh.
To get too weakened, no more time. Pass the stick.
Nice. OP-nya Dapai. Udah.
There you see the power of the PaperX post plan.
Mulai ketar-ketir, efek
Actually thinking
Cok.
of going for a big wraparound flank through B, and instead countercalled by somebody on his team, just deciding to play it safe.
Ada Mande.
Look at that shot from Devi.
Main nggak ada yang main.
Devi's really woken up in this game. Determined
Deh.
to take his team deeper and deeper, hoist the trophy. And now, after that insane run from FPX, it's PaperX that are in control and looking to take a sixth.
The economy's on their side. The flash to the
Emang,
side.
itu
All
cara
of that
emang.
conditioning still.
Lihat deh.
It's a bit of a gamble with players leading
Oh,
over here,
lihat
but
tuh.
Arcade is being played for. Satchel play right up close. Forsaken's moving through.
Aduh, 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 Forsaken.
Astaga,
Sugetsu ini dapat aja Sugetsu nih. Hidupnya tuh nggak pernah sia-sia Sugetsu. No.
He just knows it's coming.
Astaga, crosshair.
Astaga, tripti.
To try and retrieve that.
Nah makanya FPX tripti semua.
And even more difficult now. Good luck. Potentially impossible.
Sugetsu tuh gini, Cok. Penempatan posisinya bagus-bagus lah.
Vardis collecting that one
Jefrikz
down.
palnya
Mind Freak.
Aduh, mati.
Gonna take quite a bit more for him to find an edge. Every shot
Aduh.
whipping eventually Sugetsu comes out to bail out his teammates. The thrifty win.
Nah makanya FPX tripti
These
semua.
anti-egos have been a real
Made
problem for
memek,
PaperX.
made
Even
memek.
when they haven't lost them, they've come extremely close. And now it's PaperX going from having a booming economy to none at all.
Leave nah,
Saying none.
udah.
They've still got something
No.
going. But Sugetsu is the playmaker,
Ajang semeton.
the master there.
Iya, durut.
Ada yang buat
It is a well-known IGL
leave
strategy.
nabiin.
On eco rounds, or on anti-eco rounds rather, send it to the other side.
Pasti sih
Keep them guessing.
Discord
They'll
ngebug.
always hit A, but completely failed
Ya,
there.
dia ngomong.
Rotated instantly, Zipan pushed out Dish. They just knew they were going B.
Dia sih ngomong
Stunn's
deh.
gonna be revealing quite a lot there, but this time it is B side of things, Mind Freak. See where this one lands. Supplementing the rest of this push now, right onto the top of stairs. So it's going to be pushed forwards, and the goal is to try and push him forwards into the aftershock. They've already taken tower, but look at that crosshair placement.
Anjing.
What a monster!
Pusing lah Sugetsu.
Making a serious case for
Ini
MVP
baru
in this
real
tournament.
monster kill
And
tuh.
in this map, finally gets taken out by Forsaken, who goes for a slide play.
One after the
Masuk.
other. Plays just keep
Masuk.
happening.
My God, comeback Israel, brother, bitch.
Back and forth.
What doing gitu katanya. What doing?
What
You
doing?
retake this one, operator. The Viper's pit
Mesti
in the
badannya
choke.
Beraninya pakai OP, cupu.
Either way, FPX.
Boleh apa tuh?
Boleh apa tuh? Boleh apa tuh?
YouTube deh YouTube.
Mabar.
Baru YouTube.
Nobar.
Apa nih? Kom.
Ah.
Copenhagen.
Not quite there. Paper
Final
X.
grand final.
Even it out in the end this
Push,
first
kita
half.
bangkit deh.
So back and forth.
Itu
We mentioned at the
itu
beginning, Josh.
double-nya berubah-ubah.
That edge in
Let's
this
go fanatik dicoret, let's go optik dicoret, let's go PRX.
PaperX sekarang.
We've had the pleasure of watching.
Kira PaperX dicoret abis ini.
This is the first time where a team's taken a map and then we go into a third and it's close on either side. I mean,
Tapi nice
Copenhagen,
cover
you're getting a
Indonesia.
treat today.
What a match to have.
Ganol dari
Crowd
Hongkong.
here watching. Let's send it down to the
Ganol.
analyst. To break it down so far, what we've seen.
Yes, like you guys said, this is anything but
Dia main tuh,
one-sided.
Dik.
Both teams showing up, and it does come down a lot to the range players. Jing and Zip and Tom, they're having a hell of a head-to-head.
Yeah, the way that things sort of started off between the two of them, it was like Jing blast packing his way into the site, and then you almost had those multi-frags coming through on the other side from Zipan. But I feel like we started
Lihat
there
DBD
with
dulu,
those
nih.
two players, and then after a while, it just started switching.
Siapa dia
to
bilang itu?
Whoever was just going to pop off in different rounds.
I think
Cek
Raze
DBD.
playing on
Cek DBD,
map
cek
of
DBD.
Fracture is just so incredibly
Steam Pipe
important.
pick.
There's power positions. I was a little
mananya
interested
boleh?
that they weren't that interested over towards B a lot of that half. I was like, okay, maybe there's a lot of space you could take. They decided to hit A time and time again, and I don't know if that's the G2 special that we keep bringing out, that only A side exists, but for both of these
Ready,
players,
pickle
Jing
spot,
was
I
able to traverse the map quite efficiently. Zipan was
Oh,
kind of the
no.
mid-round kind of guy as well, so it was different, a little
Dead
bit
by
different
Daylight nih
stylistically.
Yeah, I mean, Jing was
24.000
full
sih.
on W gaming in effect right here. There's so many moments where he was
24.000.
trying to set the tempo for Paper X,
Oh,
and then
diskon.
Zipman came alive, right?
60%.
So he was starting to shut down Jing trying to take
Jangan.
the space.
Buat diskon kayaknya nih ya.
Moments where,
Musim panas ya.
Jing
Akan
shows
lewat
up
deh
just
musim
didn't
panas.
find any value. This
Ini
specifically is where
54.000
it started
nih,
to
depan
turn for FPX.
54.000,
I thought
399.
might go on a mad run, but instead, they're doing exactly the type of thing that you expect, right? Being able to shut down the Hall's position, being able to shut down the fast push. And then Paper X just turned it on again. It's just crazy how back and forth this game has been.
Yeah, I think we need like an honorable mention as well for the likes of Devi, like some of the operator shots, but also towards the end, Saigetsu basically winning the
Orang Korea aja
round
namanya
with a
Jing, Cok.
shorty. Like it is just, this man
Orang
is just
Singapura,
illogical
bangsat.
in
Ya
every sense of the
segitu-segitu.
word, and a joy to watch.
I mean, we
Tenis.
said we were really lucky to get Fracture in the first 3 maps. That way we would be guaranteed we would
So
get here.
get
Well,
so.
we knew it was just going to be an absolute slaughter on both sides of the coin here. I have no idea where this is going,
Sao.
but I'm
Pasti
wondering
si
whether
Jo
or not the
susu tuh
attacking
gelasnya,
side
Ci.
might favor a
Wah,
particular
Cing.
team going into it.
Jos.
That's where my head is
Wah,
ever so
thanks, Jo.
slightly.
I
Wah,
want
soto,
to
wah,
overtime,
soto.
you guys. I want us to go all
Next
the
map
way
tuh
into
bisa mesen
OT.
mie
Brandon
malu.
Saisha, what do you think about that?
Soto, klek.
Iya. Ah, sedap bahasanya. Wah, soto jen dek. Jen es soto jadi.
Where FPX managed to
Mana ini
completely
soto nih, Jimmy?
neutralize Optics.
Ya.
And that I guess is going to be the big question here for the rest of Fracture. Are the
Aja.
set plays on defense that
Ayo.
PaperX love running, are these crunch plays going to actually find value? And I think we might get the answer
Defend yang
very
ngepus.
shortly.
They're just holding for it. No pings on the map.
Udah ditauin soalnya.
This positioning, this
Sampai
crossfire,
ditungguin.
3 players watching it, just the angle still.
Aduh, ditauin. Kalian tuh biasa ngepus lupa stratnya, bro.
Not the cleanest shots in the world, but it doesn't
Udah
matter.
ditauin Cok, di basta.
Benkai has to limp away, 13 health. A failed bench completely there. Maybe Mind
Ya
can
abis.
save something though.
It's over the top, reveals
Nice.
position. And it's still a kill.
Iso, kebungut.
Devi's worried about being pushed from the other angle. He does have
Kenapa epic?
space to work with. But Hades pushes even deeper. Devi catching him in the back.
Tapi kelas nggak bisa lah, mati lah dia.
Hopping around the corner, the Prowler. Nobody wanted to capitalize off this, but it's a double face. Have to be careful.
Sate.
The 1-2 shot, the damage is done. 2
Aduh,
HP in a dream.
Tembus
Not
Kak Ali,
enough for
tembus.
him. Pistol round for FPX to claw any sort of advantage coming into this map, into the second half of Fracture.
And the way that PaperX like to play on their defense side, it's exactly what FPX are waiting for. They're sat there anticipating it on the pistol again. The same thing we saw on bind from them on attack. Completely reading where the aggression was going to come from and set up with ultra-disciplined crossfires to shut it down immediately. Looks like PaperX are not bothered about it though, they're going to go for it again. Another attempt at some bridge aggression. Trying to control the north side of the map.
Kayaknya mudah klik kebaca mainan PaperX ya, maju-maju gitu ya.
Looking at tunnel.
Tiap game kayak gitu tuh. Tiap round.
I think from FPX. The preparation coming into this, knowing the aggressive plays were coming.
And what a boom bot. That one actually notifies them that somebody's pushed out arcade.
But still, how do you deal with Divine? Hello? Rest of the
What
players
is
over
that?
across the ropes
What
there.
is that?
He's taking off 2 of the players' heads. A bit of action.
Solo.
Tricky weapon, but eventually doing the job, isn't it? Evens it out, now a 3v3. But could still get dangerous.
Yaduh.
Xiao gets every kill to take them out of dangerous situations.
No. Noise. Mind free.
Aduh,
A touch
Aduh, double
here. It's
pick.
absolutely everything. The right click.
Whoa.
You've got to be kidding me. How are you going to do it with this one?
Dapat.
Bit of a retreat. Finds the shot. Now a weapon. Off the head, but Xiao shuts it down. It got hairy. It got dicey.
Siko.
But Xiao is good for it.
Guardian v Guardian in the final moments. Divine finding impact though. 2 headhunter kills that just came out of nowhere. Whistling himself up to the top. I'm concerned about this one from Xiao though. Just before this, Jing had caught it. Or rather, yeah, there. Forsaken swings, Jing swings afterwards. Why no double face? Why not try to take out Xiao? You let him live to clutch the round. You can't allow that.
Yang nyusahin Sao sama Sketsunya aja nih, Cok.
Iya.
Ardis pas pakai OP
Bonus
gitu.
rounds that have been carrying carrying FPX's
Oh,
aggression.
mencit kolon.
Normally in round 15, PaperX
Sugetsu,
have
ngecek.
rifles to work with, bulldogs, everything.
Pas, Sugetsu,
This
pas.
time, only the 2 from Angel and Xiao.
Benkai, tadi Benkai.
Somebody gets up close and personal with him.
FPX have got to assume in these kind of rounds that bridge, the north side of the map, is taken.
Ketemu nih.
If they don't have somebody up there giving them information, you can't assume that PaperX have
Klik semua hapus arcade sih.
It's really clear. The timing here.
3.
Shots exchanged. But it is that double face. You have to be so careful here. If you are
Jangan
forsaken.
pick up respect
I'll
dikit
drop down,
anjing.
blocks it still. And now the contact once more. FPX are hoping.
Lihat gininya Viper dari mana jagain.
Dipus bukannya balik jaga set, dipus.
Much been working out in their favor this time though. It strikes for them.
Aduh, dinto dapat.
Aggression not really getting too much done here, but it's still a crossfire
Balik.
all the way back. But now 30 seconds in the round.
Ngeset.
And PaperX have prodded, taken map control, and not overpushed this time.
Oh,
The time
no.
pressure is becoming an issue
Nice.
for FPX.
Nice.
The rifle, the shots.
Oh my god, nice banget.
Just perfection.
Lawlessin.
PaperX are able to come out with that one. Prime
Nice.
gaming flawless. That's a bonus round where FPX came into it without too many weapons, but they're still going to be able to have a deadly buy this time to follow up. And I like the way that PaperX approach that defense.
Musacel kena temen,
They
Cok.
go aggressive and take the top side of the map, but they don't
Mang Foni banget tuh.
force the issue. They're just slowing the round down.
Sacel kena temen.
Denying map control from FPX.
Ensuring that they don't give away any free kills, easy one still. That's a TP forwards.
Silang bangsa.
Horns over the top and a bit of spam through. Play cooked up,
Mati
Angel.
main pergi.
Oh, he's
Astaga.
so
Aduh,
deep there.
dipus, aduh.
Nggak dicek sama, nggak dicek.
Ketahuan.
Nggak dicek sama, mati jing.
Right to the side.
Astaga.
Satchel play and listen.
Ngapain dah nge-push terus
Visibility
anjing.
action there. That was just pure pandemonium on multiple sections of the map.
Sudah terus push.
Yeah, crazy stuff going on actually.
Apaan?
They push out of
Kok nggak
arcade.
respect deh, udah ketahuan kebaca lo gitu.
I thought the round might be over for FPX because Xiao had the spike alone.
Enemy remaining.
But Jing just double blast back past him, unable to do anything.
Nah, kamu tato aja. Kayaknya dah tuh, Cuk. Kalau kacamata kan holonnya.
To land himself, Jing that is, lands himself in a nice tasty specimen for the rest of the FPX players to clean up.
2-round lead, a horn just ever so slightly missing.
That might make FPX a little cautious.
Tidak.
Usually PaperX are playing around
Astaga.
going for another.
Push aja terus push.
Japan is ready for.
And this is just shades of bind, I think, at this point, Josh.
No charges.
The aggression, again, you know what to anticipate with this coming from PaperX.
Lihat posisinya Sugetsu, Cuk.
Neon on the raise, you know they're going to be trying to take
Nahan
control.
senahan mungkin anjing.
Risky plays, a bit of a double satchel there, now to Nightfall. Push them back, he does get good information, they know that there's a player there, but now the response, Rolling Thunder. Viper Wall going to be blocking them, no more sound cues, double stunned. Up into tower to try and find it, but again the crossfire, just watching. FPX so good, they're just tempering all the aggression coming towards them.
Sugetsu nih. Bisa dibunuh Sugetsu.
Steadily,
Bisa
bigger
dibunuh.
and bigger for them.
And FPX just look
Di map
untouchable.
sendiri kalah nih.
It didn't work for them necessarily on Icebox, though they started to
Kalau
mount
nggak
some
mau
level of
dicampur
comeback.
terus sama nggak tuh pasti
But
susah.
here their players are just so diligent dealing with the threats on all fronts.
Udah pede, Cuk.
That might be the first time I've seen a Sugetsu pop.
Ngejek deh sih,
Even
anjing.
he's feeling it out here in front of the crowd.
Makin digituin makin penasaran PaperX.
Crowd as well playing a huge part of this one, the cheers, reverberations being felt by the players on either side.
And every fun play that PaperX cook up,
Kalau nggak saunya Sugetsu-nya si anjing.
go for something off kilter. Every time they have a set play, it's just getting crushed.
Watchful. Look at this with the PaperX timeout. Stubros is doing most of the speaking, isn't he?
And I think FPX have a good idea of how they want to be holding this. One thing we haven't necessarily seen just yet is PaperX
Ya,
getting
apa ya namanya
aggressive out of
penyakit
crate
itu?
and
Kalau
trying to
misalnya
crunch the
kita
players
depan
on the
kamera
south
bertahan
side
tuh,
of the map. It's where FPX are normally going to be starting most of their people from.
selain tremor apa ya namanya?
Angel likes to
Ada
do
penyakit apa namanya penyakit? Hah?
as you can see him setting
Legend.
up on the minimap right now.
Mental issue.
Keleng.
Mental issue.
He's going to be there.
Star syndrome namanya.
Stun him up. Maybe
Bukan bangsa.
kind of anti-strat set play.
Mental
If
health.
they haven't brought it out at this point,
Mental breakdown.
Oh,
maybe it hasn't
autis.
factored into their preparation work.
Di depan kamera bangsat. Kayak gemeteran tuh tangannya padahal dia nggak grogi. Penyakit tuh apa namanya?
Oh,
Spilis. Iklan Spilis celak sih Spilis kan.
Obviously put a bit of a blockade, but
Motor pria.
push back through it and take that space.
Motor pria.
One of the most typical FPX
Tripophobia.
taking a lot of people to hold the angles as somebody sets up
Fobia
on
kan
top
bukan.
Trademark gone, nade into the back of the side, down to the
Seller
left.
phobia,
Tower.
seller phobia.
Snakebite was there, helps him out, and it does force that rendezvous, so sight control is gained.
And PaperX gambled A very early on, so they are going to be retaking from a long way away with very poor weaponry.
The Viper's pit drop.
Nice
Yes,
for
sir, gets
second.
spammed out of this one, moving forwards, Ardis has to deal with this one.
No
The risk
way.
being taken, teleports back.
Aduh, kok second mati yang mbak
Diligence
pandang
being
mati.
shown once more from them, and somehow Jing getting that
What?
pick off there. He's managed to get the flank off, and now it's offered him his showstopper. Double satchel into the side.
Betul
into
dong.
the back
Aduh,
of the site.
Astaga.
gak mati yang di tower.
Job Zipper now answering again with one of his own.
Ah,
Waduh.
apa sih
All the way
Ren?
to the wire. FPX eventually clawing it through.
Bingung semua pemain PRX.
Dangerous eco round where PaperX maybe could have found something.
Oh,
Tekanan Cuk.
Out of holes from Jing was
Tekanan.
catching Ardis in the
Itu
back.
udah
But that showstopper, anything but.
bodohnya
High
waktu
sensitivity gamer.
ngepus tuh Cuk.
High APM, maybe just causing a problem as he shot the showstopper directly in the middle of his two targets.
Couldn't quite get that kill secured, honestly.
Waduh,
Been
waduh.
carrying FPX, I think, all the way through their lower bracket run. If every obstacle that they faced, it's been that
Nah,
preparation,
up and down.
diligence, the
Ini
crossfires,
gak beli shield beli OP
trusting
sih,
each other's
mati deh.
teammates as well to be able to hold each other's backs.
Anjing.
Well,
Mati
was
sih.
really able to respond with that one.
Double pick mati lah.
Opens up the double swing. It's a trade at the end of the day.
Really disciplined from FBX,
Aye.
shutting down Jing. Device gonna go for another peek, and he
Masuk.
has an answer as
Kenapa
well.
nggak boleh sih?
And it's just feeling inevitable at this point.
Macam itu sih.
Up top,
Bengkai dapat 2. Bengkai dapat 2. Come on.
Angel though anchoring up top now. Spice gonna start to go
Porsekan, come on, porsekan.
Kai is weak.
Selamatkan timmu.
Given on the flashes, what can Forsaken
Wallbang atas.
pushing forward. Lane has a punish. Great timing with the swings. And now
Kalah kali.
staring at the end of here.
Kalah.
Point for FPX.
Doing such a great job at shutting these players down.
12-7
we
sakit.
barely got to hear the comms at the
Bye
end.
bye.
But I could hear Angel saying, I told you guys, don't be shy. And I think when you watch FBX challenging PaperX, like this swing here, just
Bukan sembarang lain nih bro,
swing it out,
FPX
trying to
bro.
find a timing on Forsaken as he uses
Angin tuh bos, angle tuh bos.
Too often in this tournament, people have given PaperX all the respect because their players demand it, and yet if you bring the pain to them, you can find openings.
Nanti Porsekan. Selalu ngecek yang di kiri itu dia. Cek ngapus di sana.
Supplement it and the kills this time going their way. Weapons not too good.
Sugetsu nggak bisa mati, kebal. Sugetsu nggak bisa mati, kebal anjing.
What a monster.
Diserung segitu nggak mati-mati Sugetsu.
The map secured. Takes it away and the advantage is theirs. FBX sensing
Kecil anak muda tuh
blood
Cuk.
in the water.
Kebal dia, kebal.
Remind you as well, Brenda, that was a 6-6 first half. PaperX won
Itulah beda
one
persir anak tua dan anak
round
muda
on their
Cuk.
defensive side.
Turnamen.
That is a level of battering that we saw on Bali as well. And that to me indicates a major problem for PaperX. When they're going for
Beneran
these
kebal orang
defensive
itu.
set plays, that style just doesn't work here.
Belum bentem deh sih.
We thought they might get tripped up by Fnatic or by Optic with their heavy defaulting.
Misal
But it's
cicing.
FPX
Misal kontol.
coming out,
Lalu
relying
bak.
on these rock-solid performances out of Xiao and Sugetsu to carry them through and neutralize all of that defensive aggression.
Lihat Sugetsu. Sugetsu lihat. Bisa mati Sugetsu.
Basket tuh.
The emotions now running high for these players, for these teams.
Keempat
You
kill
see
sih.
just the pop-off moments from all
Diserung keluar nggak mati.
Bubar. Turu wait, turu.
Mulai PaperX Cuk.
course, our analyst that's breaking down all the action that we've seen thus far. You know, you're not going to want to miss it.
Nggak boleh juara dua dia.
Iya.
1, 2, 3 gede-gedean dia ya. 1, 2, 3 udah bikin sugih tim.
Udah terbilang FPX itu counter aslinya gini PRX. Yang satu crosshair, yang satu sabar.
Ya apa nih ya? Aplikasi apa nih? Aplikasi apa nih? Kayak training. Kayak training. Oh ini happen nih. Timelapse.
Emang gitu aja
Ada gini PCT, mod PCT.
Oh. Dia maju-maju tuh gara-gara ini enggak sih? Gara-gara main duelist 2 enggak sih?
Nah emang gitu dia main nggak sabaran.
Masih.
Bro mainnya pasti bisa sih.
Jangan
Lagi nge-push, lagi enggak, lagi nge-push, lagi enggak.
Ini baru keren nih mouse-nya tuh.
Kayak JJ tuh.
Harus dapet.
Bubar nih, bubar.
Lagi.
Woi,
Aku udah minta cocok lama.
minta apa?
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. An incredible second half
Apa?
there from FPX to
Betul,
secure
Chess.
them another map here
Di
in
mana
the
di
grand
HP?
finals. I am joined
Ah, di
by
Epic
Bola,
Game.
Tom and Jess once again on the
Internetnya ya.
Paper X, they had it in the first
Oh,
half.
cik yang kuning, baru 28%, cik lagi mana?
Bala in the end, FPX, they just ran away with the game.
Yeah, 6-6 half, and then they only get one round after that. That's
Sinyal
the problem, right?
terindigo.
That defensive half was so predictable from Paper X, and when you have Angel on the side of FPX, it is too easy to understand exactly what's going on. They're comfortable when they're pinching them. Like, it's literally just bunched up FPX guys just ready to trade on a moment's notice.
A little bit of stark difference between the way that we have, you know, Paper X swinging one by one as well. These are micro mechanical things that we're breaking down, but this is what we're at. We're in the grand final. We have to point out these things. You know, Paper X swinging one by
Lu hidup
one by
tuh kan
one. But the
tatonya tuh kayak
fundamentals for FPX, especially on the attacking side, is trade constantly. Swing out, get the triangulation each and every time. You look at the kill feed, there's a trade. You know it's coming. And if there's not, you know that they're going to be setting up for that double swing moments later. So real crisp, clean fundamentals from the side of FPX.
Lothar's having the time of his life
Yeah,
right now.
one of the things I really love as well about the FPX squad is that a lot of teams you can maybe name one or two players that you would consider a rock.
Yeah.
Like someone that you can basically have sat back holding your lurk,
Pulang ke dari
like
toko ya, masih
basically
nyari soto,
making
Cok.
sure that you're not being flanked or
Yeah.
nobody's coming in from behind.
Malam.
I feel like FPX can do that with basically any
Yang di
player
dekat
on the
pasar.
roster, but Saigetsu and Xiao, easily two of the best in the entire
Gimana
world
lu
right
bilang
now.
soto?
Like the amount of times where you're looking at rounds and that crunch is coming in,
Pasar.
but you're still seeing the same sort of plays coming through
Di
from the
dekat
opposing
toko
side. They may even get the
Tarkam.
opener, but it's the
Oh.
swing backs because
Oh,
there's
udah dah.
always somebody waiting for that crunch.
It's just really, really nice. And I think
Betul,
Sugetsu is the
Bapak,
guy who
ada
really
begitu.
leads the charge. Zipan as well. They're consistently right next to each other.
Betul,
And
Bapak.
Angel is
Bapak,
calling
Bapak,
for everybody to make sure
Bapak,
that, you know,
Bapak,
things are
Bapak.
going well for them. And I think
momennya
his
Sugetsu.
impact on this map specifically,
Bedat.
obviously that second side,
Bedat.
just flawless.
Bangsat.
Felt like they had a plan for
Ngamuk lah,
everything
Cok.
as well. Like I said on the second half, we're going on to an attacking
Ya nggak
side
banyak
for a
kirain
soft
Corsair
team that
ternyata
kind
ya.
of likes that. And I was a little bit worried for the side of Paper X because they seem to have answers for every corner of the map. And it's not just on Fracture, but this is where it oftentimes shines quite heavily. You think, okay, we got a paint shell here, we got to do here, we got to
Biar
get
mau
a smoke
Aiman
here
itu
to block
unlap
this
gitu.
cross here. We know where Paper X is going to be, and we
Nah,
have
kayaknya
slight
gara-gara
utility
kepala
counters.
musuhnya yang nyari
I don't think
Corsairnya dia
utility
aja.
was necessarily, you know, above and beyond what we expect from
Geser
it.
Nge-swingnya
But
satu-satu,
the touches was
nge-swingnya.
really, really good.
And also at the same time, you know, we talk about how Paper
Kan
X, it's
kelihatan
a
tadi
fortress on bind.
Jing,
Nobody really beats them on
Benkai.
Fracture. FPX have managed to do both.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they
Dari
did it on
A
one, too.
dua orang tuh nge-swing
They're really
satu-satu.
flipping the script in
Dari
terms of
B
the
juga
maps. This
nge-swing
is a really
satu-satu.
good sign for FPX. Obviously, they're now one map away from becoming Grand Finals champions.
Surely the toughest, they've gotten over the toughest hurdles now, right?
Yes.
The next two map is where you would maybe even favor FPX.
I mean, that's what we expect, right? But then Icebox got flipped, and
Yeah.
we don't really know what's happening on Breeze, and
Mister
it even looked
ini
great
bisa
for
ya
Paper X
Valorant.
against Optics. So, I mean, it's hard to tell still, but I think you're right. I think from expectations,
Yeah,
from what we
yeah.
knew before coming into this, flipping Bind and flipping Fracture, those are the two hardest
Main
tasks to
pasti.
do.
Tapi
I
nggak
mean, we
jago.
talk about expectations. We've spoken about the big
Caster
brain
Indonesia aja
game.
plat
We've
sampai
actually got a
diamond
couple of
tuh.
big brains in the
Ada
crowd
Rere aja
today.
immortal.
Golden Boy is standing by right now with
Ascendant,
Optic
sorry.
Gaming's FNS.
Thank you so much, Into. Yes, I do not possess the big
FNS.
brain. This man does. Finesse, it's a pleasure to have you here today. How you feeling, brother?
It sucks. It sucks to be here instead of up there, but it's awesome. Two great teams playing. I mean, both these two teams beat us, so they deserve to be up there. It's pretty awesome.
So I actually wanted to ask you about, playing on a stage like this, right? It's not every day, right? Especially in Valorant, it's the first time we've been able to do this with a global crowd. What is that like? Like, when you're up there knowing that all the eyes, everyone in here in Copenhagen is staring down right at you?
When you're in the moment, you don't really feel it, but then there's random times where they'll start cheering people on, or like they'll cheer like for someone to ace or something like that, and that's awesome to hear. Even like when they're cheering for the other team, it's just awesome to hear that atmosphere because you kind of want to go big.
So you've been watching the games, I'm assuming. So you've been enjoying some of them. What do you make of the teams right now? FPX currently looking pretty good, up 2-1, but PaperX, you've experienced this team. They're so solid. What are your thoughts on this roster and this team and this game overall?
I mean, they both beat us, so they're both great teams, honestly. Obviously, FPX has the upper hand right now, but can go either way. I kind of want to see a map 5, so.
Oh, yeah. I think everyone here in Copenhagen wants to see a map 5 as well, right? Yeah, I think so. All right, final thing, and I'll let you go. I owe you a beer. Champions on the horizon. Are you looking to go all the way? Is Optic going #1, baby? Give me the E. I'm tossing you a softball, baby.
Come on, brother. We're winning that shit. Come on.
They're winning it. Oh, it's getting spicy on the floor, Yinsu. I'll send it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Oh, God, I love hearing from Finesse there. Bit of a shame that he wasn't able to defend his title on this stage, but these two teams, they are delivering us the entertainment, the competition, and going into the next map, what are you guys expecting?
Should we not? Can we not do expectations anymore? Can we stop? Because every time I do it on this desk, I'm like, I set an expectation and then I'm like, why did I do that? Because they've proven it wrong. Icebox was such a wrench in my whole thought process here from the map vetoes and how that went. I just sit here and I go, you know what? May the best team win, because I think there was a little bit of nerves map #1. That sort of defied some of my expectations. I actually didn't think it would go that way. Things started to level out for both of these teams now, and Fracture, that was a banger. So I think we're in level playing ground now.
Yeah, I think, talking about expectations, this is the map that I was like, this is maybe tough for FPX, just given how we've seen PaperX play on this map. There's multiple comps. We've only seen it one time so far here, and we don't really know exactly what they're going to throw out there. So it's tough to set expectations. You're right, but we know how FPX play, and we've seen them pull out some crazy moments. Just since Sugetsu has come here, we haven't seen it that much. So I'm really, really interested to see how they play, and I'm really looking forward to see Angel go crazy on this map, because there's so many good TPs and in spots.
Well, I think there's so much, especially I think this is the map where you're going to get into that basically look towards the chambers. I feel like this is where we saw Forsaken going in for those crazy lurks the last time they played this map. He was so impactful getting in behind, but we've mentioned Artis a few times in this series. We've definitely not seen his peak. On Haven is where he's an absolute machine.
Sure.
I mean, what a time it would be for him to step up as well for today. Again, this is match point for FPX. What do PaperX have to do? Because they have to win this if they want a chance at this trophy, Bola.
Well, this is a map where they can really abuse timings, really abuse rotations that FPX will go off of. So you have to see, are they going to be able to pull those rotations out of FPX? Are they going to be able to feint in certain directions? And are they going to get value out of the lurks as well? Divide tried a few times on Fracture, and it worked well in that first half, but second half, obviously, not able to do that much.
Last time PaperX played this, you're right, there was a bit of a smashing there, and I don't think they were necessarily tested. Sometimes winning by that much of a margin is a detriment for your next game on it, because you don't know what the weaknesses are in your strategy. So those lurks and everything that were allowed time and time again, if you have a really diligent team like FPX shutting that down mid-round, are you prepared to be able to switch and go to a different pace, go to a different strategy?
Well, as you guys can see, the Prime Gaming Agent Select has been completed. We are going to get a Sage Getsu back as well on this map. And what do you make of the agents they've selected, Bola?
Yeah, I mean, these are the pretty standard comps on both sides. I look towards Forsaken, I look towards Mind Freak to really find space on an attacking side, and then on defense as well, Jing, Divide, that combination can be really, really strong.
I think the thing I like as well is with that Sage that you highlighted from Sagetsu, he's one of the rattiest players I've ever seen play Sage on this map. You'll watch him continuously try and mind game opponents by putting down specific walls to almost bait them into thinking, okay, he can't push there, and then the next round he puts it down with the gap in so that he can try and sneak through it and kill you. He is truly disgusting when it comes to this map. But again, I think that main highlight has to be the Chambers, because I don't think we've seen the best from either of them so far.
I also do think that the Fade pick that PaperX has gone with, this is kind of common for them, is countered by Sugetsu's Sage, right? They consistently are trying to find out where is that Prowler coming from and putting a slower wall down.
Micro changes here from the side of FPX are just pushing me to think that everything that they've been able to prepare on, Icebox wasn't one that they were able to prepare on, but every map they have been able to, those micro adjustments are coming in. It is not the flashy, big old, let's overhaul our identity FPX again. This is where they're making those slight changes. I'll sit with you there, Ball. I think you guys are right. I think these are just the little changes to counter.
Well, this is match point here. FPX, they can almost smell that trophy. But Bren and Sideshow, PaperX, they still have a way to get back into this.
They certainly do, and we're going to be finding out how exactly it plays out here on Haven, our 4th map in this series. But FPX are on the cusp of it, Josh.
Yeah.
1 map, and that is it. They will be crowning themselves as that Masters 2 champions.
Yeah. What do you reckon a trophy smells of? Sweat?
I would
tears,
never know.
Success.
I would never know.
Yeah, I think all of those things have gone into this for both of the teams, especially for FPX. To find themselves here is just absurd. But heading into this pistol round, things are going to change. The style that PaperX plays on this map is so very different, and neither team pulling a breach out when that is, you know, the standard meta pick. Both of them moving away to that Sage as the desk was discussing there.
Yeah, a bit of a unknown variable, I think, on the side of FPX as well. Using it to disrupt some of these hits coming through. Barlow was mentioning it, but there's the wall coming down. Prowler actually avoiding that close corner. And it's an immediate response to back away. Does Angel die to the nade there?
I think that was a seize and a nade that they may have thrown together there. I'll have to take a look at that afterwards. But PaperX's mid-rounding has been fantastic on this map.
Born over the top, Show's positioning, it is known still, the angles. This crossfire FPX, absolutely elite at shutting down any of it. And the layers to the strategy. FPX will not be denied, not the pistol round, not this time.
And already the preparation coming through, in my opinion. You've got FPX pivoting there in a 4v5, recognizing that the vast majority of PaperX's mid-rounding ends B. So you just see players swarming towards them. This is Angel blinded by the Prowler into the slow and the nade. That's what that one was. But yeah, the way the PaperX play this, they're going to be doing fast, aggressive hits early on in the round and trying to condition their opponent to overreact, to over-rotate. And then they have Forsaken lurk into those holes in the defense. But first you've got to create the holes.
Yeah, first you've got to try and condition them, but it looks like FPX are more ready to the side.
Mati semua.
Angel with the ghost, 3 kills, 3 headshots.
Angel's just been monstrous so far this series, and towards the end of the playoff bracket, he shows no signs of slowing down. He's one of those players that only has the ghost in these rounds, and yet he's still able to come up with the goods.
Smoke to try and push it back. Forsaken already taken all this space. Angel was low enough. Down to Sugetsu. His timing is everything. Coming through, he could have isolated a 1v1.
Nice.
Denied. A thrifty for PaperX. Right back into it.
And Forsaken with 2 of the most important kills that they'll have all series. Great headshot onto Shao and then finishes off Angel. And Forsaken has been hard shut down in this series so far. He's been playing entry. He only has 160 ACS average over the course of the series. Now he's moved away from entry. He is the lurker in this, despite the fact he's playing the chamber. And that is going to open him up and facilitate him so much more.
Follow up on a lot of that. Was coming through, Horn over the top. Not wasting any time, is he? All the way up close and personal to Caesar try and clear that corner, but at this kind of pace with the Boombot spotting the target, does he know up top? The answer is yes. Sees though, drops him and stops him for but a time. Still have to take these fights though.
Oh my god, mati dia Ji.
Bunbury still could get very dangerous for PaperX. The plan is going to go down, it's not going to be stopped.
And it's a weird one. You have a Forsaken on the side.
Astaga, main stick gak usah nembak, main stick turu aja lah. Astaga.
frontline positions are so close to
They're re-pushing this all the way through.
Oh my
Shut down.
god.
Divide catches that one down.
Oh my
1v1.
god.
And
Ngapain
Zipan
ngepick satu persatu semua terus-terusan kayak gitu, mainnya apa sih PRX ini kenapa?
Back-to-back thrifty.
You gotta be kidding.
In our
Jelas.
fourth map of the grand finals.
Nonton kecewa
Now the
guys.
team ready to give up an inch.
Aduh, ning turu lah.
Such a weird setup though.
Kan nggak
and
ada
so unusual.
truk-trukan.
With both barrier robes in play, with both sage walls up, you can't, as the attacking team, go and beat the short.
Digituin sama Zipan.
Pano.
These angles,
Ya.
Zipan just finding and threading the needle.
Just the chunks being taken out of each team.
Kebiasaan
Even on the first half, obviously,
kebiasaan pemain Asia gitu tuh. Berasa gerusu.
We'll see now.
Udah mendarah
It's a bit
daging
wonky.
sih.
You see the spec in the hands of the PaperX players. They want to try and take that fight into mid-space straight
Oh,
away.
dar.
It is again relentless, the showstopper. Off to the
Ih,
back, and what a
agak
direct!
nice.
Jin catches it, the nade. This guy not convinced yet. Still, he backs away.
Fast plant.
Akhirnya dapet ultinya
Fast
Jin.
plan.
Astaga. At exactly the wrong time. The angle's being watched down, but Zipan is just being dealt with still. Showers there. Horn to try and help him out. The crosshair placement was broken for the moment. Device is eager to take these fights, swinging back and forth. The precision. This guy is just
Sabar,
and all he's doing right now is buying time. The movement. The one
W
swing
gaming,
is
W gaming.
Ini kemana tuh prone-nya?
1v3 time ticking. No more to work with.
Getsu ya.
And a slide off
Getsu
angle.
nggak bisa mati.
Bro.
Gets the one, but with the
Getsu nggak bisa
post
mati.
situation, finding the kills, there is no time to secure it.
And sometimes it feels like that might be the only way to win clutches against Sugetsu or Xiao. Just don't even give them the opportunity to fight. What a decision for PaperX to force there. They barely had the economy to do anything. And yet, with the kills that Jin had put online and the showstopper in his hands, he finds the opening. And they're able to play the post plants deep from mid.
Dubai is on an absolute heater.
Yeah.
Started the first half, a fracture, popping off.
Ngidang.
Palsu.
Doing it again as well.
Senyum palsu
Team
tuh.
for a lot of those kills in that round.
And now after the pistol,
Udah kelihatan kali.
disadvantage has won.
Senyum palsu.
See if that trend continues.
Lah, dua-dua lah minimal lah.
Same plays being made. The boombot up close and personal. The stars laid down the nightfall as well. Positioning revealed. PaperX players always set up to succeed with this.
Siapa bocor itu?
Zipan Sugetsu, they've got Vandals in their hands, but no chance in the round unless they can find an open,
Jangan
perhaps
di-pick.
two.
Kalau
How many
ulti
times
mati.
it happened, but Forsaken
Nice.
with the crosshair placement locks it down.
Astaga, siapa tuh
Yeah, but
Jin si kontol.
it's just up to Angel and Sugetsu
Udah
with
bawain
the spam
Odin
through
dah.
the smoke. Not much more you can do other than skipping a hop away, just try and bait and take away these guns. But
Oh,
look
bisa
at
gitu.
that. Finally, an edge in
Oh.
this battle.
Drawn out by
Ketika
PaperX.
kalah, Odin belum berlabuh, Cuk.
Any team to try and get
Ketika Aing buruk, ada
and
Odin
FPX are
gaming.
going to be right back into it. Four light
Guy,
armors.
gay kali pakai Odin sih.
And they're going to take a time out to discuss how they should be defending here. This round coming up is going to be such a
Nggak pakai
swing.
Yopi dah, Cuk.
You have
Round
FPX
2 kalau
on the
menang
verge
besok
of being
round langsung
broken
beli
once
Odin
more.
tanpa hasil
A
bangsa.
showstopper, a nightfall, big tools to be able to deny the plant. And yet PaperX, they've managed to get, I think, slightly into the heads of FPX's defense here. PaperX have been running a lot of early A aggression. At some point in this half, and
Kita
normally
ngobrol
it's
berdua
right
nih,
now,
tim C di
they're gonna start
kayaknya
running
ini.
fake A aggression. And then
Ya, ya, di
sending
Discord lain
somebody
yang
in
baru
towards
berdua ya.
garage. Sometimes
Orange
it's
di
easy,
Meka itu udah
sometimes
maju.
But either way, they're
Kalau
going to try
second
and
sih mau kita ngurus kan
weave through your
terus
defenses.
sakinya.
We saw PaperX pull it off expertly against Optic,
Iya,
where they
itu
were
dia.
smoking off Ye's trademarks,
Oh, Pangge dia
smoking off
mencelup gitu.
potential trademark positions all across the map early on.
Always catching that advantage. Just finding the holes, making sure that they fill them with the lurks and
you can see the trademark from Artis being placed on B. one of the areas when Mind Freak enjoys just smoking that one off.
Yeah, it's on the high ground, I think, as well.
Finalnya bener Valorant Champion kan? Valorant Champion Tour kan?
You know where it is.
Di Twitch.
See if it plays out that way, though. The weaponry is important. A full investment on the side of FPX. Ardis, tour de force, obviously whipped out, but that jiggle means that the information is gained now for PaperX. And look at this already. Starting to see echoes of what we were talking about before.
Sugetsu could easily get caught here with a slow orb in his hands. If Forsaken tries to get aggressive, you can see the same kind of thing.
Sabarin nunggu di depan pintu.
Gila tuh si Sagi ini sih, yang slow orb anjing.
And either the hit onto A works, or you have Forsaken as a mid.
Tahan Forsaken.
I think we have a bit of a noise being made here. Setting it up, the stars.
Tahan Forsaken. Nice timing.
Leave the wall in the hands of Sugetsu. Just
balik,
balik,
respect, balik.
Still being watched.
Nggak jadi.
Adequately enough. The showstopper to force them out. Angel works his way into mid. He knows they're trying to pivot into that. Even a B split.
Tampaknya pusing apalagi coachnya.
And what a perfect read from FPX once more. Okay, sure.
Sugetsu got overwhelmed, but dia aja respect 4 lawan 2 anjing.
And they collected the lurker. Angel already in mid to meet Benkai. Can Mind Freak pull off another one of these ridiculous moments that powered PaperX through the upper bracket?
And with 20 seconds left, now they know that this is coming through.
Flash.
Dealt with.
Pasal play digituin udah mati lah.
Pressured from every single front. FPX getting a handle, getting a read on the way. The PaperX are likely to play this map now on our attack side.
Padahal kalau Forsaken balik dapat harusnya tuh Ci.
And the desk was speaking about it too. If you have Angel able to read what you're up to, you're in a world of trouble. Xiao shutting down the hit. And they had Zipan there reactively. Even if Xiao had died, Zipan was there with the showstopper ready to shut down the A push. And I think that's just the perfect read from FPX. Yeah. They have tools to deal with the sight hit. They are in position to deal with the mid-round lurk play.
Apaan sih? Apa sih guys sih? Giliran lawan Chang sih gitu. Nah, gitu deh.
Ya.
There's always ready for it now. The layers on top. Need to push them back, and this deep omen smoke does cause a couple of issues.
Look at Ardis playing, opping again on top of his trademark. He's never leaving the trademark alone on the map where it can get smoked off and abused. He's got his operator on top there. Sugetsu, in fact, has just chosen to use the wall for Garage. Diligent from PaperX to break it early enough, though, that could still be a threat.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time in this round. Anything to happen, and look at this re-clear.
Kayaknya udah dapat.
Contact push, doubling up, making sure that the players aren't alone when they're doing it. They're going to be able to get a lot of information off of it, but is it enough? You still know the fight's coming.
No.
Sprays them down.
Apaan tuh?
Tries to take a little bit more out of him, but Mind Freak watching it.
Ulti Mind Freak kayak tot Mind Freak.
Forced. Try and make some moves here with the operator in his hand. The angle's not being there from him. What a shot by Forsaken.
Nice.
Just the head being found.
Odin tuh bos.
Mampus kau di-gain kan anjing.
Gila.
Oh ternyata Jefrikz harus Odin cok biar bagus aimnya.
Tapi Sauni nggak ada ahlak oh.
Itu Sagi nggak tahu sih ngapain.
And the opening was
aku udah gampang Kang nih. Apa dibilang? PaperX.
Let this go to map number 5, all the way, all the distance, and who can blame him?
Odin sama.
Another fast approach, a pull off to the back.
Odin sama nih.
Angel low. Working with the pistol. Not enough.
Sometimes these anti-ecos have gotten sloppy from PaperX, but they've got sight control incredibly early on.
Emang bolong gitu
a deliberate bad one?
Wall.
Ya. Tuh lihat ya, for second tuh biar bisa lihat.
Some nasty shots to make this one close.
Now here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to follow up on this one with the Hort lineup in play. The player, Ardis was really the only one to capitalize. He was shut down soon enough, and again, the weapon's just too much to overcome.
And PaperX, they grind
Dia
out that
dapat
fifth
kasih odin sih.
after an incredibly hard-fought opening to Haven. These big executes have been working for PaperX. Mid-rounding not so much. But finding those opening kills has been pivotal to cracking the door, opening the defense of FPX.
Beda smoker doang.
Ardis has moved his operator this time over to A lobby, and it's exactly as PaperX move themselves away, aiming for some kind of C-split, or at least early pressure in that direction.
Door being broken, making sure nobody's close. Nade and slow up, but look at this timing. Forsaken, he's already so deep.
Gila deh bro.
I don't know if they're going to expect this one. Possibly a bit of a
Sugetsu
sound
ngepick mati deh. Sugetsu ngepick mati. Sugetsu ngepick
more
mati.
passive one from Sugetsu.
Per second nih mati nih.
Udah Sugetsu ngepick mati.
Even if you think you've caught the one lurker, the others there to punish. And that boombot.
No way.
Next timing, next timing.
No,
Next timing.
nothing. A Forsaken with a comes up with nothing. Zipan. Patience. The knowledge knowing that they could have just walked their way past it, but now you can start to see this. At least the beginning of a hit coming through. Not much behind it though. Only a bit of utility being used. Now the wall to see if they can get themselves in. It's a distraction. They're trying to buy time for Mindfreak again to load through. But look at Jing into the back line. The kills are flooding through. And what a performance. Neither team willing to give up an edge.
Yeah, FPX with a really great defensive setup there. I mean, I think huge props to Zipan for this kill. They're not trusting their utility.
Masih di
That's one of the biggest factors that has FPX able to win these rounds on defense. They're not trusting the trademark to lock off a map.
Tidak selamanya Odin sama tidak membantu.
Not trusting the boom. You hear it from Zipan there as well. It was just a good timing. I was going to check B, but the fact that he was back so quickly into Garage made all the difference. And this time, Angel makes the play, moving himself
nggak dicek nih, lihat momennya nih.
Boombot latches onto Ardis, has to back away, will break it in the end, and look, Patience being played! Spray down, not enough to claim two, but at least just the one. A 2 for 2.
Mati bengkel.
How's the positioning? Another nade to try and force them back away from those connectors. And Mindfreak, while you're trying to watch this lurk. The showstopper misses completely! Not a point of damage! The outplay, Mindfreak. Shots being fouled!
Nice.
Wraps the Vandal spray down, and all the players of FPX come tumbling once more. A 2-round lead now for PaperX.
And that is a -8 if I've ever seen. How did that one happen?
Ultinya Razir itu sih.
Belum tuh bisa ultinya.
Sure, that's not a kill, but no damage.
Reward? Why not die gitu kata dia.
Zipan feels robbed there. You can see it in his face. And so does the audience. Nevertheless, though, FPX still with 4 rounds to their name have a chance of making this half very reasonable.
Very dangerous, but still Xiao wants to take the fight. This will take the utility. He really has no way to disengage here to slow up, keeping him locked.
Kalau diuji itu kena semua harusnya.
Aku gak ada kena lagi. Ada kena ultinya. Ada kena ultinya.
It's just perfection. The smoke up top close to dissipating. FPX again.
Astaga.
In Benkai's hand. He was not expecting that one.
Divide holding the angle. Ardis gets the better end of it. And Sugetsu to finish.
What cat top.
What a crossfire again. It's been the bread and butter for FPX. Holding angles, managing to just allow PaperX into their crosshairs.
Love the repositioning from it as well. I think when the Nightfall comes through from PaperX, they use it into their spawn, anticipating a lot of the players trying to play retake from back there. But Angel just gets positioned.
Alex is not happy about that one. But I think he should take some solace from the fact that Forsaken is really having a huge impact in this map, like we haven't seen before in the series. Both of the heavy hitters waking up.
Oh my word.
And this is the classic play, the smokes. Get them in, trademark broken, Forsaken so deep in the first 10 seconds. And then he vanishes, like a whiff of smoke.
Starting to see the shades though of why this Sage was picked up by FPX. It's a later wall to just block off that one extra avenue, and Artist still watching for it. The jiggle peaks, though. I mean, goodbye PaperX showing that discipline. Don't want to give away any easy kills, but again,
Paranoia retake of Garage. An Angel almost stepped into Forsaken sightlines. There's a lurk blade caught again.
Bingung gitu
And the
dia,
Nightfall into mid. FPX have no idea where their opponents are.
the
PaperX
information
are
is
so
being
far
held
back.
back. It's all over the place. Lurks on lurks. Forsaken taking advantage, I think, of a bit of that chaos in the round, and with the war fading down,
Dia tahu
where
ada
are they leaning?
Sugetsu.
PaperX
COP
running away through
brother,
now. They've got that
COP
garage control.
brother.
Skipping it off, but they broke the crosshair
My god, what the
placement.
fuck?
Sugetsu
What the
kanan.
Set up to succeed.
Sugetsu guys.
Off to the side.
dari garap hijau.
What an angle.
Apa ya?
And it's
Gila,
on
garap sih dapat.
so far away from the action to try and make this one
Respect,
another
respect.
even half.
Respect.
Spek pasukan.
Dan mang
Udah,
dan mang
suspend
poni
akhirnya.
begitu.
Should happen in Garage here for the round.
Timing kah?
Pressure is on, seeing if you can get
Timing kah?
that even round. Players work their way in, but FPX,
Dah.
such a difficult task. Right into the
Nice.
crosshair placement, the slow field lockdown.
Aduh.
Ow! 2 kills.
Astaga.
Expensive and
Hampir,
Forsaken
hampir
win.
anjing.
Just
Apa
not
ini
clutch enough.
kontol berdua?
Possibly the best clutcher that we've had in the tournament, and even he can't quite get it done. PaperX take the lead 7-5.
Akhirnya Forsaken.
11 Forsaken dapat sih.
Akhirnya Forsaken mulai bangkit.
What a play from
Map 5 nih, map 5
This
teman-teman.
chamber has just been awesome from him.
Iya.
He plays like this on 2 maps in the pool, on Ascent, which they banned despite
Senyuman
being
lu palsu,
unbeaten in
bos.
stage 2, and here on Haven. What a performance.
Unreal scenes. We'll send it down to the analysts. Let's break it down so far. What are you guys making of this?
Unreal scenes indeed. Tom, you highlighted before that map. We got to look out for
Gimana
the
kalau kita
chambers.
mengambil posisi
How impressed are you
PaperX-nya?
with what Forsaken has been
Nggak bisa dibayangin.
Bisa, nggak bisa
Impossible.
dibayangin, nggak bisa, nggak bisa.
Like, I don't think Artist was always in the right
Efek
place at the right
andainya
time, but it's
bangsa.
again those lurks.
Impossible.
It's just incredible in those moments where
Kayak minta naga aja deh,
almost
tak
every
kabulin
single
daripada
round. So
gue
much
udah
so
jadi
that normally you
PRX.
see like Sagetsu fighting that. He's like, I'm going to put my wall deep. They're not going to be able to get in. Instead, he had to fall
Ya,
into
naga
the
warna
C site.
apa dah?
And they had to ultimately adapt around what he was doing, and he still
Naganya
caught
request
them around the
warnanya.
map.
Dipilih dah
Did
warna
adapt,
naga.
actually. They started putting that sage wall at the top of Garage, but it's
Deep, so deep,
difficult. I mean,
so
Artist,
fucking
that last
deep.
round, you could actually see Forsaken getting set up so
Warnanya
well.
enak.
Benkai was just bunny hopping across long sea. And
Ya,
it's
Jingnya
that
bingung tadi
what
di bid.
leads Forsaken, and on top of
Forsaken,
just great
Forsaken.
initiative on his own. This is consistently garage control,
Wah, remeh.
That's making it work for PaperX.
I mean, he drove straight
Mulai
into my
tipis
mark
itu
with the sort of smooth
pixel.
plays that he has all over the map. You
Nah,
can never, I think it was the second
Menang,
last
menang
round
nih.
there of that
Sekarang
map.
defense soalnya.
Boys on the cast desk turn around, they're like, you just don't
Map
know where
defense.
they're
Juga nge-push, Gle.
where are they going to
Nggak,
be?
kalau mereka
Right now,
nge-push.
Sippin had one moment where it
Jangan
looked
nge-push,
like he
please.
could tell what was going on, where you could grab the round by the horns. Other than that, you know, PaperX
Dari agen
really
picknya
taking
nggak
the
bakal
driver's
nge-push sih
seat.
mereka.
The scoreline doesn't really look like it's dictated
Udah tak
that
telepon
way,
coachnya
but
tadi.
a lot of these rounds have been, you know, the pace has been dictated by PaperX so far. So I'm
Minum
happy
Jos
with
itu
what
dulu
I'm
biar
seeing.
Jos.
Again, though, that second
Minum lu kuah soto bro, artis kuah soto deh sini.
That's the thing. I feel like when the read was actually there for FPX, they were very good. Like the cross.
Kuah soto tuh siap malu.
were absolutely nasty. The
Kalau
problem is
ange
that fact
komoh
that
di sini.
They did not have the read for the majority of that half, or at least they didn't have the read on Forsaken. They may have been able to work out where everybody else.
Makanya
is.
keringetan dia
But
terus
they get
pedes.
stabbed in the back.
They definitely made some adjustments. On the second half, though, this is where I really do expect Artist to be a little bit more
Bermain kopi jangan
in a
sana.
spot where he can receive the aggression like we've consistently
Nah,
seen
bawain
with
aku
Solo
kopi ke toko ya pagi-pagi. Just pagi juga besok.
That's a problem for PaperX because now they kind of
Ya,
have to slow down.
aku
They know
biar nggak
that type
ngantuk
of
lah,
pace
buat
is not
kopi
going to
lah
work.
tolong.
Well, PaperX, they've given themselves a lifeline here.
Aku juga
Saisho
mau.
and Bren. Let's see if
Ini
they
manis
can
yang pagi,
take
bener.
us all the way to map 5.
Kangen dah kamu.
Certainly is a tenuous
Ayo,
advantage.
jangan
which
nge-push.
they've earned themselves. Can they take it out one step further? Can they push
Don't
that
pick
back
challenge
to
don't
5?
pick challenge. Tolong PRX don't pick challenge.
One of the things that's been going so well for FPX on their attack sides is that PaperX aggression. They don't tend to do as much of it
Nggak bisa
on
ya.
this map. They will
Tuh
occasionally
Bengkai sama
it's a
Dapa
triple
udah
sack
siap-siap
over by A early on
posisi.
here.
Tuh,
Forsaken
Jing.
watching mid.
Nggak ditek lu.
The angle being
nice.
You are joking.
What?
What a kill. A rapid fire approach. Just unloading the headhunter to find Angel.
Forsaken on fire, nice.
In A lobby off the back of all of that.
Habis.
Forsaken is going to be given space to take liberties here.
Jangan gitu, mainnya jangan kerasa guru tuh.
Aduh, turun.
Was that just a crazy time in the Zipan court?
Ketahuan tuh Jing.
Awan lah di spec.
Nice wall.
Comes through.
Nice wall.
Top of the box, Jing. What a play to
Santai,
take out
santai,
Alice.
dolas.
Bit of running
Reposition semua. Back.
back. And it is just so in chaos in the round. FPX just so uncertain of what the hell is going on.
Never seen a Sage on Haven as creative as Benkai. That play is awesome.
Aduh, grogi asli itu tegang tuh.
Brings reinforcements.
Mati dapat. Nice jing. Naik. Nice.
And a pistol round going away, PaperX.
Teriak.
Pushing that tenuous advantage just a little
Tuh mainnya
step
baru ya. Yakin aku sekarang pasti majuin.
Rifki sekarang gara-gara maju dia Cik.
Belajar dari pengalaman.
Yakin aku pasti maju manusia nih.
Autis bagaimana sih?
Kacau nih sekarang nih.
Autis orang berlima aja. Autis berjamaah.
Dari anak udah bukan ini.
3 sheriff.
Nice ball.
Bisa bodong, bangsa.
Oh, tuh lihat tuh.
Udah bilang pasti maju sih.
Maju aja semua, main di spawn aja semua. FPX masih default.
Lo kata Jess nih play for pick nih sih.
Nggak ada udah. Bisa.
Map kontrol.
And for FPX here,
Dijepit dia biar bisa dipaksa ke B berarti.
When the wall breaks, the defenders have less information.
Triple sweep.
He's gonna try and hit that
Tinggal.
into B.
Nice satu.
Penasaran. Tuh, lihat tuh. Masih penasaran.
Udah ada yang masuk. Di bawah ada.
Dicek.
Nice.
Menang.
Per second nggak usah buy.
Berapa kali sih?
Per second nggak usah buy. BOP nanti.
Mau dilawan?
Mau apa? Ki bilang nggak dengar suara Ki.
Iya, aku sambil video call sama coach.
Kan coachnya nggak boleh komunikasi.
Nanti pas time out.
Video call apa Ki? Sering ngatin lolok cok.
VCS.
Very impactful round.
Pengen banget menang bonus round.
Asal mimpin maju.
Ditauin lah maju.
Must know that Jing occasionally goes on a wander down mid. Benkai is looking ready to break any kind of utility that would come through.
Making sure that he's got his sight line, the angle onto that haunt.
Kalau di break hornnya ketahuan Jing. Kalau dia nge-bait.
Hornnya nggak di tag nggak sampai bawah itu.
Masa?
Ya.
Terus mepet deh. Using them as part of the default means that he doesn't have them to clear out mid. And now with a minute on the clock, it's been so
Timing. Aduh, ketahuan Jing. Balik Jing. Balik. Nah, balik.
The jig is up.
Astaga, scrollnya rusak, ganti mouse dulu guys. Tinggal.
From Forsaken, the information going to be gained. He knows now that A-Long is compromised, but Divide, oh, he's ready and waiting, sitting up close and personal to rendezvous.
Aduh, whip,
Latching down to the feet of Artist.
Aduh, Jing. Aduh, per second mati.
And the weapons, heads taken off, still
Aduh,
finding
Benkai.
pouring out into the site, trying to deny the plant.
Dari mana Benkai?
Bokongannya tuh
So
ya.
good at holding these angles down, and it all comes down to Mind Freak, the player who entered these grand finals.
Wah, pasti di craft
Highest
blank nih,
clutch
bagus.
percentage. But he's been quiet today. Can
Nggak,
he
kalau
find
kelamaan
the
kan dilihat
to put
kontaknya sama
Paper X
Razi.
into
Oh
double
enggak sih di
digits
shot nih sih.
timing.
Crossfire isn't exactly great. The smoke to try and lurk his way in. A tap of it. Trying to bait out.
Nice.
One of the angles. The horn though tags him through the ball.
Yes.
Oh my god, kelas terbesar, kelas persen terbesar.
Nice man break.
The 1v2
Bisa gitu,
Red Bull
Cok.
clutch. Doesn't matter that he was working with just a Spectre.
And didn't he play
Paling di saat yang tepat sih.
Nggak, main break emang GG kelas-kelas lihat terus di Ascen 1 lawan 4 tuh GG.
not just baiting the position, but baits utility out. So Shao
Ini udah keding kepalanya padahal.
just
Bro.
even got marked up at the
Bangsat
end,
spek.
but still wins against
Itu
him.
ngelempar bom duluan dia sih.
That's the kind of play that Mindfreak has been bringing out over and over again through PaperX's journey in the upper bracket. And he hasn't really had those moments yet today, but what a time to do it. Stopping, halting any kind of streak that FPX would have liked to get up. Any kind of momentum that they would have had back into this attacking half. And it's just a timeout.
Ini paling komsnya borang cang depik nih.
Teringat dengan seseorang.
Kalau Razia nggak lempar bom kalah main Spectre. Tinggal diterus.
Ya dia nggak ready senjata ya.
The loss bonus here for PaperX is going to mean that they have, the loss bonus here for FPX is going to mean they have about the same amount of cash on either side. Sure. You might see some kind of crazy force going on, or just a weaker buy overall. And here it is. There's the crazy force. 3 Guardians, light armor on everybody. FPX are not giving up, not giving in.
What's the play here? They're going to be trying to spam an angle.
Ayo maju.
Potential for it, or maybe it was just really all that they
sampai
could
elek.
afford. Taking a fight over towards C long, and again the disrespect being shown. Jing making his way right
Nice
down mid, but the buy also
Sabar
answering
sabar,
back,
tenang
making
tenang
sure
aja, Cok.
that map control is
Sampai.
just what a response.
Aduh.
Angel tries to answer through, but you don't
Nice.
expect him this up close once more.
Nice, 11-5, 45 Israel. 45 Israel.
Si kontol hampir mati, Ci jumping idiot.
Ben Kahil.
Low enough for it, but Shao
Main
is
break jangan hapus.
feeling the pressure on every single side.
Kayaknya ke A dong.
Ben Kahil ngapain ke?
Dia nggak tahu nggak spike-nya drop di
All over
sana.
the place, 20 health. Okay, Mindfreak well.
He's given him a weapon upgrade. Shao now with a Vandal in hand.
And plenty of time on the clock as well, Josh.
Di Shao ini susah juga
Slowed
ngalahin
right down.
tukang
This
clutch juga.
stage, Shao has already won
Jago nih
3
Shao.
V3s.
Shao Sugetsu.
He's been demonic
Ini
in this
bilangin.
tournament in the clutch.
Apa dibilangin?
Sama, Cok.
For the tournament based on how crucial he's been
Bisa
for
ada
FPX.
30 detik aman.
And the timing
menang.
is not on his side. Less than 30 seconds as he starts to take the spike over to A. Nobody there.
Ben Kahil wall. Ben Kahil wall shot. Ben Kahil wall shot.
Anak-anak Jing udah bersihin.
Wall shot Ben Kahil wall shot. Ben nggak bisa ngeplan dia.
10 seconds left to try and make the play. The horns drop down to ensure that there's nobody there, but with it destroyed, now you can see the pressure is on the wall.
Jatuh anjing.
What a crazy wall. Benkai tried to deny the plant with that.
That is absolutely absurd, but now he's just got to wait.
Oh,
Timing.
ketahuan.
Shao wants to force
Tidak
it down.
boleh.
to the one
Ah,
man,
nice,
but he
nice,
doesn't
nice,
know
nice, nice.
where Jing is. But now he feels it. He hears it, the utility being used, the positioning's known. Benkai will fall.
Astaga.
Shao taken down into the 1v1.
Nice Jing, nice Jing.
What a play!
Mati Jing, Cok.
Lah,
Tuh lihat.
Just outlandish scene.
ditembak duluan. Aduh.
Absurdly good clutch from Shao.
Ron yang sangat mahal tuh guys. Astaga.
Look in the right direction for
Kenapa nggak mereka main bareng nggak berdua ya?
manages to beat
Nah, kadang kepisah.
the showstopper in his face.
Nggak kan bisa tunggu regroup.
Dia kena.
Sprayed down. And that is why he's an MVP candidate for this tournament. The impact has just been enormous.
Ini celang matanya nih gitu-gitu. Ini pantas kubil matanya nah.
Sure whether they would have Shao or Sugetsu.
Lihat Benkai stres.
FPX might be starting in the groups with only 3 out of
Benkai
their 5
tolol
players.
banget dah.
And They've had to battle
Tapi
past
sebelum
so
sih.
many obstacles to even get the luxury of playing here in the grand finals.
Lah meletus jerawatnya for second.
Early on, down to the lower bracket even in the
Nanah ini semua.
Udah mau habis satu tahun itu sampai mistik yang buat tuh dicatat terus semua.
rewarded the opportunity here to claim this
Oh
title.
tisu tuh sambil ngucut dapat.
Bring this one to map 5 with the timing of this timeout.
Orang kudo yang kudo betelah komoh tuh.
Doang itu sekarang ini kok. Masa main lagi lawar black pola nih.
Still 4 rounds away from drawing this one level. Otherwise, we go to a map 5.
Poni ini kick-in mana?
FPX with a large
Mau terus sih
despite the fact that some of them are still working with light armor.
Kick beneran.
Ada juga Made nggak mau betul dia. Nge-mute mic juga dia.
Space being gained by FPX. Working away through now to Nightfall and the Paranoia. It's all comboed up, but it doesn't actually latch only onto Benkai, up top onto Heaven. The Horns push them back and now the players storming into the site. Paybreaks want to be behind this one, but a satchel play. Zipan again, up close, up top, and personal.
Oke, for second nggak dapat apa.
For Paybreaks to get in there and shut down that spike plant.
Dikira TP happen.
Unable to have any impact in this round, despite his 20 kills, despite his carry performance in the first half. He just hasn't been able to find those moments.
This 4-4, a quick scope. A flick of the wrist, but only 2 bullets remaining.
Bingung, pick yang mana, bingung.
Only losing Angel. What a clean round for FPX.
Harusnya ada 11
Found
tadi
their
sih.
foothold here, Josh.
Udah 12 harusnya.
Oh iya.
Ya langsung ikut musuhnya.
Oh, ini mana deh?
Tadi bilang ke aku dia. Ki aja aku. Ya udah.
So much confidence exuding from Zipan here.
Nyunyuy.
Gede. Aduh, gede nyunyuy. Gede nan nyunyuy gue dari nak wan.
To carry the rounds.
Yang penting grand final.
Both teams with full equipment in hand.
Tersinggung tuh.
This is being shown again. Into mid with the boombot, following up off of onto it. And look at this, Angel teleporting up onto the high ground inside the smoke. A nade to clear the back.
Nice.
But it is that full retake set up by PaperX.
And Forsaken's already come out the back of garage.
No way.
Looking to get the fast
Apa nak
wraparound.
dibokong nih?
Smoke dissipates.
Apa nak dibokong?
Aduh. Dari tempat plannya udah antisipasi bokong dulu.
Plant not in play. It's a bit of
Pikiran kan, kepikiran kan di mana momennya ya.
Masih 3 orang numpuk di situ sih. Brim ulti tuh 3 orang. Enak kali tuh.
He has no idea if he's being flanked.
Every angle needs to be watched for.
Beneran suaranya.
Look at this now, trying to make the plays happen. The showstopper.
Nasjing. Tolong. Saw masih di sana.
I think so. The cosmic divide cuts it up, and now the pressure is on. FPX have to play up close and personal. The horn broken.
Nice. Nggak bisa masuk. Nice. Mati kisau. Jingo kill. Anjing gokil.
Anjing gokil banget.
Anjing gokil.
Orang Indo tuh pasti tuh.
He collects the lurk on Ardis, which was a little early in the round. Dodges a showstopper. After throwing his nade, he scatters the players on site and collects everyone.
Kalau menang ini siapa ya MPV-nya?
Mechanics.
Jing.
FPX's clean round though, one prior, allows them to
Benkai
still
turu dia.
buy into this one. They're going to make an attempt to stop PaperX from getting to map point.
Nice combo tapi dibunuh 2 dong. 2 banding 1. Apa sih? Udah nice combo sih. Apa dah?
I think I would have had the names backwards. Mind Freak looking for the mid-round push.
What a risky play. And the angle, it's everything. But a shot to bound.
Nice man break. Nice man break.
Balik, Cok.
Nice Benkai. Nice.
The fuck you doing,
And
bro?
Mind Freak has really woken up now.
Doing what doing?
Finding these timings to get impactful.
Optimize drill.
Kayak untung Jing for second ke Cule. Main Freak 3 dapat Cule sih.
Feel it meeting in that crescendo to bring us to that map number 5.
Nice.
Paper X are 1 round away.
Bengkai tegang, Cok.
Weh, ini baru seru.
Alex, frustration.
Final champion sebelumnya 3-0.
They just need to dodge one scrappy force bar.
Mundur.
Nggak dijagain Davai.
And again,
Baru ya cover-coverannya.
Dires.
the money is abysmal for FPX. Losing a player on top of it.
Pakai wallnya.
Wall has to be
Nggak bisa ngeres.
A bit of a gamble as he fires it against the wall.
Nggak dikasih, Cok.
Kasih ngeres.
Getsu was already ahead of the play. He understood that was going to be coming through. And now it looks like he's still trying to find a time to go for this.
Tinggal lead dia tar, tinggal lead kalau di res.
Now going to be trying to contain with the space, but at least holding down these angles, baiting a swing from the
Jangan dikasih ngeres.
Belum aja ketekan res.
Bunuh langsung, nice. To the smoke, nice Jing. Map 5 Israel.
Kasih heal teman, bro. Wih.
Wallbang, Odin akan tuh G bangset.
Makan tuh anjing
Anjing gokil. Nightmare, Davai go nightmare.
Berhit, ayo, terus.
Jangan, Greg.
Kasih sampai 12 sama.
Kasih biar nggak pensiun lah mereka main.
Nyelip ini ya.
Benkai yang pensiun. Wallbangin. Nice. Pakai serip mau bisa apa? Map 5 Israel, nice.
Baru grand final namanya, anjing.
Absolutely absurd. Back and forth.
Makanya di mana sih?
Bris. Ini gini nih saling ngambil map pilihannya PRX, FPX menang. No, FPX, PRX menang.
Ya Ci, dari awal ya?
Dari awal.
Keempat map gitu.
And if we're going to talk about unusual things, how about the 5th map being Breeze?
What the fuck, man?
Absolute madness.
What are we going to see?
Your face, bitch.
The questions outlined here. Map that both teams have been comfortable in the past playing.
Sakit pala si Alec.
FPX, of course, famous for their Euro comp as we're heading into it on the 5th map, but they have the minimum.
Aron. Nice class, Aron.
It's all on the line.
So what you're seeing from Paper X, they're shaking off any potential nerves that might have haunted them in map 1. They're finding ways to make their defense work, which failed them.
Saya dari kesalahan dikit. Nggak maju lagi.
Tapi nge-delay revive-nya sih kayak ada yang mantek, ada yang Odin.
3 orang sampai jaga garas.
Di granat, ngegenap sih.
We're going to send it to a short break. Our analyst desk, of course, breaking down all the action, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. It's the culmination of the grand finals.
Ci, buat tugas lu Ci. Seratus ribu ya.
Ya.
Ayo, 1000.
Semua udah dukung PRX lah.
Ini tebak.
Kalau ada pur FPX boleh.
Enggak. Gimana ngepurnya coba?
Pur setengah. Ibris, FPX siapa ngeri?
Tahu.
OP-nya ngeri ya.
Jangan tanya saya ibu.
Gini nih, main Yoru.
Double Yoru.
4 second Yoru.
Musuhnya Yoru juga.
Nggak tahu FPX, nggak pernah lihat Ibris.
Kayaknya main Neon deh. Nggak Yoru deh pakai.
Kira Jefrikz yang main.
We are going to get map 5 after what PaperX pulled off on Haven. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Baller, Tom and Jess. Did you guys think in the beginning of today that we were going to map 5?
Maybe. I don't know.
We wanted it.
There's no way. I don't think this is going to go to the distance. Every time we get in this situation, I think, oh, 2-map advantage. There's no way this goes the distance. And finally we get it. And it's a good go the distance.
Because you didn't believe. That's why.
Mau tahu cerita gini sih, One Piece ya.
They were starting on bind, so maybe Bala had something there. Bala had the foresight. But I do want to talk a little bit about what happened on Haven.
Yes.
Because at one point, you know, maybe the fake comeback, it was coming in. PaperX, Bala, they take that timeout, and then they just close it out.
Yeah, I really think that there were good adjustments on both sides. I said at the beginning of the series, it's hard for them to continue going super aggressive on that defensive side, given what we saw in Bind, given what we saw in Fracture. They slowed it down. They really did. It was much more methodical. It was go up A lobby and wait there, hold for the positions that FPX are going to push in. And on the other side of FPX, it was really, really good as well. They started adjusting to go for executes. But there's so many moments here from Benkai too, who he pops up these balls that are so creative. In comparison to the Sage on FPX's side of Sugetsu, it's nowhere near the creativeness.
I mean, a reactive utility usage like that all comes instinctually. That's about game sense, positioning, understanding of the mid to late round, how you want to use it. Sometimes there's not a set play. You just have it in your back pocket, ready to be able to be reactive. There was one time we tried to deny a plant on one of the sides with the wall.
Imagine if that had worked.
I know. That's creativity. That's great in this part of the series.
And you know how great that was when we're not talking about Sage Getsu. We're talking about Benkai on the other side.
You didn't have a for that one?
For Benkai? I have a really good one for Divai. So Divai, please can you pop off? Because I have a really good one for you. But the two players that did pop off, Tom, Saisho, and Brent, we're talking about them. Forsaken and Jing, the dynamic duo, they showed up to take down FPX.
Well, that's the thing. We've seen Jing throughout this series of what I would say is the high level we expect from him. We hadn't seen peak Forsaken yet. In this map, we did. Both of these players popping off. I don't know if there's a duo in the world that could compete with them. There's plenty that have tried throughout the entirety of this tournament. Like, you can go back and look at the likes of Durka and Alpha. They weren't able to match this duo, and in this map, they were insane.
It's maybe a little bit of a copium, but it's crazy that FPX were able to put the rounds that they did on the board. But both of those guys have close to 200 ADR. That is ridiculously high. And they were delivering. I mean, many moments where they're shutting down the round. Jing specifically, finally his showstoppers connected.
Headshot tuh gininya
It's
tuh
not
ultinya ada
necessarily made of plastic there for the man, but I think the big thing as well is that whilst they might be the dynamic duo and they're moving around the map rapidly, they're not doing so in a way that I would say is untradeable. That was a big criticism I had in the earlier maps for the side of PaperX. Forsaken or maybe even Jing would just go off on his own little journey and no one's there to trade him. They're in the ability to have reminiscent of FPX having those crossfires, having those trade game, something they were lacking before. In this last map, that will be crucial for them. It's a big map. There is no room for error.
How do we feel about Jing Seiken?
No.
No?
Fake,
Back to the drawing board?
I love
Jing Seiken.
Oh, yes, Baller gave me the pity love. But moving on to the last map. Okay, I'm going to... We've seen some shenanigans.
Right.
Benkai Phoenix, do you think we're going to get to that level of shenanigans?
No.
Please, God,
It worked.
He would go down in history as like the biggest memer of all time if he
But
decided.
imagine if they won on it.
Yeah, but
that
there's
would be
about a
impressive.
98% chance that they won't win if he decides to throw that.
3 kali 13
Say that on the other side of things, you could get a Yoru. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, legitimately, you have agents on both sides of the coin here that could
pasang
be
sih.
fun.
I'd like to see the Xiao Jet, if I'm honest.
Well, no, to be honest,
sumpah. Yang band 13 pasang pegal so.
has been artists just talking it down the entire
Yeah.
game. So I
Tapi
think his
bandingin
confidence built when Angel was finally like, okay, we'll stop.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't looked the best, especially the
Badah
record of
dibilangin.
results on this map hasn't been great. But we heard it from Angel. He does want to kind
Kalian
of
wajib
school
beli
Forsaken a
bantal
little bit. He
pijet
wants to
nih,
show off a
nah,
little
lucu.
bit. And I feel like when else is he going to get the
Berarti
opportunity than now?
I think
ini
the
tak
thing is
betul
as well,
ini.
if you look at the last comp
Tak betul dah.
by the side of PRX, it's not one of
Sama
the
sekarang
to run
tidak
again. Like, you look
kamera.
at their chamber on Jing, I think that's one of the only
Cek kamu
times he's ever played
kode
it.
so.
I don't think he enjoys that agent. I think it
13-7
works a lot
din
better when it comes to
pasang.
Forsaken.
Kelihatan
And
dong.
having like both of them with the jet as well, I think that's something
Kayak
they're
di
only
Discord
going to
soalnya.
run when it comes to Apex.
Dia
If
kepake
they run it again here,
OBS.
I don't know, I'm not
Dia
feeling good
kalau
about
orang
it.
kandung diri apa dia?
Uncomfortability that
Oh,
Optic
susah.
felt when they were trying to implement this
Oh,
map,
mau
right?
aku
They
buka.
didn't have somebody who could
Oh, karena kepake di lab, just nggak bisa, just.
Yeah.
time. It was like kind
Iya,
of weird. So
Aduh.
they're flexing,
Ih.
and finally they found a player who is willing
J.
to do it.
Hah?
But that speaks to them not necessarily
Kalau nomor
being super
togel
happy,
orang kandung diri
super
apa?
comfortable with the map.
Yeah, I love the fact that Divide can just pick up. I mean, any weapon you put in this man's hands
Mana Mbak
seems
lihat
to
gak
work.
nih?
It's the Odin, it's the Tour de Force, it's the
Aku lihat live-nya nih.
operator, and I'm like, damn, I can sit here and watch a montage of this all day of the
Oh.
week. So it's nice.
Ini,
You're right
tadi.
that there is a secondary player to take on the chamber role. PaperX isn't sort of shoehorning themselves into
Digit
these
tuh.
roles, into these agents where
Taruh di
oh, I'm
punggung.
the only one that can play chamber. I'm the only one
Kelihatan
that can
nggak?
play duelist, for
Di lab.
example. These are being
Bisa
swapped
taruh
around
di
interchangeably. And no
leher,
matter
bisa taruh di
which pointed out
punggung.
rightfully, so
Kelihatan?
someone has to be prepared to switch around. Do we see a Yoru
Enak
though?
banget.
That's my big
Enak
question,
banget,
and I
sumpah.
don't know where that's going
Aku
to go.
nggak bisa
I will say,
dulu.
Tom, I think you're right. I think
Tapi
if they
aku
are going to
pakai
switch around the
kalau
chamber, I
udah
don't
capek.
want
Besok
to
dia rusak.
No,
That
I
just
think
doesn't
that
make
limits
sense.
him. I
Yeah.
think that that's the thing. Forsaken has managed to
Ih,
almost
lepas.
just hit that W gaming even on an agent where it doesn't really add too
Nggak,
much.
tapi
in, but,
kualitinya
well,
bagus.
we are going to be getting into
Orang
We
aku
are into
dapat
the
di
Prime
TikTok.
Gaming Agent Select. For the last time in this tournament, keep your eyes peeled on whether we are going to get a Yoru. I'm
Tapi aku belinya
quite
di Tokped.
vigilantly on Yoru watch right now. And
Wajib.
things are already
Roda.
shaking
Gadget
up a
yang wajib
little.
kalian punya.
Lelah.
Got it on the other side. Artist goes into a jet. Jing is going to come in on the
You
neon
wanted
as
him to
well.
move, Bowler. You wanted him to move, but did you want him to move that far?
Di kepala bisa juga gue.
Wait,
Kan
which
tak
scene?
pesan di
Which
leher.
scene?
Lihat live gue.
Ini ada lihat.
Oh, belum
They
lihat.
got, they got
Sampai
the
jolok dia.
Makanya dia
Viper,
pikirkannya
and
dia
there's so much insanity
Jing
here. I
Forsaken,
feel like when you look at
play Neon
Breach as well, this
Yoru.
was an agent that pretty much
Flash.
from day one everyone went, yeah,
Yoru
you probably don't
pasti.
play that when it comes
Yoru
to
dah
Breeze. It's
pasti.
way too open a map, you're not going to be able to set up.
What?
And they've just gone,
Pertama
yeah,
kali
you
aku
know,
lihat.
you know that comp with Phoenix? That looks
Ya, aku
kind
juga
of
pernah
normal
lihat.
now compared to
But
this.
I will say that some of the Fnatic guys were talking about that Breach being absolutely overpowered on Breach. So I'm looking forward to
Malah
maybe
Emangnya
seeing
bisa
that
pakai?
on the side.
doesn't play
Yeah,
Breeze.
they're the team that
I mean,
banned the
I
map.
trust Mini, but on the side of FPX, I like the comfort picks of
Ah, ini
playing
dah
against
Ardis
Valorant Cypher.
Ardis
This is
Jet
like
ini
a
turu
OG
lawan apa
get to
kemarin?
pick.
Don't care.
His
Don't
Viper,
care.
his Viper was there.
Turu dia kayak kalah. Ini kan yang bikin dia kalah.
This is so
Barlett's losing his mind.
We get to come back at halftime and rip this apart. We get to work out exactly what it is they
Kalau
have up their
dicacak
sleeves.
13-0
You don't pick
lucu
that
nih
without a plan.
Okay, Bala, I know you're losing your mind, but
Tapi
just
nggak tahu
one
Ardis
thing you
udah
want the
panas
people to
4
keep an
map.
eye on. Only one.
I mean,
Wah, udah
you
panas
know,
tuh,
lining
Breach.
up with the breach flashes. I mean, what do you want to say? There's no Viper wall, so they can't really
Tapi
take
Ardis
that
tuh
much space. It's gonna
aslinya
be
main
like a
jet
caterpillar.
Got a lot of
Enggak.
stuff.
Di Breeze aja.
emang
Yeah, they got
Ember
loads of
Baru
stuff.
keinget pernah
I
aku
think that's
nonton
gonna
di
be fun.
Breeze.
Stun gaming from W Gaming to stun gaming.
Yeah,
Turu
there's so
kok
much
Jetnya.
to take it. I also
Menang
think you have to look
PRX.
at the Astra here, like how they're
Semoga
able to
malam ini
utilize that
turu.
without having a Viper.
Turu
Well,
lawan apa?
Bola
Oke.
is very hyped here on the desk. We are hyped. Copenhagen,
Non
I
gini,
need
nak.
you guys to make some noise for FPX
DRX
and
kayaknya,
PaperX
DRX.
as we head into
Kalah
the
dia.
final
Mati
match
masnya.
of this grand final.
At the end of this map, a new god is going to be born. We will have a new
Enak
team on the
kali
throne
sumpah.
with Masters Copenhagen. That is such a
Tadi
sick
Real
feeling that
Vegas.
it's gone to map 5 and such
Lantai 4.
bonkers compositions as well.
Outlandish, man.
Just
Word of the day.
insanity.
Just inject a bit of pure pandemonium into it. And I mean, this crowd has been electric. The entire match has been electric. I would not have it any other way. Map 5 here in our grand finals. PaperX versus FPX.
Copenhagen, are you ready for map 5? I'm not sure I'm ready, Bren. I'm going to be honest. PaperX are starting on the attack side here.
Best plan
Like
nih,
the
best
was talking about, there's no Viper walls whatsoever. How do they cut off sight lines? How are they going to find value out of the neon? I mean, I guess they're just running in.
Nice.
Jin just runs in and he finds the
Nice,
value.
yo.
Breaking ankles, taking names, but Shao locks it
Aduh,
down, he
Saul
shuts
ini
it down.
Still playing over
Oh,
by
so asik banget
half
Saul
wall
ini
kind of
anjing.
setup. And Mindfreak on the lurk here, looking for another one of those big rounds.
Mindfreak, what
Aduh, hujan deh.
Hard is taken out, still the fight being
Ketar-ketir dong.
taken. Gene, the confidence, your solo, one
Aduh.
shot will do it in Zipan. He
Ya,
connects it
ya.
easily
Ya
enough.
ampun.
Bit of
Low
spam
sih,
through
low
the
dah.
wall, Mindfreak setup.
Ayo Minstri.
No stars available.
Tuh nggak beli heal dia cing, tuh nggak beli heal cing, tuh nggak beli heal dia cing.
Trailblazer broke.
Ah!
1v2
Saul
phase.
Ricci.
FPX
Parah,
so
Saul.
favored. But
Tuh nggak
ultimately
kena
it
satu
all
hitnya
came
doang.
down to
Satu
Shao.
hitnya doang nggak kena anjing, tolol banget.
What an awesome way to begin this map. Already starting to see glimpses of what PaperX are going for there. They had a flash, and then as Forsaken Gate crashed in,
Oh, di
it was
sana line
comboed with a
up.
fault line from Divide. It is such a bizarre way of playing, but it all got shut down by Shao.
Baru tahu aku di sana lihat aku.
The spam kill onto Forsaken, a second one that he found,
Saul.
and then
Shots to find.
hitting the headshot there as well onto Mindfreak.
Ice cold.
Giving him the aim punch. What is that? PaperX are not done though, they're going for a force.
Forcing into this one. Again, a dangerous tempo, a dangerous game they're playing, but it's all on the line, why not? It's going to be the Prowler, it's going to be removing a bit of the threats there. They crash into the back, that's going to be a teleport, and the dart.
Sabar,
No
tenang.
targets really being found.
Aduh,
Bisa
door
masuk
belakang.
nih, nggak bisa masuk, ada
Waiting
Viper.
at that main approach, that one choke point angle, but the spike be planted. No difficulties there. Post-plan scenario is allowed for them, but Forsaken takes so much damage just trying to get out of there.
Aduh Yuri, kasihan Cok. Aduh.
Forsaken, in fact, does not get out of there. That's his clone jogging to safety.
Kita kan ditembak Yurinya nih. Padahal Yurinya udah
Being
mati.
taken, the Bulldog ADS, they are going to be favored in this one, but it's a trade anyway. Now, the flank timing the lurk. Mindfreak is down for him to do some damage, to buy a bit of time and space for his team, but now, look at this, running them down with the Ghost in play.
Aduh,
Doubled up.
masih 4.
Divide and Mindfreak against the
Kok
wall.
mendadak jelek aimnya Ben Kai.
Taking this one on the defuse, the damage.
Nice dapat, nice dapat.
Still up to him, half online, and he has to swing wide. He has to.
Satu lagi. Aduh, pas
And time just enough. They shut down the force buy.
3-0.
And Shao is just
Liat TV udah 3-0
for
Latif.
FPX. There have been other players obviously coming up huge for them time and again.
What the fuck?
But Shao has always been a rock that they can rely on for these late game, late round kind of moments.
Lagi down bentar.
Utterly cold. And
Ya
that puts
kosong di
PaperX
tangan.
Lihat jetnya turun, lihat.
onto an eco round just using these sheriffs.
Sugetsu
And listen,
juga.
whether or not PaperX fall
Belum
or
kayak
fly,
mahal.
they're doing
Sentinel
it in
so,
true
yeah.
APAC style.
Oh yes.
You could not get a better end to this series. It's the most EMEA comp you could come up with against the most APAC craziness.
Really is someone that you'd find, honestly, just picked up in your rank games.
Ini kayak nuts-nya kan.
When they've only got the sheriffs and marshals.
Smoker Sentinel gigi.
You can see that's why FPX are playing this with such discipline. This angle being played by Artis as well. He's going to be able to watch for them, trying to push up deep into mid as well. It doesn't really reveal too much of his positioning as well.
That smoke, however, is going to make Artis think there's a potential for somebody to be deep already at Arch.
Stuns gate crash into the back of the side,
Aduh.
but the shot's so whiffed. Just missed.
What?
Couldn't find the head, and Artis is still being surrounded by enemies, but with the right
Ah,
play,
habis.
should be good for it. A quick updraft,
Waduh.
revealed by the dart.
Aduh, habis
Mindfreak's
Cok.
lurk comes to no fruition.
Aduh, mau tidur. Thank you, thank you.
That is a prime game
Eh,
for Flawless.
thank you,
FPX
GG,
continue to
GG.
build up their
Nice try,
economy
nice try.
here.
Astra. Jing
The
Neon,
FPX
Bosen
composition
Euro,
is so good at
babi
gaining
lah.
information around the map. Sugetsu's setups are going to allow them
Kenapa nggak main
to
jet
put
jet per
cameras,
second?
tripwires all over the map. And then you still have information being given by Zipan as he throws flashes deep into different areas. It speaks to the flexibility of both of these teams that they're able to almost
Belum
roll the dice
defender
on the
katanya.
compositions they want to play as they head into the most important map they've ever played.
12-0.
All on the line.
And that is fast. PaperX immediately swinging out to
Wait,
window.
what?
Punish
Kok ada di
Artis.
situ?
And Sugetsu tried to hold the angle, but just got overwhelmed. Too many bodies for him to deal with.
Jetnya udah turun nih.
Looking through mid, Angel just takes up all this space now. He's going to be watching holding, seeing if anybody comes within as crosshairs.
And FPX have
Di
decided to play
kosong
heavily
ini
for mid
pitch
here.
semua.
Both A
Jelas,
and B
jangan
are full retake setups.
Jangan
And all
kemudian.
the
Janji nggak
players know
nangis.
that.
Moves now
Dikira
as well,
kacau,
drawing that
dikira
spike
kacau.
over towards one side of the map. FPX are playing so cautious in terms of just their positioning. All of them grouped up.
Selesai orang
This
berarti.
mid lane kind
Semua.
of positioning from
Mana
Shadow
dia tahu ya
might
dikira
allow him to
cheater.
use
Tinggi banget sih.
to stop some kind of plant. But I think he might just be a
Kena,
fraction
kena
too
trap.
far away.
Teman anjing sih ya.
Tunnel.
A bit of information, a bit of positioning, but still now they have to use that cam, clearing it down.
And honestly, against PaperX, you're worried they've pushed your spawn.
Saving. Respect.
Not a lot given, but Forsaken.
Kayaknya nggak bisa menang dah guys. Kayaknya nggak bisa menang deh. Kayaknya kita saving aja guys.
Nggak, try aja.
Looking like they can maybe put this round on the board.
Wallku di mid no.
Basically.
Oh, mati aku guys, balik guys, sumpah guys. Jago mereka guys. Siapa bilang dia jago tuh gue nge-kill satu. Oke, Odin dia G anjing siapa? Nggak di heaven, nggak di push pakai Odin.
Chat all-nya ghost.
Think about how they're playing these post plants. Whenever
Agak
they
sih,
down on B, they're not pushing, they're not trying to get aggressive.
Chatnya
into
are you
spawn
ready?
or hold 3 players on site.
Don't make me
They're
mad.
backing off. They're trying to play for
Dibawain
elbow
Odin.
control.
Musik.
That, I think, indicates a really good understanding of how to play this map. Because the post plant positioning you can get from there is just amazing.
Yeah, and I think as well goes against the grain in terms of what you expect of playing this composition.
I agree.
Yoru in play, Jing as well. These guys are known to just take space and be relentless with it, but one way to shut that down is Ardis. Operator in his hand, Hunter's Fury to deny the gate crush, has to back away. Forsaken in the corner, he's taken a boatload of damage, but now still wants to try and push his way back into it. Maybe a timing can be found, and the shot is true. Sugetsu, head ripped clean.
Jangan bilang TP ke McD udah gila kau Forsaken.
Does Angel check with enough diligence?
Kelihatan nggak tuh TP?
Kedengeran TP.
A dangerous thorn in their side for this post plant.
Oh ini TP kata Sopai.
Kelihatan tuh Mas Sopa ya? Kelihatan ya Mas Sopa?
Watching for it, and again the lurk is found.
He's like a cat with a toy.
He's
just
di belakang.
pulled away from the action.
It's the advantage of running it as well. You have to at least dedicate some resources.
Sopai anjing.
Break it.
Dikibulin ini Yoru sih.
Aduh kan turu goblok.
A moment out of it, a bit of magic maybe to eject, but yes, retaken with the operator, never ideal. The timing for Forsaken with
Oh
that swing.
mampus kau Yoru nih bos. Yoru apak nih bos. Senggol dong, bantai dong, selebel.
Nice kan turu, Jack turu kan.
Saving that operator.
Menang. Guys, menang. Goblok.
And the post plants are looking fantastic for
Nggak jadi
PaperX.
udah ke OP nggak jadi diambil.
On those lurk plays.
Gak chamber.
And I think that's going to be such a challenge for FPX.
How much do you dedicate of resources, utility to try and
Mampus
shut
kau kan.
down Mindfreak when he's taking up positioning, holding in mid?
And the site executes when they're coming through as well. Very well combined between Divine and
Nekat
Forsaken.
Neonnya turu
Back
kan.
when we used to see them play this, I mean, obviously on Vine, you would have
Gembel kau berlima di B anjing.
sending in those fault lines, but it was the same combo. Yoru ult, fault line, allows Forsaken to find the easier kills.
One side guys, no one side.
Saboltornya cek.
Mindfreak has to be so creative with how
Awas
he's using
ulti
these
jadinya
smokes.
turu.
Oh, it's already expending that dash. Still has the ultimate, still has the blade storm. He could do some serious work into this one, but the post plan's locked down now. A fast lane. Just dodging
Habis
to the side
pistol
of it.
kawan.
Angle being found to get through. What a
Astaga,
shot. And this is looking still
astaga.
winnable.
But again, it's safe, passive post plant
Ada
positioning.
ulti banyak, ada ulti banyak.
Thunder, and they've got to start on the spike. It's going to be incredibly difficult to try and get away with this one. The nightfall.
They know that they've
Connection
detected
onto so
all
many of them.
5.
Yeah.
I mean, Mindfreak could just be running at them right now, and he is.
Going quiet on it now to Rolling Thunder. Overlapping all of the abilities, all of the ultimates. The timing being taken. Space gain off of it. PaperX. Never letting their foot off the gas.
Grip dia ngeri kali cuy.
The Breeze metagame has never been shifted so far.
No.
A seismic shift. But PaperX are playing this one beautifully. You can tell that this is
whip,
combo
sorry
being
guys.
thrown together at the last moment. Or if it is, they're geniuses.
Oh, one
Because they've
tap,
got a great
kata
understanding
bengkai.
of what they want to do with it. How long does it take Angel to figure out
And
that they're playing passive post plants?
That's my
Asli
big
habis ini
question.
diejek tuh
Once
FPS
Angel starts
sama
to get a
Paper
read,
X kok.
and maybe this time out it'll be
Gara-gara
transferring
si
to
Jack.
Bros. Once
Lu
Angel
mau
gets
menang
the read
nggak?
that they're
Menang
playing this
tembak
passive
pala
pulse
anjing,
match,
tolol.
fast retakes might be the order of the day.
The way that Paper X are playing this
Gara-gara
Euros
si Jack
so
susah.
different to the way that FPX have played it in the past on Breeze. Often it's like a slow siege, a take of mid-control. A lot of the Euro implementation of it by Paper X has been these fast executes, something to add the extra layer on top
Keringat
of
dingin dah dia, keringat
running
dingin.
down on Neon.
Nggak kepedesan dia.
Kepedesan ya.
I'm not convinced that would work on a rifle v rifle round. I think we might be seeing a repeat here of Icebox, where they only go A on anti-ecos.
Sure.
You can see the pings now that both teams have rifles back in their hands. And FPX are nowhere to be seen.
Still positioning, at least given up early.
Habis beli soto
Yeah,
kayaknya.
still 10 seconds for them to set up, but certainly having a discussion about their positioning in spawn here. But look at the positioning of Paper X. They look like they want to send this thick and fast straight into B.
What is the play here?
And they have the Cosmic Divide as a kind of quasi-Viper wall that they could use.
Someone to block the angle off. They have to be cautious though. They know the money online means that could be seen that operator in buy. Of course, Artis has it, but he's in a completely different location. And now the Cosmic Divide and the fast lane. Any hopes of holding that angle to the side just going to be denied, but space given up. Angel, in fact, working his way off to the side. He'll be able to catch a player or two.
And Jin caught by the recon, but couldn't be punished. The ult from Mindfreak finding big value. Surely Artis. Surely
Dash enabled, flash as well, he connects. Does he want to push through? The answer is no. The Seeker up close. Personal now with the wall denied! Coming through, the dog does so much work, so much
Astaga,
damage, but
ngeding
Angel,
doang,
he
hoki
secures
banget
it.
si kontol memek.
The post-plan positioning, it's so passive through the choke point. They just want to try and buy time. Push them.
Nice.
Bam, Artis, an unlucky one.
Habis
Just his
dulu,
leg
cek
being taken out
dulu
beneath
nih.
him. A flash to push them back.
Wallbang sama nih bro.
Is on this one, in
Dia
fact,
tinggal wallbang aja tuh.
still the star in play. A tap
Ya
a bit of
ampun.
timing now. Alert comes through. Sugetsu, he could be a difference maker. He at least gets two,
Mampus
but
kawangan
just
anjing.
down to
Masih ada
Angel.
Mindfreak, jangan mati Mindfreak. Mindfreak, Mindfreak.
Far too
Nice Mindfreak.
much.
Bangsat Odin itu.
And these Paper X rounds are looking gorgeous. Every plan that they've run through in
Oh,
theory,
berarti gitu, Cok.
working in practice.
Di sini tuh harus
Those
Odin
first three
ini.
rounds that FPX have put on the board, it
Udah
looks
gak
like
bisa bilang
they have
apa
no
jetnya.
answer. They can't stop the sight hits, and they
Mampus.
can't win the retakes.
Spray kok.
Everything has been on B.
Spray ini bos.
Juara di
Baru
depan
bisa
mata,
ketawa
juara
lepas.
di depan mata.
FPX are back onto an eco.
Baru bisa
Paper
senyum
X go A.
asli.
Certainly
Tadi
looks
senyum
like it.
palsu. Anjay.
Kelihatan nih senyum palsunya dulu.
Maybe I wonder if Angel can get a read on
Yang
this.
penuh keraguan, ketegangan.
Itu baru senyum beneran tuh, Cok. Di 4 second.
Gate crash into the corner.
Kalau ini di one tap nih nggak jelas nih.
Viper Wall does do a lot to try and slow down the approach. Paper X obviously don't want to disrespect this one too
Cak,
much.
ntar dibalikin Odinnya.
Balik guys, sumpah guys,
Destroyed in the
balik
blender
guys.
that is this choke point. In fact,
Astaga guys,
case of
guys.
example right here, Artis. Great opening pick for them, but
Rating
goes
depan
down
mukanya
now.
Artis.
Sens
Najis.
slowly accruing in that space.
Mampus.
What a shot!
Goblok.
Divide dropped down to 5 health, but
Apa
enough
ini?
to secure that kill.
Tuh banget dapet.
These players on
Aduh.
site are
Waduh.
struggling here.
So aggressive.
This
Ya tuh
A-side hit,
tripnya.
it's getting mocked up.
Tripnya
It's getting
Waduh.
so
kontol,
sloppy as well.
kontol.
FPX. Heads being found, guns being gained, and it has to be the pivot.
Mindfreak's going to start distracting now as he starts tapping the plant. Does this turn eyes? Does this get to buy? A free
Aduh,
play.
The timing on it! Then the kill is
Oh,
found.
nice.
Still a 2v3 though.
Ya, pas plan.
Theory should be favored
Nggak
for this
bisa
one.
ngalah juga.
And I love
Nggak ada
that
star,
Mindfreak
nggak
goes
ada
for a
tarik.
pick as he anticipates or Mindfreak
Tapi masih ada Falkland.
taking mostly duels against players that had sheriffs.
Lats kan, Lats.
Bangun.
The crowd seems firmly on the
That's-
side
that's
of Paper
nice.
X. A lot of cheers for these guys. I can
Udah time out kedua, Ci.
I've heard the FPX chants as well.
Paper X nih,
Don't
Paper
you
X.
worry. Don't you worry.
Technical gear,
But at the
technical
moment,
gear,
it has
alasan.
just all been APAC.
Diputusin
Alasan.
kebelasan.
Winning 5
Loh,
rounds
mouse-ku
in a
rusak
row,
kayaknya, guys.
forcing an FPX timeout. And what is the
Kabelku
adjustment?
gini nih. Belum parakot, guys.
From our point of
Ada
view,
virus, ada virus.
there are clear things that FPX can try to work with.
Sure.
But the patterns are not as obvious when you can't see all of the information.
No, you're only seeing one half.
Oh, siapa nih?
And for FPX right now,
Ivan
getting that read on how PaperX are playing post plans, when they're hitting sites based on the economy of their opponents, all of these things would be
Ini
crucial
dasarnya
tools
post plan
for
dulu ya.
FPX to have access to right now.
Plan cepet,
They
terus
themselves are working
plan.
with a composition that they haven't been playing recently. This is not their standard comp. They've either been running Shao on Jet or they've been running the Yoru themselves. And Forsaken has decided to take it upon himself to prove to Angel he knows better.
Giliran MVP ya, Forsaken, Jing, main
What
break.
a way that would be to win.
Ults are online for them. Obviously, the buy this time looking pretty good, and it is an approach, a flash
Ulti
to grab
lagi.
the orb. The Cosmic Divide online for Mindfreak.
Yes, go B, bitch.
How has he got the Cosmic
Ulti
Divide
lagi,
online
ulti
once more?
lagi, ulti lagi, ulti lagi.
Trapnya si
So this
Jetsu
is the
udah
first time that
bingung.
PaperX start with a default. But it looks like they're going to go back again into a B push.
Pasti dia main
It's gonna be
Viper baru
push
kayak
every
gini.
time in these
Ngambil
rifle
ngambil
rounds,
orb nih,
and the Cosmic
tekniknya
Divide is
dia.
such a massive tool.
Keberuntungan memihak PRX.
They've slowed down for about a moment, but eventually the pace must resume. And there's the rolling thunder.
Kena.
But look at all the utility.
Astaga, bisa
Got it up,
mati.
Angel somehow able to claim himself a snake bite kill on Forsaken's. Happily able to just return fire.
Pas sekali.
Steps himself, utility in his hands, and his hit has gone skew.
Rotate. Main break udah dapet.
The problem with that is Mindfreak's always on the lurk, and he's managed to find the ace.
ngapain lagi anjing?
The
Biar
crucial
gak
thing here is for
kepotong lah.
Mindfreak to not overstep himself. We've seen moments like this before.
Jangan
where
maju main
PaperX
break
just
di pantai
too
kok mati
determined
kalah hype
to get
anjing.
an extra kill.
Can't go down easy.
Keleng,
Mindfreak's aggressive,
timing sekali.
but tempered.
Tahu nggak sih dia?
Just hearing Zipan walk
Nah,
his way
nah,
to
nah, nah,
hold.
pengetahuan.
Cautious.
And that's
Just waiting
decent.
for one timer.
That's decent information that he can
Pelan
pass
pelan
over.
pelan pelan pelan.
It's
Aduh,
Dia
Ardis.
flank balik.
Ardis
Dia flank
mati,
balik.
Ardis mati, Ardis mati, Ardis mati, Salah mati. Ngepik dikit dapat. Astaga, timing.
Wondering about the counter flank potentially coming through, but he hears the footsteps now running down. But Zipan lurks down.
Astaga.
It's up to Divide.
Ardis
But
gak
now the race is on.
mati, Ci.
Divide, the spike down.
Gak bisa naik, gak bisa naik, gak bisa naik. Cepet, 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 cepet,
And
cepet.
instead of running for the spike, he's going to try and get an angle onto it.
You've got to be joking me. You've got to be kidding me. Plans
Jatuh. Astaga.
already half onto it.
Masya Allah.
The fault line to try and stun them up, but FPX it's handed to them on the plate. A bit of an overheat moment once more.
And for one of the very rare times that PaperX is mid-rounding,
Isi jatuh lagi si kontol, lihat ke bawah lah.
because FPX players happen to
Nggak
stumble
pernah
upon them.
biasa kayak gitu kalau nggak pernah.
They contacted all the way through, even when the spike was down. Zipan did not make any noise.
Main break bengong, asli main break
Getting the
bengong.
one beforehand, it was all essential.
And maybe Mindfreak's death could have been
Baru
avoidable for
tahu
sure.
aku tekniknya di sana bisa ngepick sih.
Somewhere
Ya,
where he's
pas plan.
exposed. But okay, you've got rifle free rifle.
Jarang
Looks like
dipakai,
PaperX
jarang
is starting
dapet
to break the
timing.
mold. Heading round
Mau naik ke sana itu udah risiko. Kalau opsinya masih banyak.
They crash there, back around the side of yellow, but that's going to be the ult popped off almost
Aduh.
immediately. Ardis though,
Dikasih
claims the
on
kill.
fire Ardis.
Bit of chaos, a bit of pandemonium
Oh no,
approaching now
oh
onto the
no,
side as
oh
kills are just
no.
again flowing one side to the next.
Mulai
Stiker's even in play, and the angle just cannot be found by Zipan.
It's an awesome kill by Mindfreak there.
Kok nggak kedite?
Major problem for them.
Nggak,
over
udah
the
nutup
stairs.
duluan.
And now the round can slow down.
Apaan udah nutup duluan?
Kan dia udah masuk duluan, nggak kelihatan.
Tadi ngepick dia.
Dia ngepick dengan jelas game broken, cacat anjing.
To have to watch towards switch and
Just doesn't
cave.
know where they could be. And there's still so much time in the round.
Dua duelis
PaperX
defense,
happy again
cacat.
to just let that mid round apply the pressure itself. If they make no
Ngepick
noise,
mati.
it's up to FPX to try and at least
Mati bang.
information. And there's the swing into mids
Ya
again. Su comes out on top though.
The information play once more finding value for FPX. Benkai just gets the horn back online. Divide trying to see if he can get a targeted fault line, but Ardis dodged it.
What a shot! Still, the disrespect being shown into the aftershock almost goes down from it. But with the time down to just 20 seconds, Divide picks up the operator. It looks like it's going to be the
Okay
safe
lah.
play.
10 seconds, the clock ticking down. No hope for PaperX.
Time out abis ini, time out abis ini.
And here come the FPX chants. I knew the fans were in the building. They just had no reason to be loud up until this point. Map 5, 5-5 the score. a knife's edge that separates these two teams. A massive difference in their approach to this, the decider, that puts someone on the throne. But Artist played a masterclass in this round.
And so far,
disrespecting all the
belum
utilities to
kestut,
get
Pak.
picks.
30 seconds left.
having immense value with the operator. But a similar scene being painted again. Last three maps, it feels like this first half of each of them has been so even. Back and forth, all the way down, but someone eventually grabbing control and grappling it away.
And PaperX haven't had very much success over on the A site. Even when they were running against the eco rounds, they still tripped up. And as they take a timeout here, I'm sure that's going to be something they're discussing. There are ways that you could make this composition work on an A hit. I mean, an A split where you take Hall's control, you have Mindfix utility at the bottom of Halls, you do a Hall split, you only need bridge smoked off, you're coming from all of the other entrances, so you don't necessarily
masih mending, Cuk.
Just to highlight the stakes once more.
Burung darahnya
In
masih
case it wasn't obvious here, map 5 in our grand finals to decide who will take away the title, the Masters 2 champion.
We heard it from Artis earlier on in the day. He said, we came here as challengers, we're gonna leave as kings. And that is a bold claim that they've now gotten closer and closer to fulfilling. But there is a hair's breadth between these two teams.
Of course.
Definitely the two best teams that we have in the tournament. And they've both turned up on a dramatic level. This series, it's anyone's to take.
Both faced obstacles throughout this tournament. One would argue that FPX maybe with the harder task in terms of how they've been battling through the lower bracket, but it has forged them into something else entirely. The teleport into the back, they're ready for it. Seen that play before. Angel's more than ready. And Artis as well returns fire. The angle locked down with the operator. The overdrive is denied. Every player toppling. But Jing returns again. Flies to the side, but eventually the shots finding it, shutting him down.
Look how quickly
FPX
have 4 players onto the B site. Within moments of the initial pieces of utility being dropped, FPX are rotating players there instantly.
Lewat smoke.
I mean, the read is perfect from FPX, and their adaptation in the half is awesome. Just instantly, off the first piece of utility, stack players on the site, play to deny the plant going down. PaperX can't play post plants if they never have a plant.
6-6 lah minimal lah, tolong.
Great adjustments. Looking at the final round of this first half. One's going to be broken. Artis, an aggressive angle, and why not pop the Blade Storm off? You feel the pressure being applied.
Forsaken so deep, I don't see how Artis could read this.
So much to get through as well. All the way down into Horse. It's going to be a fast lane. Jing's been able to take all this positioning up, and it has injected that chaos into the round, but Zippany just contains it regardless.
If Jing hadn't used his fast lane, Forsaken would have had a free kill, but now he's getting droned out.
No way!
Did he spot him?
Running around the side. The decoy in play, Shao still lost that angle. And it's up to Artis. You feel the approach, Blade Storm, the updraft, the head's not being found. But now Hunter's Fury, anything to help him out. It's the 1-4-1.
Angel spent the entire round inside his Viper's pit, over by A main. That means he's got a very quick flank
Masih
here.
ada inisiator, masih punya anjing.
They know that they're at a player disadvantage. They can't go for the back. The safe
Trailblazer misses, the dog is not going to be setting them up, and yet the safe option, the right option. Angel's already flanked around, Benkai's positioning, removed, taken out. Devi is known, he gets one, but he has a mighty task. 1v2, isolates it, down to the clutch, but Shao reigns supreme.
9 dah punya tu, Cik.
Just can't outclutch Shao. He's been a monster
3
this
kali soalnya
tournament.
gitu, Cuk. Anjing.
He's a great player online, but he's been a superstar here offline. Winning round after round after round for FPX. What an attempt by Devi. What a great
Ada ulti padahal dia.
This fucking gun connection.
Man.
When it feels like there's a final boss on the other side that you just can never get through.
Nggak apa-apa. Ayo.
Realize why they might end up being frustrated.
Masa dia ada ulti tadi, Jess, ya?
Iya, udah kill 2.
Here on our final map of the grand finals. Desk, take it away. What have you got for us?
Takut di swing nggak?
Thank you very much, Bren and Sideshow. What a half that was. Probably the most entertaining half we've seen all day. Did you guys think we were going to get a 7-5 when PRX started to push the way they did onto those sides?
I mean, that's just such a ridiculous gamble that I was like, there's either they crush this or they get stomped. But we have an even game in our hands. This is ridiculous. The fact that FPX were able to adapt after PaperX took a really, really nice start.
Yeah, and it seemed like they had a lot of really cool ideas as well. I like the fact that they're using that fast lane to sort of like mask some of the positions. I also think Mindfreak, with the way he was placing his smoke, it was very well planned. The thing is though, and the thing I always love about FPX, even though they're up against probably the maddest composition we've ever seen, they still always adapt, and they did towards the end of that half.
Some of the lurks from some of these players as well. Divide decided to join in on the fun down towards mid, get a little lurk in the corner there. I think the crowd, you guys helped out a little bit on that one. I heard you guys screaming when that came down, but the biggest thing as well to keep in mind is that Mindfreak has this complete understanding of the map, where he can be, where the rotates might come through. He's had a really good half.
He has indeed, but on the side of FPX as well, they managed to claw this back.
Yeah, I do think that they took way too long to actually realize that there's no Sentinel on the other side, right? The flanks were not coming through except in 2 rounds. I think Angel was able to get some value out of it.
Yeah, and looking ahead onto the next half, Jess, I know you wanted to give us a stat about the pistols.
You know I love to find the stupid little stats in the game, so let me give you something. Throughout this entire series, the team that has won the second pistol, and they have pretty well evened up on the winning of the pistols, but if you win the second pistol, they've won the map so far. That's for every map thus far, so whoever wins the very next round, statistically, if I've got everything here, according to the stats, they should win not just the map, the entire match. So that's what I've found so far. A little bit of a tidbit there.
So the tournament comes down to 1 pistol round.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, most important pistol round I've been a part of in the audience up. And Brandon Sideshow, let's see who's going to get this important round.
Very important round indeed. This pistol round, deciding a lot, of course, trying to snowball their way into the final half that we're going to see in this series between these 2 teams.
How much do PaperX have prepped with this unusual composition? Both duelists look like they're trying to take a fight in cave early on. And Jing not going for his fast lane this time. Has a stun in hand with the ghost.
Ade nanya di WA. Nah, kemudian di DS yang ngomong dan dia yang dirinya sendiri.
He's swinging before he's even ready to shoot his second shot with the ghost. And yet he still finds Zipan's head. This guy's got such talent. FPX are not going to let it rattle him.
Dia nanya, nah kan di DS yang bunyi, lalu dia mid
Like this, it's a huge advantage, of course,
diri sendiri.
PaperX with that opening kill, but can easily turn it around.
But FPX might end up here being paralyzed by ignorance. They don't know what PaperX have planned. They've never played against a team comp like this.
Tadi
They
VPX
don't know
menang
if
pistol.
Forsaken's going to be going aggressive with his
VPX,
teleports.
VPX.
They need to play
Aduh, udah
straight,
salah lagi
play
bacanya.
slow, to try and
VPX.
figure out what the game plan is. They just have to hope that when they finally figure it out, they have to hope it's not too late.
A close angle by
Di angle andalannya Forsaken.
Not quite.
Di recon mau modar dia, Cok.
Slide off angle. How are they still finding these kills? Bit of a jiggle there with the movement. Shao eventually gets him.
Astaga, Sao bos terakhir anjing security 2 bangsat.
Managed to open it up. Hey, oh my word, PaperX.
Jing pick.
Ada expect.
Nice. Gives him a huge advantage into this one. Artist though now.
Aduh.
All the pressure in the
Chill,
world.
chill,
A
bro.
prowler in his face. A flash. A tap of the spike. He has to stick this one. He has to stick it or win this 1v1. All he needs to do is survive. A heroic effort. But at the end of the day, it's PaperX who win it out.
And they take one step closer towards that trophy.
Tuh Ardis nggak turu tuh, toprek dia.
Winning the pistol is massive, but the
Tadi kasih OP. Lawan DLX tuh sempet buy.
You still have the confidence to make plays like this.
How did Jing get the kill?
OP.
Jing is just running around trying to take duel after duel.
And we are witnessing the championship mentality, I think, that you need to be able to perform when it matters most, to be able to still make those plays.
Bizarre Viper wall that we're seeing here from Angel as they try and take some map control.
Paling force by dikira
Recon Dart
jagoan.
up at the top of mid too as FPX put a premium on owning this area of the map.
Devi forced to overextend just a tad to see if he can get that information. Doesn't want to risk it again, but in the midst of all of this, look at
Mati
the
Davai.
space that Ardis has gained. Bit of a wide swing,
Kembali dah,
so make
Ci.
some noise
Untung
there.
lari dia Ci. Lihat.
His positioning is known. But perhaps this indicates that FPX are going to want to try and take positions like this in future rounds. PaperX aren't running a Sova, they're not running a Sky. They have some informational ability with Benkai, but they're mostly going to be pushing for their info.
And the off angle, well, Angel seemed ready for it, wanted to clear it through, but a spam into the corner, right click Shao. Dodges the flash. Not finding any sort of quite value now down to 35 seconds.
Not too much time to work with.
Where's the spike?
Waduh, nunggu jet nih.
Let's sky.
It's all about the kills. It's about being able to
Walaupun dua mati dah.
remove weapons from the hands of PaperX. But they're pushing into Jing's Bulldog. And that could be a scary prospect.
Smoke drop down there, that's trying to deny something. The shots again rattled
Santai.
on either
Nice,
side of the
Dapai
map
menang,
down to
Dapai menang,
5
aman.
seconds.
Oh my god, tuh
Looking like
menang
it
kok
could
bisa menang
potentially
dia,
go
what the
main
fuck?
this, Okay.
Astaga.
Hopefully gonna be happy with the damage that he did to their economy.
I think he'd be happy to die there, actually.
But it's okay.
Didn't want to save a Spectre and no armor into the next. That's going to allow him to get
Just play G.
Vandal full armor. And they did some serious damage over to the PaperX bonus. But now we get this question. Has PaperX got something crazy prepped for their defense side? And if so, can they make it work? Bind Fracture, that was one of the failures. But they've drawn the final map level.
Conversion at a bonus. PaperX be laughing all the way to the bank, wouldn't they? The fault line.
Wow. Stun.
Maju, jangan
Anybody that
maju.
would be playing these passive positions.
Incredibly deep as well.
Dia kena
Taking the
stun.
space away
Bos
from
terakhirnya
Shao.
kena
How
stun.
much further back can you get? Essentially on the beachfront, but the spam, the spray down.
Oh
The
my
damage was
god,
found on
spray
the Forsaken
transfernya
and eventually does
ngeri
trade
banget.
that kill.
Cok.
So 4-4 right now, and FPX with less time
Raja terakhirnya
to work
mati.
with, and more of the map to re-clear.
Raja terakhir bangsat.
These are the moments where PaperX were occasionally trying to get a bit too funky.
Cok.
Somebody else on
Let's
the other side of the map
monster.
trying to make a play happen. And Device coming in to try and reinforce this position with Forsaken. The two Flash agents over defending B.
The battle lines are drawn.
Masalah maju Ci mati.
Devi wants to hold this down.
Maju Ci mati.
The first read
Second contact masa.
of any sort of utility, maybe even a footstep, and there's the contact
Fault
play.
line.
The miss. Fault line comes through. The damage is certainly done. Devi
Nice.
watching the angles, Forsaken
My
out.
god,
Oh, second
dia
TP langsung anjing
Not
goblok.
able to get too much done.
Ini Sugetsu monster.
Guardian. This guy's looking far too clean with it, and there's still enough time for them to try and get this plant down. The positioning is gained. Plant gonna be stuck.
FPX.
Cage giving
FPX.
just enough coverage. But a
FPX.
little bit of favour there. Mind Freak just has to
Oh my god, oh my
away
god.
Nice.
the shot. Benkai the
Cek kanan, cek kanan,
Bosen
cek kanan,
plays.
brother.
Bonus round is real.
My god. Lihatnya
I
tidur,
thought Sugetsu
tidur
might be able to get the
lihatnya
job done there.
habis.
What a pillar for FPX. But PaperX is so fast on these kind of decision-making moments. Divide grabbing a
Dan
crucial
pasti
one
dia
around the
bisa
back.
punya ekonomi
But
juga.
the final moment there is all about Benkai. He sends a prowler forwards. So the rest of FPX think that they're both
Soal
coming from the tunnel.
sih
And then Benkai
Dia
wraps
jadi
two elbows
chamber
so
kan main
quickly
OP.
to get around and backstab the
Udah
post
tua.
planters. And now, for the first time in the series, PaperX are
mulai
thoroughly in control.
ketar-ketir.
Looking like they're going to edge out
Udah habis
the
itunya
round
FPX
lead here
nih.
in the final map and force FPX to play
Main
catch up.
Odin si anjing.
Oh, lihat nih respon time.
This
The
crossface
fuck?
have to be cautious and watching of it. Hopping away, dangerous times.
Anjing, ngapain?
Seeing if they can
Ngapain?
supplement any sort of
Oh my god.
approach to take the fight for the choke point. shuts it down easily
What's
enough.
this?
Korea lang, smoke Korea lang.
Feels like he needs to take matters
Wah,
into his own hands.
masuk, karena masuk.
We've already seen how nasty Sugetsu is.
Tinggal drone doang satu recon.
If Jing goes for some kind of info peek here, there is potential to get punished. And you can see the way that Forsaken's put his gate crash over towards B. It's going to allow Benkai to get reinforcements if he's under pressure.
It all comes down to the timing, though. It does have an expiration date on it. If FPX end up just really playing the clock like they've been known to do. Could be brutal, but I don't think he's too worried about it. Hardest round the side, though. Bladestorm, that's going to be a good return. But the Prowler latches onto him. He's not going to be able to take too much more space.
Rekonnya temen ditembak dah.
Rekan temen deh.
Iya. Kan nggak
Iya lah,
boleh.
kan nggak ada sopan.
Shut up bro. Oh my god. Jing. Gokil, Jing.
Rekonnya temen ditembak.
Iya, Ci baru nyadar.
Jing has been
Musuhnya
Nggak
nggak
sopan.
sopan.
in this series so far, and it feels like whenever they need
Yo,
him
what the
most,
fuck you
he's
doing,
able to
Ardir?
just
Turu
pop
lah.
around a corner and hit a 3K. You see how much chaos Paper
Oh.
inject into these
Oh
rounds
my
too.
god, lucky
Artist
shot.
was entering and tried to break his own recon dart because he's just getting overwhelmed by
Weh, cium dulu.
all of the
Weh,
stuff
cangkir
Paper X
kamera.
throws in. This looks like a bit more of a
Slide
pace
out.
FPX. Looking to perhaps take some early mid
Cium tangan, bau gong.
floods out of B.
Desperate push.
Two stars being used to try and block it off, but look at the
Udah
approach
begini
again.
jadi
This
dia
is
cintanya
FPX
di free dah.
moving their way through the double doors. Artis already going to be gaining all of this space right into the back of the
Tembak lagi
site.
rekonnya.
And how do Paper X play the retakes with this composition? They have the dimensional drift to work with.
Oh, risk could be taken indeed. Artis now with the door opening.
Kanan. Ya tuh.
And here's Forsaken looking to gain information. He can ping out positions on the map for this
Prowler.
target.
Waduh, Jing mati.
A find! A flash to
Wait,
find him,
what?
but FPX 2 kills.
What the fuck? It's
Looking clean in
illegal
this
bro.
post plant. Reaffirming the
Oh,
crossfire
respect,
setups that
respect.
they've
Nggak
got.
bisa,
The
nggak
thing
bisa
that's
kayaknya, guys.
carried them so far in this tournament.
Susah banget dah retake dah.
Bang, man,
Mindfreak dodges the flash actually.
break.
Tries to make a play to spray down. It's not the cleanest thing in the world. Still does the damage, but FPX win on the round. An important one at that. Ensuring the Paper X don't get that lead to run away with
Nggak
it.
bisa
They
retake
hit
nih.
back.
Guys.
They hit hard. What a rare, fast round coming out from FPX. And what a sick
Liat
play
nih
by Artis.
diapain dah tuh.
Finding that pick onto Jing neutralizes all of the aggression in the retake.
Astaga, hoki banget tembakannya nih.
But also, what a switch up of tempo.
Yeah.
I think we could count on one hand the amount of times that FPX have gone for fast pushes in this series.
That's why it ends up being so dangerous.
Here
So
comes Jing.
unexpected, but
Here
again,
comes Jing.
yeah, speaking of the pace, speaking of the fast play, lets the stun ball rip right around the side again, and he knows the positioning, he knows Sugetsu is isolated, but Artis responds in kind. Holding down the staircase.
Bell.
Overdrive still in play.
Ih, bareng main teman kan
Just trying to run around the map, but the positioning, of course, is going to be known here. But he ends up slowing it down. Artis, great crosshair placement. Shot to the cranium. Jing
Aduh,
is shut
ketahuan.
down.
Artis is saving the round for them at this point. Benkai's only got a stinger to work with. Can't even pick anything else up.
Dia lepas lagi, oh enggak, mati yang dia kata.
Shao.
Tuh bos terakhir yang mati
There's the
Forsaken.
kill.
Tuh lihat tuh jago banget.
Up in the air in terms of who might be able to be winning that one, but looks like Divide opting play back and save this one. Benkai obviously doesn't want to bring this stinger into the next round.
Neker.
He won't be given the choice either way.
Emang harus neker.
What a round for Artis to turn up. Getting two massively impactful kills after the rest of his team had been barreled over. And you might have been fooled into believing that that was some kind of eco-crazy push coming out from Paper X as Jing popped off his ultimate, but that was them going for a force.
Yeah.
Paper X are now
Apaan
ceding
gua anjing
control of
force
the
tadi
game
tolol.
as FPX tie the series up 9-9 with an economy advantage.
To 9. Got the guns moving into the next one as well. It feels like they've got that read. I think for FPX's path, the way that they even got here, hardships, obstacles,
Putih lah
the
sekali-sekali
entire
lah.
way. But it hasn't stopped them. Even when going up against the former champions of Optic, they earn their spot here, but Divide bites back the operator that he saved into that round.
That's another hurdle for FPX to overcome.
Bos terakhir mati, Cok.
Ada chance lah.
Aggressive on the halls lurk. Mindfreak would be
Raja
waiting.
terakhirnya mati soalnya.
And FPX, whenever these rounds start going badly, they seem to lack the map control to send things back in their favor. FPX have got to be patient here. There's still a minute 10 on the clock. They can group up, start to move over to another area.
Polnya kalau menang dapat.
Sniper maju nih, ngecek kiri, modar sih ya.
There's 2 players ready to punish.
Wih, Davai. Oh.
I've got your trail.
Seekers in the mid round. Just want a bit of information. See if there's any players holding close, and of course there were.
Aduh, ditarik no.
A real hit starts to come down now onto B. A flash over the top for Forsaken. Want to disrupt this one. Is the spike being planted? Now
Sekian dapat timingnya.
Angle being watched. Sagetsu's covering his teammates back.
A fraction away. A fraction away from being able to deny the plant and buy time for the rest of his team to rotate in, especially with the rolling thunder. That could have been everything.
Fight's still being taken though, and mid locked down by Angel, ensuring that they can't get away with any mischief. Divide and Benkai
Dia nggak kena, bapaknya keluar.
against this one with the crossfire and the post plant setup. FPX more than favored.
Kali lah meledak bomnya.
Devi's just going to have to try and save this operator once again. And like we expected, FPX are going to try and take the lead here and hold on to it. Benkai making it a little more dangerous, a little more expensive. But at the end of the day, it is FPX taking the lead. The first team to get to double digits in map 5.
How close are these teams?
Max
They started 3 players away from even being able to attend Reykjavik. They're now 3 rounds away from winning in Copenhagen. PaperX forced to take a timeout as they adjust to what FPX have thrown at them.
And you can feel it, Josh. The momentum of this map, it's been backwards and forwards, trading hands. The timeout, I think, definitely forces the question for them now to see how they can deal with this. FPX's adjustments, the adaptations they've made, they've just been elite all series long, all tournament long.
They certainly have. FPX have done such an incredible job so far, and this one round could tip the entire balance in their favor. PaperX on the verge of being broken once more. 15 seconds left in their timeout to confer with Alex and try and find out what the game plan should be. PaperX must win this round to keep their dreams alive.
Copenhagen di Denmark.
In the past, PaperX are a team, they haven't let that pressure get to them. They've come into tournaments, they've been playing a bit of fun. Their goal has always been in a distant future for champions. It's given them that edge, that bit of whimsy that they needed to often just better themselves against some very tough opponents.
They never have pressure on their shoulders. But when you're 1 map away, when you're 4 rounds away from lifting a trophy, maybe the dreams start to become a little more real. Maybe the pressure starts to become a little more real. FPX again moving the tempo up.
And you just don't expect this.
It was PaperX with the timeout, and FPX have decided you will not get to execute your plan. We are immediately taking B.
Dapat side ini dah susah banget retake-nya dah.
The spike is going to be planted. It's forced into that retake. Look at the flank angle approach. You can see that there's a gate crash all the way back into their spawn, but Jing trying to find his way up into the angle. Now the Hunter's Fury popping off right now for Shao to see if he can shut this one down. The kills are flooding through. A dash and a glide. But Angel again comes out on top.
Bunuh orang line up-nya, bunuh orang line up-nya.
Positioning is just so far away, and FPX wants a critical round to just slowly
Lah orang line up-nya nggak dilihat ya?
What can you even do in this situation?
Trying to get the punish onto Angel, but at this point the round's already lost.
It's done.
The barest of silver linings being that he can take a Vandal into the next. But FPX are one
sekali dapat set nggak bisa di-retake
closer.
kok.
And Josh, you mentioned it. FPX were denied the chance to attend Reykjavik. They were watching from the sidelines despite them being one of the top seeds. This time around.
The best team in EMEA. Forced to watch as other people defended the region's reputation and fought for the crown.
But they've earned their spot here this time around. More than enough.
one of the oldest cores that we have in Valorant, formed in 2020, finally looking for that place to be seated on the throne. And it's another fast play. They're working, why change it? Artis is in.
Mindfreak just trying to work his way around the corner, but he's spotted out. He saw to see if he can find the timing. The trade is there. It's on the other extremities of the map, and the shot's still being found. Benkai, what a pick. Angel not going to be able to watch that one for much longer. The choke point has been compromised. Shao forced to reposition and move back now to Nightfall. PaperX investing into this one. They know how important it is. But they need more on top of it. The Rolling Thunder, it scatters them. The utility Jing, what a timing! Moves to the side, but Zipan again comes back around. An instantaneous trade. Half onto the fuse, they're sticking it all away. Benkai, you're an absolute menace! But he's shut down, still down to the 1v1 to buy. Zipan forced to offload the Seekers.
Benkai ngapain?
What an enormous play to take FPX to map point, match point, tournament point.
One enemy remaining.
Lu nggak dapet ada apa ya jagain yang defuse.
Phenomenal plays by Zipan. The rotations, the dodging, the juking, the weaving, moving around. He's earned his team
dia.
the final stepping stone.
And these adaptations have been awesome. The fast rounds have been excellently coordinated. And it feels like they're not afraid at all to mix up the tempo. They can feel the game is within their control.
Aduh, Jing mati.
Throwing forwards. Good info, but it's going to be tagged up now. And look at this Hall's control. Artist has already made the moves.
Wallnya terus di tai-taiin.
Nice Jing.
That's a crossfire setup from the side of the wall. Artist really nowhere to run, but it's an instantaneous pivot once more.
PaperX have read it. Mindfreak and Divide.
Udah berhasil
Ready to
cancel
collect this
entry
for the
bisa
C's.
ini.
A fault line.
They have to shut this down. They have to find value. The Paulie hears it with the footsteps.
Median maju anjing ya.
There's the pull.
Nggak ada yang lolos.
PaperX holding on.
Aduh, Mindfreak mati.
One step closer, Josh.
Soalnya
One step closer.
bunuh-bunuh yang
Through the
penting.
choke point as well. This is where things start to get very dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous, but still Forsaken, performing under the pressure.
4 lawan 2. Aduh, Suketsu.
Absolutely
What?
ridiculous.
Lawannya tolol anjing.
4 kills for the final blow.
What?
Suketsu nih, Ci. Astaga, 4 lawan 2. 4 lawan 2. Oh my god, Suketsu dari Rugat.
Kenapa nggak ada main tempo sabar ya?
Putting FPX onto the throne. An Angel could barely believe it. He's worked for so long, worked so hard to get here.
Suketsu.
And what a moment this is for them.
4 kill lagi kak di fracture barusan.
Incredible scenes.
MVP lagi sih.
FPX, a team, the core of them, have been waiting for these opportunities to perform on a LAN environment time and time again. But this time they grasped it.
Astaga, tinggal dia sendiri.
FPX being your Masters 2 Copenhagen champions.
It is a brand new team put on the throne. A new master. Slaughtering dreams left, right, and center. Knocked out Japan. Stopped DRX from making top 3. Killed every other EMEA team. Gone in for that trophy. And have now taken down the people's champion.
GG PRX, GG FPX. Thank you. Ada.
Single storyline. Winning the hearts of the crowd as well on either side.
Apa dah tidur deh.